Chapter 1276. The Miniman Gu Immortal pondered for a moment before activating an immortal killer move, shouting, "Expand, expand, expand." Thereupon, his body started to expand. Soon he was no different from a normal person. Moreover, the wings on his back also retracted. From his appearance, he looked no different from a normal human. At this point, the Gu Immortals present finally saw the true appearance of this mysterious rank 8 Gu Immortal. He was an old man with an ordinary appearance. He even gave off a somewhat sloppy feeling. The only distinguishing feature was his purple hair. It was messy and fluffy like a beggar. Tai Bai Yunxing's face was covered in tears. He knelt down on both knees. His body was shaking from excitement as he shouted, "Master! So it is you. I remember that I had once given you a time path true inheritance." The rank 8 Gu Immortal smiled, revealing a mouthful of incomplete yellow teeth. "Even though my sex plan succeeded, there were many accidents. The current situation is like this." To stall for time, Wuxia went forward and transmitted many thoughts to the purple-haired old man. In a moment, the purple-haired old man understood everything. "It is a pity that Providence won by a small margin. But we have not lost all hope yet. Wuxia, you did well. It has been hard on you. And Tai Bai Yunxing, get up. Now, while I am still conscious, let's join hands with Shuehu and make these Central Continent Gu Immortals stay." The situation was urgent. The purple-haired old man immediately realized that the battle between the rank 8 Gu Immortals was the crucial point. He did not hesitate. His body turned into a purple light that shot into the sky. At the next moment, he was in the sky, standing beside old ancestor Shuehu. "May I know your name?" Old ancestor Shuehu was not surprised. Lady Wanshou had already used Gu worms to transmit the situation of Shadow Sex Group's appearance to him. With a mysterious helper, old ancestor Shuehu was excited. "I have many names, but..." The purple-haired old man revealed a deep smile. "Shuehu, you can call me Zishan Makoto." Immediately, old ancestor Shuehu and Zishan Makoto worked together to deal with the two Central Continent rank 8s in Edgelink camp. Zishan Makoto's strength was extremely shocking. Although the number of times he attacked was limited, every time he did, it had the effect of adding the finishing touch. Any ordinary rank 8 would be able to turn the situation around for old ancestor Shuehu. Not to mention the addition of the unfathomable Zishan Makoto. Even though Wei Lingyang and Bai Qin Tian gritted their teeth and fought bitterly, they could not stop the situation from tilting towards northern plains. After a dozen rounds, the two of them were actually forced to retreat to Edgelink camp, unable to resist the combined attacks of old ancestor Shuehu and Zishan Makoto. The peak leaders raised their arms and cheered upon seeing this. With no Central Continent Gu Immortals attacking the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation, the result of this battle was clear. In contrast, Zhao Lianyun and the other 4 Gu Immortals who were trapped in snowy mountain-blessed land were deathly pale. Such a drastic change in the battle situation caused their hopes of survival to become extremely slim. What should they do? Outside snowy mountain-blessed land, an ancient sword dragon was hidden in the clouds. Shadow Sect is actually related to Snowy Mountain. Then why did Qin Baisheng and Feng Jioge fight in Luopa Valley earlier? Why did they not ask Snowy Mountain for help? Maybe this relationship is not as close as I thought. Qi Luck Sensation told Fang Yuan that Wuxia and the rest were inside Snowy Mountain blessed land. They were not far away. Fang Yuan's pursuit was obstructed. He was unwilling to give up. He continued to wander around, looking for new opportunities. At a certain place 1,000 li away, 2 Gu Immortals descended from the sky. They were none other than the Celestial Longevity Plane's Black Extremity and Flood Extremity. "This is the place," Black Extremity said as he activated his Gu worm, causing a huge commotion. The small slope in front of them started to shine with a dazzling light. Flood Extremity realized at once. "So you have already set up a Gu formation here. Do I need to control the Gu formation now?" Black Extremity shook his head. "Let's enter the formation first." He took a step forward and entered the Gu formation. Flood Extremity followed closely behind. Once they entered the Gu formation, Flood Extremity's expression changed. He exclaimed, "This Gu formation has a grand aura as expected of someone like Black Extremity who set it up personally. Once it is activated, it will have shocking power." But, towards the end, Flood Extremity's tone became hesitant. "But what?" Black Extremity looked at him with interest. Flood Extremity replied solemnly, "But from what I can tell, this formation seems to be incomplete. It seems to be a lake. Before this, there should have been a sea connected to it." Black Extremity heard this and raised his brows, clapping as he praised, "As expected of a water path quasi-great grandmaster, You are already half a step into the realm of comprehending new things by analogy. That's right. This Gu formation is only a subformation, there is a main formation that resonates with it. Then where is the main formation? Flood Extremity frowned. Before Black Extremity answered, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He realized, I get it. That main formation is Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's Fate Reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation. Indeed. Black Extremity laughed loudly. I received orders earlier to approach Lady Wanshou as Sun Ming Lu. Eventually, I created the Fate Reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation to irrigate Reverse Flow River. Even though old ancestor Shui, who is the #1 expert in Northern Plains, he does not know formation path, he did not see through my secret method. Right now, as long as I activate this subformation, I can destroy the main formation in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and bring Reverse Flow River here. Once the Gu formation collapses within the surrounding 10,000 li of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, everyone and everything will be swept away by Reverse Flow River, they will all be brought here. Black Extremity spoke confidently, showing excitement in his eyes. Flood Extremity was shocked. But if we do that, wouldn't we be sending those 4 rank 8 great experts here as well? Black Extremity shook his head. Reverse Flow River is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it is extraordinary, it has an unimaginable amount of Dao marks. As long as they fall into the river, even rank 8 great experts cannot use any Gu worms. In The Legends of Renzu, Renzu did not use any Gu worms in Reverse Flow River. Then won't we be able to do anything to them? Flood Extremity was excited. But Black Extremity shook his head. We are outside Reverse Flow River, but any attacks we use on it will be reflected back. The so-called Reverse Flow River has the word reverse in its name, it naturally deserves its name. Flood Extremity was confused. If that is the case, how can we save Ma Hongyun and capture Zhao Lianyun? Ah. Black Extremity raised his head and laughed. You forgot something, this Reverse Flow River is still affected by my Fate Reversing Sacrificial Refinement Formation. When the main formation collapses and Reverse Flow River forms, it will flow towards us. By then, the people in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land will be arranged by me like Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, they will be at the front of Reverse Flow River. Lady Wanshou and the rest will be at the back. Central Continent's Gu Immortals will be at the back, those rank 8 Gu Immortals will be at the back. Amazing. Flood Extremity's eyes shined brightly, he clapped. This way Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun will definitely struggle to escape from Lady Wanshou and the rest. They will move forward and widen the distance between them and the Gu Immortals behind them. As long as they stay at the front, we will be able to approach them and capture them alive. But, Flood Extremity frowned, if Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun cannot hold on, they will end up like Renzu, they will be washed away by Reverse Flow River. If that is the case, they will fall behind the other Gu Immortals, wouldn't that ruin our plan? Black Extremity smiled bitterly, this is indeed the biggest flaw in our plan. But thankfully, Reverse Flow River has nothing to do with cultivation level or stamina, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun have an advantage. But this is still too risky. Flood Extremity was not satisfied with this answer. Black Extremity shrugged. Then what do you want a rank 7 Gu Immortal like me to do? This is already the best method. After all, we are not targeting 1 or 2 rank 7 Gu Immortals, we are targeting Snowy Mountain Blessed Land and Central Continent's Gu Immortal experts. There are rank 8 great experts involved and from the looks of it, there are 4 of them. Flood Extremity was silent, he nodded helplessly. This was indeed the limit of their abilities. Honestly speaking, it was not easy for Black Extremity to do this. Don't worry. We are just a part of it, don't forget, Lord Southern Desolate has already awakened, he definitely has other plans. We just need to focus on our own matters. Black Extremity patted Flood Extremity's shoulder, consoling him. Chapter 1277. Bam Bam Bam. Giant Horn's silhouette shot around in the sky, creating a storm of attacks. Around old ancestor Shui, frost energy overflowed, surging blue frost flooded Edge Link Camp layer by layer. The 2 Central Continent rank 8s in Edge Link Camp gritted their teeth and endured. While the other Gu Immortals behind them were busy repairing the immortal Gu houses, they were sweating profusely and had panicked expressions. Beside old ancestor Shui, Zishan Makoto's body was emitting a dazzling purple light, illuminating the whole of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Central Continent's side attacked Snowy Mountain, while Zishan Makoto was in charge of defending this blessed land. This blessed land was the foundation of the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. As long as they defended it, Central Continent would definitely fail. What do we do now? Bai Qintian's face showed some panic. At this rate, not only will we not be able to save Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun, we might even lose this immortal Gu house and ourselves. As the leader of this operation, Wei Lingyang's expression was extremely grim. The current situation was extremely disadvantageous to Central Continent's side. It could even be said that there was no hope at all. According to the Central Continent Gu Immortals battle plan, they were supposed to split into two groups. One group would restrain Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, while the other group would save Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun before regrouping with the first group and retreating from northern plains. But now, Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands group could barely protect themselves, while the other group was counting on them to save them. This was Northern Plains, not Central Continent. 3 rank 8s, 3 immortal Gu houses and many Gu immortals, but they were still alone. Of course, this was also because the Northern Plains Gu immortals came prepared. Central Continent did not know of Giant Sun Immortals' plan back then. Central Continent's heavy attack had a high chance of success according to the sneak attack plan. But as the situation developed, the sneak attack turned into a forceful attack, and with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arrangements, Central Continent's Gu immortals fell into such a passive state, they were in grave danger. Wei Lingyang's mind raced rapidly. After a while, he gritted his teeth as if using all his strength, he ordered, "Retreat. Forget about Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun." With the appearance of Zishan Makoto, this was beyond the capabilities of Wei Lingyang and the rest. If it continued to drag on, Zhongzhou State would suffer a greater loss. Wei Lingyang decided to retreat immediately, returning to Black Heaven and meeting up with the other 2 immortal Gu houses before escaping back to Central Continent. If Edge Link Camp wanted to leave, Old Ancestor Xuehu and Zishan Makoto could not stop them even if they worked together. After all, they did not have immortal Gu houses, they could not stop Edge Link Camp's rampage. But, just as Edge Link Camp was about to charge out of this Gu formation, a change occurred. The entire Snowy Mountain Blessed Land shook violently. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. What happened? The Blessed Land seems to be collapsing. Zhao Lianyun and the others, as well as the other surviving peak leaders, were all extremely shocked. Rumble. Amidst the violent muffled sounds, the snowy peaks began to collapse. What's going on? Old Ancestor Xuehu also showed shock on his face. The entire formation is collapsing on its own. Zishan Makoto's eyes shined with brilliance as he suddenly changed his words. No. This formation. Before he finished speaking, the Gu immortals present heard the sound of surging water. In the next moment, surging waves seemed to appear out of thin air, sweeping in all directions. It was the secluded domain of heaven and earth, Reverse Flow River. Oh no, wife. Everything happened too quickly. Old Ancestor Xuehu wanted to rush back to the first snowy peak, but halfway there, he was submerged by Reverse Flow River. In Reverse Flow River, all Gu worms could not be activated. Old Ancestor Xuehu could not help himself, he was immediately swept away by the river. He was the strongest person here, but even so, there was no need to mention the others. Immortal Gu House Edge Link Camp directly disintegrated in the river, the Central Continent Gu immortals were swept away like dumplings. Zhao Lianyun and the rest, the other peak lords of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Lady Wanshou, Wuxia, and Ma Hongyun were all swept into Reverse Flow River. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had completely collapsed, only a trace of its frame was left, the winds of assimilation started to form. It's here. Far away, Black Extremity's forehead was bulging with veins, he was controlling the subformation with all his might. He was the culprit behind Snowy Mountain's sudden change. Meanwhile, on the side, Flood Extremity dutifully protected him. Moreover, at the final moment, Flood Extremity even needed to exert himself, using water path methods to collect Reverse Flow River. What? Fang Yuan felt his vision brightening as a huge wave drowned him. Once the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement mother formation crumbled, all the people and objects within 10,000 li of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land would be engulfed by Reverse Flow River. Fang Yuan was within this range, he would not be spared. In the surging river, Fang Yuan's head popped out. This is Reverse Flow River? He was knowledgeable. After the shock, he immediately recognized the origin of this river. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land has Reverse Flow River? No wonder my ancient sword serpent transformation was mysteriously dispelled. This was natural. Inside Reverse Flow River, Gu worms could not be used. Fang Yuan's ancient sword dragon transformation was an immortal killer move, it needed Immortal Gu and Mortal Gu to activate. Thus, once Fang Yuan was swept in, all Gu worms stopped being used, he returned to his original appearance. Thankfully I am good at swimming. Fang Yuan moved his limbs as he swam with ease. In front of him, on the vast river, there were many living beings swimming. There were large numbers of wild beasts, trees, flowers, and even rocks. Reverse flow river's currents were turbulent, there were rocks and trees in the water, they were rampaging and causing chaos in the river. Fang Yuan's heart sank. In this situation he could not use goo worms, his battle strength fell to rock bottom, he could only rely on his body's defensive strength. Right at this time Fang Yuan heard a strange sound. He quickly turned around and saw that under the rapid currents, a huge metal tree, the trunk of which was as large as an elephant, was sweeping towards him. Danger. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, he wanted to dodge. But in the turbulent reverse flow river, he could not control himself, his speed fell by many times, the metal tree slammed into his waist. Fang Yuan was knocked deep into the river. Next, he frantically swung his limbs, his head emerging from the river. Huff huff huff. He breathed heavily, breathing in fresh air, he quickly inspected his body, checking his injuries. He was taken aback by the inspection. Because he had no injuries. There were only some bruises on his waist. But soon the bruises on his body also disappeared. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, he suddenly realized, right? My body is not ordinary, it is the sovereign immortal body. In reverse flow river, Fang Yuan could not use any goo worms, he could only rely on his body. But Chapter 1278. After the Battle of Tian Mountain ended, Fang Yuan had tested this body's foundation on the road. He ran on foot, he was agile and fast like a galloping horse. With a light jump he could reach 10 feet. After jumping from 580 feet and landing on his head, he would feel a numbness in his scalp and a slight dizziness. After 2 to 3 breaths of time, these symptoms would disappear. And he had great strength. He had great endurance, even after running for 15 minutes, he did not feel any fatigue. His 5 senses were also very strong, his dynamic vision was simply too amazing. His vision was very wide. Within 10,000 steps he could see everything clearly. After the strenuous exercise, his heartbeat quickly calmed down. Every beat of his heart was heavy and powerful. His thinking speed was far beyond mortals. Even under the light of wisdom he could hold on for a long time. Even goo immortals could not reach this level with just their physical bodies alone. Not just a metal tree, even if a metal mountain crashed into him, Fang Yuan would still be alive and kicking. This was the quality of the sovereign immortal body, it had nothing to do with goo worms, it had to do with the Tao marks on his body. In this reverse flow river I cannot use goo worms. Others cannot either. But my sovereign immortal body is strong enough. The Tao marks on my body are also extraordinary. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became. In Wuxia. He swung his limbs and swam forward like a swordfish. The entire reverse flow river was extremely turbulent, but overall, it was being guided by the subformation, flowing in the direction of black extremity and flood extremity. A multicolored tiger was crawling on a piece of driftwood with its front limbs. Fang Yuan swam towards the tiger. The tiger was unmoved. But Fang Yuan breathed roughly, he lay on the driftwood and rested for a while. This piece of driftwood could not bear the weight of a man and a tiger, it started to sink. The tiger was anxious, it opened its mouth and wanted to bite Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, he stretched out his arms, pressing on the tiger's head with one hand while clenching his fist with the other, he punched the tiger to death. Thankfully there are no desolate beasts here. There are only ordinary wild beasts. Even the supreme immortal physique was not enough against wild beasts. The snowy mountain-blessed land naturally did not lack desolate beasts. But in order to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo and activate the formation to defend against enemies, snowy mountain-blessed land had already modified it. Goo immortals who had desolate beasts kept them in their immortal apertures, otherwise wouldn't it be stupid to let enemies kill them for no reason? Fang Yuan swam in the reverse flow river trying to find Wuxia. The great snow mountain-blessed land collapsed, and the reverse flow river surged out. Therefore Fang Yuan did not know that Zishan Makoto had awakened. In his heart, his imaginary enemy was still old ancestor Xuehu. Based on his initial estimation he felt that Wuxia had some connection with the great snow mountain, but it was not a close one. If not, why didn't old ancestor Xuehu help him in the battle of Tian Mountain? There was nothing wrong with Fang Yuan's analysis and reasoning. However, he lacked information path methods and had too little information. In this situation, even if I encounter old ancestor Xuehu, I can protect myself. Because I cannot use goo worms in reverse flow river, it is a special environment. Since Wuxia is related to old ancestor Xuehu, if I miss this chance, they will grow stronger under old ancestor Xuehu's protection. If I miss this chance, I will never be able to kill Wuxia's group again. With such a thought, Fang Yuan rested for a while before setting off again. Next he saw Bai Qintian. A Central Continent Rank 8 Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan was shocked. What happened? A Rank 8 Gu Immortal, not old ancestor Xuehu, but a Central Continent Gu Immortal. Bai Qintian was in a sorry state. He was lying on the shell of a giant tortoise. He was covered in injuries. These injuries were not from the collision in Reverse Flow River, they were from the battle earlier. He was a Rank 8 Gu Immortal, his Dao marks conflicted. Once he got injured it was hard to heal. But in the battle he was at a disadvantage. How could he have time to heal himself? Thus, after the main formation broke, he was swept away by Reverse Flow River. He could not use Gu worms, his injuries were delayed. But thankfully he met a floating tortoise in the river. Using this tortoise, Bai Qintian finally had a chance to recover. Fang Yuan found Bai Qintian also found Fang Yuan. But Bai Qintian did not know Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan's current appearance was the sovereign immortal body. As for his original appearance, the celestial court exposed it, it was widely spread in the 5 regions. Even though Bai Qintian did not know Fang Yuan, he frowned, he was very wary. Because Fang Yuan's aura showed that he was a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. This was because of the sovereign immortal body. After passing through the regional walls, Fang Yuan's aura could change freely in the 5 regions. Wherever he went, he would be the Gu Immortal of that region, he could blend in perfectly. Who is this person? Snowy Mountain Blessed Lands Peak Lords do not have someone like him. But he might have been recruited by old ancestor Xuehu. Bai Qintian stood up from the tortoise's back, he looked at Fang Yuan, observing his every move. In Reverse Flow River, even though Bai Qintian had Rank 8 cultivation level, he could not use his Gu worms, his battle strength was limited. Fang Yuan looked at him warily, he did not get too close. Even though Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal body, if he thought that he was an expert in Reverse Flow River because of this, he would be a fool. Reverse Flow River could not use Gu worms, but his body was unaffected, his Dao marks could be used. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was very strong because of the Dao marks on it. Similarly, if a Gu master used Black Boar Gu and gained the strength of a boar, the corresponding strength path Dao marks would be engraved on this Gu master's body. If this Gu master fell into Reverse Flow River, he could not use Gu worms, but he could still use his body to unleash the strength of a boar. If it were other Gu immortals, how could they not use Gu worms like the Black Boar Gu to carve Dao marks on their bodies during their long cultivation journey? Of course that was for sure. No one was a fool. The advantage of these Dao marks was obvious. Fang Yuan had the advantage of his body, other Gu immortals had it too, just to varying degrees. For Rank 8 Gu immortals they had deep foundations. Fang Yuan did not want to fight Bai Qintian now. You are a Central Continent Gu Immortal? Even though I am a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, I have enmity with old ancestor Xuehu. I saw him refining a Rank 8 Immortal Gu, I did not want him to succeed, so I hid outside the Blessed Land to see if there was a chance to destroy it. Are you his Gu refinement assistant? Fang Yuan probed with each sentence. Bai Qintian's frown eased a little, he replied, Old ancestor Xuehu is also my enemy. Not long ago I fought with him in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, to think that something unexpected happened. My injuries were caused by old ancestor Xuehu. Both sides conversed and exchanged some information. Fang Yuan realized now that so many things had happened in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. But Bai Qintian's words were ambiguous, Fang Yuan did not get much information. They did not trust each other yet. Of course. It was just a simple conversation, it was hard to tell what was in a person's heart. Especially in this environment where Gu worms could not be used, both sides were on high alert. Fang Yuan knew that he could not get more information from Bai Qintian, he chose to leave. He moved away from that wild tortoise. Even when they were conversing he did not get close, while Bai Qintian did not invite Fang Yuan to rest on the tortoise's back. Bai Qintian saw that Fang Yuan was leaving, his expression eased up. But right at this time a small accident happened. Crack. A soft sound. A fist-sized object was pushed by the river, hitting Fang Yuan's face. This small object was soft like a jellyfish, it stuck to Fang Yuan's forehead. What the hell is this? Fang Yuan was stunned, he wanted to pull it away. But at this time he heard Bai Qintian's voice, Be gentle, don't break it. Chapter 1279. Fang Yuan held this jellyfish-like immortal Gu in his hands, inspecting it carefully. At the next moment his eyes shined. This was an immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan did not know what rank it was. Because in this reverse flow river, no goo worms could be used. These goo worms that fell into reverse flow river were like fossils, sealing themselves, not letting a trace of their aura leak out. This caused Fang Yuan to not care about this jellyfish-like immortal goo earlier. Only when Bai Qin Tian reminded him did Fang Yuan realize. If it were outside, without this reverse flow river, Fang Yuan would be able to tell from far away that this immortal goo was an immortal goo, and what rank it was. As for what the immortal goo was, that would depend on the goo immortal's knowledge. This immortal goo seems to be affection goo? Fang Yuan's knowledge was broadened. After observing for a while, he guessed this goo's origin. Wisdom path had 3 elements: thought, will, and emotion. Since there was love immortal goo, there was affection immortal goo too. Fang Yuan's guess was right. Bai Qin Tian was anxious. Affection goo was very important to Central Continent goo immortals. Why? Because this immortal goo was temporarily added to the immortal goo house edge link camp. Along with it, many other mortal goo were added. This affection immortal goo, along with many mortal goo, gave edge link camp a new ability: it could track the location of love immortal goo. Even if love immortal goo was in an immortal aperture, there was no problem. Precisely so, edge link camp could track it to snowy mountain blessed land. Otherwise, back in the spaceless tunnel, when love immortal goo used its power and transported Zhao Lianyun, Yu Yizi, Shizhengyi, Bu Zhenzi, and Mu Linglan, who knew where they went? After adding affection immortal goo and other goo worms, edge link camp could sense love immortal goo's location and track it to snowy mountain blessed land. But afterwards, because of fighting against the 2 rank 8 great experts, old ancestor Xuehu and Zishan Makoto, edge link camp was under immense pressure and was heavily damaged. And before this, after a long and arduous journey and the collapse of the seamless tunnel, edge link camp itself wasn't complete. Thus, when Flood Extremity and Black Extremity activated the goo formation and detonated the main formation, causing reverse flow river to flow away, edge link camp was already in a terrible state. This way the entire immortal goo house collapsed. The goo worms that formed the immortal goo house, be they mortal or immortal, were swept away by the river water. If they were in the outside world, these immortal goo and mortal goo could follow the goo immortal's will and fly into the goo immortal's embrace. But in reverse flow river, these goo worms were restricted by this special environment. They were forced to seal themselves and hibernate. No matter how he called them, they were like dead creatures. Affection goo was one of the countless goo worms left behind after the immortal goo house disintegrated. To be precise, he was a very lucky one. Because most of the goo worms would be smashed by the waves in the process of drifting with the current, or crushed by the rocks or giant trees that were constantly crashing into the river. Goo worms were very fragile. Reverse flow river became a graveyard for goo worms. Of course, there were differences in the hardness of goo worms. Most goo worms could be crushed with a pinch. But there were also jade-like, rock-like goo worms that were as hard as jade. And this affection goo was special. Its body was very soft. Even if it was hit, it could survive. Evidently, this was the reason why it was able to survive in reverse flow river. But in Fang Yuan's hands, it was not in a good state. Its jellyfish-like body was damaged. There was a huge wound that took up a quarter of affection goo's body. It was quite terrifying. Bai Qin Tian's eyes were sharp. Seeing that Fang Yuan wanted to remove this jellyfish-like affection goo, he quickly reminded him. After reminding him, he felt some regret. If he did not remind him, Fang Yuan might just abandon it. But now, Fang Yuan's eyes were shining brightly. It was obvious he had discovered the truth. Bai Qin Tian suppressed the uneasiness in his heart as he cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. "Friend, this goo belongs to Central Continent. Why don't we form a good relationship and give this immortal goo to me? Is that possible?" Fang Yuan squinted. "I can consider your suggestion. But what goo is this? I need to know." Bai Qin Tian answered, "This is affection goo, a wisdom path goo worm." Wisdom path goo immortals were few in number. Bai Qin Tian emphasized affection goo because he felt that Fang Yuan was not a wisdom path goo immortal. Affection goo itself was of little value to most goo immortals. It was tasteless but a waste to abandon. What? Goo immortals needed wills as helpers. Be it sect gatherings or jewel yellow skies, all will goo were widely used. But for this he only needed some mortal level will goo. There was no need to pay a huge price to raise affection immortal goo. After all, they were not wisdom path goo immortals. Their Dao marks conflicted. When they used immortal goo of other paths, the effect would be lower. At the same time, just raising affection immortal goo could not create any immortal killer moves. Unless they needed affection immortal goo to create immortal killer moves of other paths, or if it had a special effect, goo immortals would not want this immortal goo. Not all immortal goo were popular. Gu Immortals had their own paths, Immortal Gu also had their own paths. Gu Immortals had rank 6, 7 and 8, Immortal Gu were the same. For Gu Immortals, only suitable Immortal Gu had value to them. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, Gu Immortals often held trading fairs to exchange Immortal Gu. But Bai Qin Tian could not imagine that Fang Yuan was the most special one among all the Gu Immortals in the world. Firstly, his wisdom path attainment level was Grandmaster. If he was not a wisdom path Gu Immortal, what else could he be? Secondly, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body's Dao marks did not conflict. He could cultivate any path. Finally, Fang Yuan had been worried about this earlier. He felt that even though he had wisdom path attainment and methods, he lacked wisdom path immortal Gu. Thus, to Fang Yuan, this affection immortal Gu was very important. Thus, he kept affection immortal Gu in his pocket. In this reverse flow river, he could not open his immortal aperture's entrance, he could only carry it with him. Bai Qin Tian saw this and his expression sank, his tone became even more anxious. Friend, put down that immortal Gu, we are not enemies, we can make a deal and take what we need. Chapter 1280. If possible, Fang Yuan wanted to use affection immortal Gu to exchange for other immortal Gu that were more suitable for him. But in reverse flow river, transactions could not be carried out. Because Gu worms could not be used, information path methods could not be used to restrict them from transacting peacefully. Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for other immortal Gu, but Bai Qin Tian had no immortal Gu. Because Gu worms were hibernating in reverse flow river, other than the ones in the immortal aperture, even the immortal Gu inside the Gu Immortal's body would not respond to any calls. Thus, Bai Qin Tian did not have any bargaining chips. Bai Qin Tian knew of Fang Yuan's concerns, but was he going to give up on this chance and wait for the future? Who knew what would happen in the future? After Black Extremity's interference, snowy mountain blessed land was gone, Central Continent's edge link camp was gone too. If Central Continent fought again, they would be at an even greater disadvantage. Central Continent's Gu Immortals could not even protect themselves. After leaving Reverse Flow River, would they not escape? Thus, they had no chance to transact with Fang Yuan. If they could not transact now, what about in the future? Fang Yuan was a Northern Plains Gu Immortal, while Bai Qin Tian was a Central Continent Gu Immortal. They were not from the same place. Even with jewel yellow skies, Central Continent could not control Fang Yuan's situation. What if he transacted with someone else in advance? What if he raised the price and demanded an exorbitant price? There were worse situations. Bai Qin Tian was a person who had to think about losing before winning. Seeing that he could not get the immortal Gu from Fang Yuan, his killing intent surged. I am a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Even if I cannot use my Dao marks here with just my Dao mark foundation, how can I lose to a Northern Plains rank 7? With such a thought, Bai Qin Tian jumped into the river and swam towards Fang Yuan. At this moment, his ill intent was clear. Fang Yuan snickered internally. He attacked Bai Qin Tian instead of retreating. Bai Qin Tian saw this and was overjoyed. He thought, these Northern Plains Gu Immortals sound good, they are battle-hungry by nature. To put it bluntly, they are brainless. The river flowed rapidly, but both sides had extraordinary bodies. They soon encountered each other in the middle. Bang bang bang. Fang Yuan raised his fist and punched Bai Qin Tian thrice. Bai Qin Tian was a wood path Gu Immortal. He had deep breathing and precise vision. He blocked the 3 punches. He was shocked. This person looks so young, but how can he be so strong? Does he specialize in strength path? He felt the arm that he used to block the attack go numb. But while he was shocked, Bai Qin Tian did not forget to counterattack with his other hand. Both sides exchanged blows, fists and palms collided, and soon it developed into a close combat. Fang Yuan's entire body was a weapon. Head strikes, knee strikes, elbow strikes, all sorts of attacks were displayed one by one. At first, Bai Qin Tian was at a disadvantage, but very quickly he was not any weaker than Fang Yuan. This was because he had a strong foundation and excellent fighting ability. His basic skills were very solid. It was just that after becoming a Gu Immortal, he rarely had the chance to use them. Now that he was in battle, these close combat abilities were coming back to life. As for Fang Yuan, because he became a Gu Immortal much earlier than Bai Qin Tian many years ago, he was a mortal Gu master roaming southern border and northern plains. He was very familiar with close combat. The two fought in the river at times. They popped their heads out and breathed in the air. They stopped fighting for now. The current of the reverse flow river was very rapid. In fact, most of their stamina was spent on swimming. They didn't use much of it to fight. And when they fought, the environment was very complex. Because from time to time, some huge trees or wild beasts would float by, forcing them to retreat. After dozens of rounds, they were breathing heavily. They knew they could not do anything to the other. This rank 8 Gu Immortal has a strong foundation indeed. I was wondering if I could kill a rank 8 in reverse flow river, but it seems that I was thinking too much. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Bai Qin Tian was filled with shock. How can this be? How could this man be on par with me? I had once used grass Immortal Gu to increase my strength. I also used the Immortal Killer move Wood Armor to carve Dao marks on my body, allowing me to have a strong defense. I even turned my heart into a wood heart. My blood has turned green, giving me a strong recovery ability. Ignoring these Immortal Killer moves and Immortal Gu, I am a rank 8 Gu Immortal. I have passed countless calamities and tribulations. I definitely have more Dao marks than a rank 7. But why is it that I can only fight to a draw with this person? Bai Qin Tian stared at Fang Yuan. He looked at him like he was looking at a monster. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan did not have as many Dao marks as rank 8 Bai Qin Tian, but the truth was, his Dao mark accumulation surpassed many rank 7 Gu Immortals. Even though he had just become a rank 7 Gu Immortal not long ago. The only thing that could match Bai Qin Tian was the Sovereign Immortal Body. The Sovereign Immortal Body was not an ordinary human body, it was created from Gu worms. Be it Bai Qin Tian or Wei Ling Yang, they were created from humans. But Fang Yuan's body was created from Gu worms. Thus, why was Fang Yuan a complete otherworldly demon? This was one of the reasons. The Sovereign Immortal Body allowed Fang Yuan to make up for the difference in Dao marks between him and Bai Qin Tian. He fought to a draw with Bai Qin Tian. Fang Yuan decided to retreat. Even though he did not lose out, his original intention was to get rid of the huge threat that was Wuxia. Earlier, when he fought with Bai Qin Tian, he wanted to test his strength, to see if he could kill this rank 8 Gu Immortal. But reality told Fang Yuan that he was thinking too much. Since he could not deal with Bai Qin Tian, Fang Yuan had to stop. He did not want to waste time with Bai Qin Tian, he had not achieved his goal yet. Fang Yuan wanted to leave, but Bai Qin Tian did not allow it. Even though Bai Qin Tian could not deal with Fang Yuan, Affection Immortal Gu was still with Fang Yuan. Even if I cannot win, I need to stall him. If I meet my companions later, we can attack him together. All in all, I cannot let him escape. Damn him. Fang Yuan soon frowned. He wanted to retreat, but Bai Qin Tian's stamina and speed did not lose to him. Fang Yuan wanted to leave, but Bai Qin Tian kept blocking him or harassing him. This affected Fang Yuan's plan greatly. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Obstructed by the wild beast corpses, Fang Yuan's speed fell slightly. Bai Qin Tian used this chance to attack again. Fang Yuan turned around to fight him. Both sides fought in reverse flow river. Seeing that it was a draw again at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan reached into his pocket and took out Affection Immortal Gu, raising it in front of him. Bai Qin Tian was about to punch Fang Yuan's abdomen. If this hit, Fang Yuan's aura would be in chaos. He would have to swim to the surface and breathe in fresh air. This was one of the key points in water battles. But Fang Yuan took out Affection Immortal Gu, blocking Bai Qin Tian's fist. Bai Qin Tian was shocked. He quickly retracted his fist, exposing a flaw. Fang Yuan snickered internally. Using this flaw, he attacked fiercely. Bai Qin Tian lost the initiative. He could only defend and counterattack. But Fang Yuan suddenly raised Affection Immortal Gu in front of him. Bai Qin Tian was wary. He exposed a huge flaw again. With these two flaws, Fang Yuan established his advantage. He kicked Bai Qin Tian's abdomen. Bai Qin Tian was kicked. He opened his mouth and breathed out a string of bubbles. His aura was not as long as Fang Yuan's. He changed his strategy. He wanted to escape to the surface of the river. But Fang Yuan would not let him do that. He stretched out his hands like pincers, attacking from both sides, trying to trap Bai Qin Tian in the river. Bai Qin Tian suddenly twisted his waist, doing an extremely difficult escape maneuver. His whole body was like a swimming fish, bursting out with strength, causing Fang Yuan's left and right hands to miss. This response, even Fang Yuan could not help but praise it in his heart. Even though Bai Qin Tian was a Central Continent Gu Immortal, his rank 8 foundation had no weaknesses. In terms of water battles, he was slightly superior to Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan had lived in Eastern Sea for 500 years in his previous life. Chapter 1281. Fang Yuan's hands missed. He quickly raised his arms and grabbed with both his hands. His left hand missed, but his right hand grabbed onto Bai Qin Tian's leg. Bai Qin Tian's retreat was obstructed. His other leg shot out like a dragon, attacking Fang Yuan's temple quickly and fiercely. This attack was powerful. If it hit, Fang Yuan would feel dizzy, Bai Qin Tian would not be able to escape. But at this moment, Fang Yuan took out Affection Immortal Gu and raised it in front of him. Bai Qin Tian was so depressed he wanted to curse and his legs stopped. Fang Yuan managed to gain some time to react. He suddenly moved his head backwards, his body flipped in the water. Originally he was like Bai Qin Tian, his head was above his feet. But now he grabbed Bai Qin Tian's leg, his head was above his feet. Bai Qin Tian saw this and his heart sank. He knew that the situation was bad. This was because Fang Yuan had one hand on his leg, while the other was holding Affection Immortal Gu. He could not attack. But at this moment in this situation Fang Yuan had two legs that he could use. In contrast, Bai Qin Tian's leg was grabbed by Fang Yuan, he could only use his other leg to attack. Bai Qin Tian was shocked, his empty leg moved in a different direction, like a butterfly. It was extremely agile as it kicked continuously. In Fang Yuan's eyes, a series of leg shadows were formed. But Fang Yuan was not afraid, he waved his legs and created leg shadows as well. The two fought in the river, their strength collided, creating whirlpools in the water. Every time their legs clashed, there would be muffled bangs in the river. Bai Qin Tian only had one leg, how could he match Fang Yuan's two legs? During the fight he was kicked by Fang Yuan frequently. Bai Qin Tian focused on defense, he felt very annoyed. I am a great rank 8 Gu immortal to think that I ended up like this. Rascal. As long as I get out of the river and recover, I will teach you a lesson. He waved his arms rapidly, dragging Fang Yuan's body along as he swam towards the surface of the river. However, in the next moment, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. He blocked Bai Qin Tian's kick with one leg, while his other leg aimed at a certain vital spot and kicked. Oh! Bai Qin Tian was kicked in the crotch by Fang Yuan. In an instant, his entire face stiffened, his eyes widened, and he almost spat out the last bit of air he had left in his mouth. Bai Qin Tian was indeed a rank 8 great expert. His endurance was far beyond ordinary people. He forcefully acknowledged him as his master. At the same time, he waved his arms, wanting to swim up and get his head out of the river. Bang! Fang Yuan's kick landed again. Bai Qin Tian's body trembled. This time he could not hold it in anymore and spat out a string of bubbles. Bang bang bang. Fang Yuan took advantage of the moment when his opponent revealed a huge opening. Bai Qin Tian's face was red, his eyes were bloodshot, he did not want to swim up anymore, he turned around and wanted to fight Fang Yuan to the death. Who wants to fight you to the death? Fang Yuan let go and kicked Bai Qin Tian away. At the same time he felt the opposite force and pulled away from Bai Qin Tian. Bai Qin Tian broke free, he was stunned for a moment before he gave up on Fang Yuan and struggled towards the surface of the river. Fang Yuan turned around and took the chance to leave Bai Qin Tian, successfully escaping. Bai Qin Tian's head came out of the water, he opened his mouth and breathed heavily. The pain in his crotch continued to come. The intense pain continued to attack his nerves, making his head feel a little dizzy. This damn guy. If I get a chance I will skin you alive and grind your bones to dust. Bai Qin Tian looked at the river from afar as Fang Yuan swam quickly, the distance between them was increasing, but he could not reach him. After Fang Yuan successfully got away from Bai Qin Tian, he slowed down and started to recover his stamina. He felt numbness in his feet. Bai Qin Tian's crotch was not easy to kick. With Fang Yuan's immortal body strength, even though he was the one kicking others, his feet felt numb. Evidently, Bai Qin Tian had taken care of his crotch's defense, he had many wood-path Dao marks. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan did not fight Bai Qin Tian. He knew that with Bai Qin Tian's methods, even if he killed him, he would be heavily injured by Bai Qin Tian's retaliation, he might even die together with him. Fang Yuan was not willing to do that. He did not need to fight a rank 8 Gu immortal to the death. After all, he had the sovereign immortal body, he had a bright future. Moreover, his target this time was Wuxia. If he died together with Bai Qin Tian, wouldn't Wuxia laugh his head off? Even if Bai Qin Tian died and Fang Yuan lived, Fang Yuan would be heavily injured, he would lose the ability to kill Wuxia. Of course, there was another important point. That was, even if he killed Bai Qin Tian, Fang Yuan would not gain anything. He could not open his immortal aperture here, Bai Qin Tian's corpse was a burden. Fang Yuan could not bring the corpse around. Even if he did, what would he do if he met Wuxia? Even if he did not meet Wuxia, what would he do if he met those Central Continent Gu immortals? A rank 7 Gu immortal killing a rank 8 was indeed an incredible feat and supreme glory. But this glory in Fang Yuan's eyes was less than a fart. He continued to swim forward, searching for Wuxia. Wuxia, is that you? Wuxia heard this voice and turned around, showing joy on his face. Come closer, I will pull you up. he quickly replied. A moment later, Tai Bai Yunxing was pulled onto a huge lotus leaf by Wuxia. This is the leaf of the monarch lotus, it can float on the water. To think that your luck is so good. Tai Bai Yunxing sighed. Wuxia smiled, thinking, I have connect luck with that Fang Yuan, how can my luck be bad? But very quickly, the smile on his face vanished and was replaced by a worried expression. He looked at the river ahead. Reverse Flow River is in a strange situation now, we cannot leave. The urgent matter now is to meet up with Lord Zishan Makoto. We might even be able to get Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, as well as kill that ancient sword dragon that is chasing us. Mentioning Zishan Makoto, Tai Bai Yunxing had a look of reverence on his face. He nodded. Right, let's meet up with Master first. Zhu. Zishan Makoto sneezed loudly. He had a bitter expression as he sighed. Sigh, to think that I would be in such dire straits when I just woke up. Sigh, I am old, my body cannot take it anymore, just a little bit of cold wind and water will cause me to catch a cold. And under his but was old ancestor Shuehu's shoulder. Old ancestor Shuehu was moving his limbs, looking around, trying to find something in Reverse Flow River. Hearing Zishan Makoto's words, he snorted coldly. You are clearly enjoying the fruits of others' labor, why are you complaining? Don't you have a pair of wings? Why don't you fly out of Reverse Flow River? Zishan Makoto had already returned to his original form. Like Fang Yuan, who had turned back into a human from an ancient sword dragon, Zishan Makoto was a mini-man rank 8 Gu immortal. His transformation was only an immortal method. Now that he was in Reverse Flow River, he had to turn back into a mini-man. Precisely so, he could sit on old ancestor Shuehu's shoulder. You think I don't want to fly away? But this Reverse Flow River is being pulled by a huge force, it is very chaotic, I cannot leave the river. He who set up the Gu formation for you? Zishan Makoto asked. Old ancestor Shuehu's expression was grim. Sun Ming Lu. Zishan Makoto nodded. It should be him. This is out of my expectations. Old ancestor Shuehu said. He is actually a member of Longevity Heaven. Old ancestor Shuehu was astute and decisive at this moment. It was not hard to guess Sun Ming Lu's faction. Because Central Continent's Gu immortals were all framed, in the whole of Northern Plains, who had the ability to do such a thing, who had the guts to deal with old ancestor Shuehu. Other than Longevity Heaven there was no one else. Zishan Makoto nodded. Longevity Heaven made a move, they are definitely after Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun is definitely not far behind. They are definitely ahead. I need to find my wife first. Old ancestor Shuehu said. Zishan Makoto patted his shoulder. Then we should swim ahead. Lady Wanshou was beside Ma Hongyun at that time. After being swept away by Reverse Flow River, she is likely to be near Ma Hongyun. The fate-reversing sacrificial refinement subformation was shining with a dazzling platinum light. The light shot into the sky, it was like a huge pillar that could not be concealed. At this moment, Black Extremity was at the center of the Gu formation, controlling the Gu formation to guide Reverse Flow River. Meanwhile, Flood Extremity was outside the Gu formation, guarding against any uninvited guests that were attracted by the light pillar. Chapter 1282. Amazing, this Gu formation can actually control Reverse Flow River. Flood Extremity looked at the pillar of light, praising sincerely. But Black Extremity shook his head. This is not control. I only set up the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. It is like digging a river and letting Reverse Flow River flow in it. But we dug the river, we can influence the direction of Reverse Flow River's flow. After we take in this Reverse Flow River, Longevity Heaven will have another secluded domain of heaven and earth. Flood Extremity looked towards the future. Black Extremity instructed again. When we take in Reverse Flow River, the subformation will definitely be broken. You need to pay attention to the timing and direction. Open your immortal aperture's entrance and let Reverse Flow River flow in. You are a water path Gu immortal, you have an advantage in this mission. Flood Extremity felt troubled. What if Reverse Flow River changes course? Is there really no Gu worm in this world that can control Reverse Flow River? Black Extremity frowned slightly. There is indeed none. But that is not entirely true, or rather there is another possibility. What do you mean? You should know about the legends of Renzu. It states, Renzu sighed as long as he had that immortal Gu, he could conquer Reverse Flow River. You are talking about immortal Gu perseverance? Impossible, perseverance immortal Gu has never appeared before. In my opinion, that story is only telling us to persevere in our cultivation, we cannot give up easily. The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 4, Section 26, recorded. Renzu's woman, boundless forest samsara, was trapped in ordinary abyss. She became friends with a mini-man who brought boundless forest samsara to look at his home, City Well. After looking at City Well, boundless forest samsara looked at the sky. I understand. Boundless forest samsara looked above her head. She was trapped in ordinary abyss. She was like the mini-man living at the bottom of the well. The mini-man looked at the sky depicted by the well. It was like boundless forest samsara looking at the sky depicted by ordinary abyss. I have decided I will work hard to leave this abyss and reunite with my father. Boundless forest samsara clenched her fists, making up her mind. The mini-man was very happy. Good. I also wanted to leave the ordinary abyss and see a bigger and vaster world. I saw a lot of trees in the abyss. We can cut them down and make ladders. Then we can climb out step by step. Boundless forest samsara was surprised. She looked at the mini-man strangely. Mini-man, don't you have a pair of wings? Why can't we just fly away? The little man smiled bitterly and said, Human, don't be fooled by my pair of wings. They are weak and powerless and can only carry my body slowly for a short distance. When I first left the city, I had to climb a ladder to get out. So that's the case. Boundless forest samsara realized. In the following days, she and the little man chopped down trees and built ladders. Trees fell one by one. Wisdom Gu flew out. Boundless forest samsara was shocked. Wisdom Gu, why are you here? Wisdom is hidden in the ordinary. Of course I can be here. Wisdom Gu replied. Next, Wisdom Gu said, You are very smart. You know how to use the achievements of your predecessors to help you break away from mediocrity. But if you want to get out of ordinary abyss, each of you will need to build your own ladder and complete the entire process alone. Otherwise you will not be able to leave. Boundless forest samsara quickly nodded. Oh Wisdom Gu, thank you for your reminder, we will take note. She and the mini-man built their own ladders. The ladders got taller and taller. Soon, boundless forest samsara's ladder surpassed the mini-man's. The mini-man's ladder was short and small. The distance between each bar was also short. In comparison, boundless forest samsara's ladder was long and tall. Boundless forest samsara teased the mini-man. Oh mini-man, the ladder that I spent half a day to build is equivalent to half a month of your effort. If you do this, when will you be able to build a tall ladder that you can use to walk out of ordinary abyss? The mini-man said helplessly, I have no choice. I have already used all my strength, but I spent half a day to carry the wooden strips. You can carry a bundle of them with just one hand. I spent so much effort to cut down a small tree, but you can cut it down in 2 or 3 moves. I have already used all my strength, this is the best I can do. Boundless forest samsara nodded. It is a pity that we can only build our own ladders. The mini-man said, That's right, we can leave ordinary abyss and rely on the achievements of our predecessors, but we can only rely on ourselves. Let's continue to work hard. Boundless forest samsara and the mini-man continued to cut down trees to make ladders. The trees fell one by one. Strength Gu flew out from them. Boundless forest samsara was shocked. Oh Strength Gu, why are you here? Strength is hidden in the ordinary, of course I am here. Strength Gu replied. Boundless forest samsara thought about it and asked, Oh Strength Gu, what can you give me? Like Wisdom Gu. Strength Gu said, I have nothing to give you. But I can give you even greater strength as long as you give me your youth. Boundless forest samsara fell into hesitation. Strength Gu said, With your current strength, when can you build a ladder that is tall enough to walk out of ordinary abyss? Boundless forest samsara thought about it. It will take a long time, 20 to 30 years. Strength Gu said, That's right, by then you will no longer be young, you will be middle-aged. Rather than that, why don't you give me your youth? Even though you will be middle-aged, you will only need a few years to build your ladder. Boundless forest samsara thought about it and nodded. You are right, Strength Gu, I will listen to you. Thus, boundless forest samsara obtained Strength Gu. Her speed of building ladders became faster. She could cut down more trees at once. A year later she built the ladder to a very, very high place. She walked at the top of the ladder and looked down. She saw that the trees were very small, the grass was green. She was very happy. So when I stand at a high place, the things that were huge usually become very small. It is like when I looked at City Well. She looked at the mini-man's ladder. It was very short. It was not even 1/100th of her ladder. She pouted. Boundless forest samsara walked down the ladder and said to the mini-man, Why is your ladder so small? Look at how tall it is. The mini-man looked at her ladder with admiration but also helplessness. I am so envious of you, your own strength surpasses mine, now you have Strength Gu to help you. It is a pity that I do not have any helpers, I can only rely on myself. I have already tried my best. Other than resting and eating, I spend all my time building my ladder, but I cannot compare to you. Boundless Forest Samsara nodded, of course. Another year passed. Boundless Forest Samsara built her ladder even higher. She stood at the top and looked down. The trees had become as small as grass. She couldn't even see things that were smaller than trees clearly. She looked at the mini-man's ladder. Even though it was taller than trees, it was not even 1,000th of Boundless Forest Samsara's ladder. Boundless Forest Samsara walked down the ladder and smiled at the mini-man. Mini-man, oh mini-man, don't waste your effort. Your strength is too small. Even if you spend your entire life, you will not be able to build such a ladder. You might as well use this time to enjoy life. Actually, you are already very outstanding. You are more knowledgeable than those mini-man compatriots. You have already walked out of the marketplace. You might as well enjoy life. The mini-man thought about it seriously before shaking his head. But I am not satisfied with being ordinary. When I am not satisfied with being ordinary is like an abyss to me. I want to walk out of it. Even if I do not succeed, I want to work hard. Because if I do not work hard, I will feel like I am not happy. Thus, the mini-man continued to build his ladder. The third year passed. Boundless Forest Samsara built her ladder very high again. She stood at the top and looked down. She could only see patches of clouds and fog, obscuring her vision. She wanted to see the mini-man's ladder. She barely managed to see it, but found that his ladder was not even 1/10,000th of hers. Boundless Forest Samsara sighed. She felt lonely. The wind blew and her body shuddered. She felt cold again. So standing at the top, not only is it lonely, it is also cold. Boundless Forest Samsara walked down the ladder, telling the mini-man about this feeling. The mini-man shook his head. My ladder is not high enough. I don't know what you feel like. Boundless Forest Samsara felt very bored. She continued to build her ladder, but she spent less and less time every day. Strength Gu asked her occasionally, "Oh human, why are you not building your ladder?" Boundless Forest Samsara replied, "The ladder is too high, it is too cold, I need to rest and warm up my body." A year passed like this. Boundless Forest Samsara felt very bored. She continued to build her ladder, but she spent less and less time working hard every day. Strength Gu would occasionally ask her, "Oh human, why don't you go and build your ladder?" Boundless Forest Samsara replied, "The ladder is too high, every time I look down I feel a little afraid. I need to rest and calm my heart." Another year passed. Boundless Forest Samsara became even lazier. Strength Gu asked her, "Look at the mini-man beside you, he is always building his ladder, he has never slacked off, he is giving it his all. If you continue to be so lazy, he will surpass you one day." Boundless Forest Samsara smiled, "How can that be? My one day is equivalent to his 1 month of hard work. How can I be surpassed by him?" Year after year, day after day. Finally, one day the mini-man found Boundless Forest Samsara who was resting under a tree. He said to her, "Oh my friend, my ladder has reached the edge of the abyss. I can leave tomorrow, I can leave ordinary abyss." Boundless Forest Samsara laughed loudly. "Oh mini-man, don't lie to me, this is too laughable." The mini-man shook his head, saying seriously, "There is only a small difference between greatness and laughability. Now, I am no longer laughable, I have become great, I can leave this ordinary abyss. If you don't believe me, watch me climb out." Thus, the mini-man started to climb his ladder. Boundless Forest Samsara was shocked to see that the mini-man's ladder had reached the edge of the abyss. He was really climbing it, he was about to leave ordinary abyss. Boundless Forest Samsara shouted, "Oh mini-man, don't you feel cold?" The mini-man said, "Yes, but I need to build a ladder to climb out." Boundless Forest Samsara shouted again, "Oh mini-man, don't you feel lonely?" The mini-man said, "Yes, but I need to build a ladder to climb out." Boundless Forest Samsara shouted again, "Oh mini-man, don't you feel afraid?" The mini-man said, "Yes, but I need to build a ladder to climb out." After the mini-man said this, his body suddenly shined with a dazzling light. Soon, the light turned into a goo worm. "My name is Perseverance, oh mini-man, thank you for nurturing me." Perseverance Gu thanked the mini-man. The mini-man smiled, "That's great, even though I have no strength, I have perseverance." The mini-man said as he climbed out of ordinary abyss, stepping into the outside world. He first saw a person. That was Rinzu. The time in ordinary abyss was not the same as the outside world. Rinzu looked at the mini-man and sighed, "This is Perseverance Gu? It is a pity if I had it back then I would have conquered Reverse Flow River." Chapter 1283. Flood Extremity thought that Perseverance Gu was a goo worm created in the legends of Rinzu. But Black Extremity shook his head. Perseverance immortal goo is not a fictional goo worm. In fact, it existed in the past. Flood Extremity was shocked. How come I don't know about it? This is something I accidentally obtained when I was roaming in northern plains. The person who refined Perseverance immortal goo was the famous Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. He was the one who entered the door of life and death and brought Reverse Flow River into the world. He should be the first owner of Reverse Flow River. Black Extremity said. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Is that so? But why is Reverse Flow River in old ancestor Shuehu's hands now? Flood Extremity asked. Black Extremity shook his head. I don't know what is going on. Right at this time there was a soft sound. Inside the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement subformation, some mortal goo exploded. The pillar of light that the subformation emitted also shrunk by 10%. This sudden change interrupted their conversation. Flood Extremity became nervous. A portion of the goo formation is destroyed, aren't you going to repair it? Black Extremity shook his head. This is within my expectations. Even the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement subformation cannot withstand the power of Reverse Flow River, it will be destroyed. And this formation has a flaw. Once it is activated, it cannot be repaired, unless the entire goo formation is stopped. Flood Extremity frowned. The Reverse Flow River hasn't been drawn here yet. What should we do? Black Extremity smiled. Don't worry, I created this formation, how could I not expect this? In fact, there are benefits to the goo formation being destroyed. Flood Extremity was even more confused. There are benefits to the goo formation being destroyed? Every time a portion of the goo formation is destroyed, the influence on Reverse Flow River will be reduced by 10%. The latter part of Reverse Flow River will not be affected, it will return to normal. That way, the Reverse Flow River will be able to display its power and wash away the people and objects behind it, Black Extremity explained. Amazing. Flood Extremity clapped his hands in praise, his eyes shining. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun have been arranged to be at the forefront. This way they will be the last to be eliminated. Black Extremity nodded. That is correct. In the Reverse River. Lord Bai Qin Tian. The three Central Continent Goo Immortals greeted Bai Qin Tian. Bai Qin Tian nodded. Currently there were already 5 people beside him. Including these 3 people and himself, there were 9 people. Did you see Ma Hongyun or Zhao Lianyun? The Goo Immortals shook their heads. Have you seen this person before? Bai Qin Tian described Fang Yuan's appearance and clothing to the Goo Immortals. The Central Continent Goo Immortals looked at each other. One of them suddenly said, I think I saw him before but I did not stop him. At that time, I hid behind the driftwood so he didn't notice me and just swam forward. Bai Qin Tian nodded. My lord, this person is not in our intelligence. Is he a friend or foe? Someone asked. The Central Continent Goo Immortals were confused, because Bai Qin Tian was a Grand Rank 8 Goo Immortal. He would not ask about a Rank 7 Goo Immortal for no reason. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan's cultivation was not outstanding. Especially among the Central Continent Goo Immortals, most of them had Rank 7 cultivation level. But Bai Qin Tian's next words made the Central Continent Goo Immortals' hearts shake. He is a strong enemy. If you meet him you must be extra careful. Because in terms of physical strength I can only fight him to a draw. The Central Continent Goo Immortals nodded, they had solemn expressions. What do we do now? Someone asked. We have the numbers now, we will swim up. If we can kill the enemy in Reverse Flow River, that would be for the best. Bai Qin Tian said this as killing intent surged in his heart. This was indeed a rather correct strategy. For the Central Continent Goo Immortals, if they fought, they were not old ancestor Shuehu and Zishan Makoto's match. Now that he had lost the Immortal Goo House Edge Link Camp, he was no match for these two. The change in Reverse Flow River gave the Central Continent Goo Immortals a great opportunity. Bai Qin Tian felt that as long as they could grasp this opportunity, they might be able to kill the enemy in Reverse Flow River and turn the tables. What's going on? Right at this time, a certain Water Path Goo Immortal among the Central Continent Goo Immortals sensed the change in the water flow. Next, these Central Continent Goo Immortals saw that the Reverse Flow River water around them had calmed down from its turbulent state. Finally, the river surface slowly flowed with ripples. Large numbers of rocks, wood, and beast corpses were swept away by the silent river water. The speed was 5 times faster than the turbulent river water earlier. How can this be? Some Central Continent Goo Immortals were caught off guard, they were swept away by the river water. In the blink of an eye, they were 200 to 300 steps away from Bai Qin Tian and the rest. Bai Qin Tian was the first to react. Quick, swim up, we cannot stop for even a moment. Reverse flow river has returned to normal, if we stop now we will be swept away by the river. He shouted. Hearing Bai Qin Tian's reminder, the other Central Continent Gu immortals reacted. They quickly swam forward. So difficult. The river water is flowing slowly, but it is several times more difficult than the turbulent waves earlier. These wood and beast corpses are annoying, they are interfering with our progress. The Central Continent Gu immortals soon found that it was much more difficult to swim in this normal reverse flow. So what? The higher we are in reverse flow river, the more difficult it is to swim. Persevere. We do not need to swim upstream, we only need to wait for enemies to kill them. If we kill a rank 8 Gu immortal we can turn the tables. Bai Qin Tian raised the morale. The Central Continent Gu immortals responded. This way reverse flow river is our chance. Lord Bai Qin Tian, look ahead, the river water is still turbulent. Bai Qin Tian heard this and found something amiss. He frowned immediately. This was bad news. Swimming in the seemingly calm reverse flow river was much more tiring than swimming in the turbulent water. At this rate, as time passes, when Central Continent's Gu immortals encounter the enemies that were washed down by reverse flow river, they would be exhausted, they would be a bunch of exhausted soldiers. Quick! We need to swim to the front into the turbulent water. Bai Qin Tian had a solemn expression as he gave the correct order. The Central Continent Gu immortals received the order and increased their speed. Fang Yuan swam in the current, he kept searching for Wuxia's figure, but he could not find him. The river water was turbulent, huge waves were created from time to time. As the waves churned, the corpses of the wild beasts and countless rocks and trees in the river would be tossed up. The situation on the river was very complicated. Most importantly, the river was very wide. Fang Yuan could not patrol from a high vantage point, no matter how good his eyesight was, his vision was limited. However, he found many Gu immortals. Among them were Central Continent Gu immortals, as well as Northern Plains Snowy Mountain Blessed Land Peak Lords. But Fang Yuan avoided them all, he did not deal with them. Dealing with these people would only waste his time, he would not gain anything. This river is too wide, I might have already surpassed Wuxia when I swam earlier, I am now upstream of him. This is possible. But Fang Yuan did not give up. Because there was a high chance that Wuxia was still upstream. He swam with all his strength, he was like a fish, agilely moving forward in the complicated water. The sovereign immortal body gave him excellent eyesight, stamina and recovery speed on par with rank 8 Gu immortals, and most importantly he had trained his swimming ability to an instinctive level. All of this allowed him to surpass many Gu immortals. In contrast, because Bai Qin Tian had to gather the Central Continent Gu immortals, he had to search the same river segment, he was at the back. A leopard raccoon moved through the water, pouncing towards Zhao Lianyun. The leopard raccoon was smaller than a leopard but it could swim. Thus, even though it was swept away by reverse flow river, it managed to survive. Go away. Mu Linglan slapped with one palm, killing the leopard raccoon. His other hand grabbed onto Zhao Lianyun's arm. Zhao Lianyun was only a phantom aperture false immortal, her foundation was weak, she had almost no Dao marks. Without Gu worms she was as weak as a normal person. Thankfully, when she was swept into reverse flow river, the rank 7 water path Gu immortal Mu Linglan was beside her. Because of Mu Linglan's protection, Zhao Lianyun managed to survive until now. Mu Linglan's water path Dao marks actually allowed him to breathe freely in water. At the same time, his water skills were outstanding as well. He protected Zhao Lianyun along the way, not only did he avoid danger time and time again, he even brought her forward. Look, there's a mound ahead. After Mu Linglan repelled the leopard raccoon, his eyes shined as he saw a mound floating on the river surface. This mound is made of soil, no wonder it can float on the water and not sink. Let's rest there. Mu Linglan dragged Zhao Lianyun as he climbed the mound with difficulty. Zhao Lianyun was extremely tired, she was on the verge of death. Once she reached the shore, she collapsed on the mound, not moving, not wanting to get up. Mu Linglan was also extremely tired, he breathed roughly. Wait, there's someone on the mound. Mu Linglan suddenly stood up, his gaze turned ruthless. Don't be agitated, don't be agitated. A figure walked out of the forest on the mound. Mu Linglan saw this person and was stunned. Zhao Lianyun was even more stunned. Because the person who appeared in front of them was Ma Hongyun. The immortals were all in a sorry state, but Ma Hongyun's clothes were clean and tidy, he was still chewing on a fruit in his hand. You are Ma Hongyun. Mu Linglan exclaimed. Ma Hongyun took a step back. Are you here to capture me? Zhao Lianyun mustered her remaining strength, she stood up shakily. She looked at Ma Hongyun, her throat was moving but she could not speak. Before using love, she had used goo worms to speak, but now in reverse flow river she could not use any goo worms. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun finally saw the person she had yearned for day and night. She was extremely excited, she took a step forward. But at the next moment she hesitated. What did she look like now? She knew clearly. She was no longer young, she was an old woman. Her hair was white, her wrinkles were deep, and she was as thin as a stick. Could Ma Hongyun still recognize her in this appearance? Could she still use this appearance to meet her lover and let him see her like this? Zhao Lianyun suddenly lost all her courage. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Ma Hongyun's eyes. While Zhao Lianyun was hesitating, she suddenly heard Ma Hongyun's exclamation, You are Lady Xiao Yun." Zhao Lianyun's body shook. She raised her head and saw Ma Hongyun throwing away the fruit in his hand. He ran towards her excitedly. Lady Xiao Yun, I missed you so much." Ma Hongyun shouted loudly. Mu Linglan saw this, he was deeply moved, he explained, Fairy Lian Yun rushed over from Central Continent to save you, she ended up like this. Lady Xiao Yun. Ma Hongyun ran to Zhao Lianyun, grabbing Zhao Lianyun's hand. He also choked with sobs, unable to speak for a moment. At this moment, Zhao Lianyun only felt. Immense happiness filled her heart. All the sacrifices she made earlier were worth it. Chapter 1284. Boom. A dull sound came from the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement subformation. Flood Extremity was no longer surprised, he took a glance before shifting his gaze. In just a while, the goo formation's light beam had shrunk by 50%. This goo formation is quite interesting. At this time, a strange voice entered Flood Extremity's ears. Who is it? Flood Extremity was shocked, his goo immortal aura burst out, he was about to use a powerful method. Lad, don't be nervous, don't move. That strange voice said calmly. At that moment, Flood Extremity could not move. He felt like he had fallen into an icy cave. This person was unimaginably strong. He was a Grand Rank 7 goo immortal, one of the 8 extremities of longevity heaven, but he could not react at all, he was easily suppressed by the other party. You are my master's descendant, as long as you do not attack me, I will not eat you. That voice said again. Next, Flood Extremity saw a huge beast the size of a hill, it slowly appeared in front of him. This was a four-legged monster with purple fur. It looked like a ferret. The purple fur on its body was glossy and smooth, and its eyes shone like amethyst. The most eye-catching part was its tail. This was not a ferret's tail, it was a dog's tail. A ferret with a dog's tail? Flood Extremity was momentarily stunned, because he thought of a certain existence. As expected, at the next moment, the information path goo worm in his immortal aperture transmitted information to South Desolation Immortal. He could not leave now, this huge beast was the helper he invited to deal with anyone who dared to obstruct longevity heaven. You are the dogtail life-extending ferret? Ancestor Giant Sun's mount? Flood Extremity stammered. The huge beast nodded, it grinned as it said in dissatisfaction, Don't call me Mount, I have a name too. I am Mao Lichio. Just call me Grandpa Mao. Mao. Grandpa Mao. On the other side, Black Extremity was also tongue-tied, he was still in shock. Alright, let's stop this goo formation. Let's go to Reverse Flow River and take away Ma Hongyun and AI. Mao Lichio waved its claw. Immediately, intense winds blew as the aura of countless goo worms burst out, forming into an immortal killer move. The fate-reversing sacrificial subformation that the Black Extremity had painstakingly set up collapsed and turned into a pile of ruins. The Black Extremity's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Don't be like this. You're disturbing Grandpa Mao's sweet dreams. Is it fun? Hurry up and finish this, Grandpa Mao wants to go back to the cave to sleep. The huge sable Mao Lichio said, then exhaled. This aura spread out rapidly, binding up Flood Extremity and Flood Extremity in an instant. The giant marten's 4 limbs lightly stomped on the ground, and its heavy body that was as large as a mountain lightly flew into the sky. Beside it, Flood Extremity and Black Extremity were being dragged along by an invisible aura as they followed the giant marten towards the Reverse Flow River. What's going on? Reverse Flow River suddenly changed, affecting all the goo immortals inside the river. After a huge change, the entire Reverse Flow River calmed down, the river surface flowed slowly with faint ripples. Reverse Flow River has returned to normal? Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, he felt that it was much more difficult now. A vast amount of junk could not move forward on their own, they were washed away by reverse flow river. At once, many Gu immortals chose to go downstream with these undead creatures, leaving reverse flow river. This was the only way to leave reverse flow river. The situation is not good. Fang Yuan did not see Wuxia and the rest, he continued to move forward. In the sky, Bai Qin Tian and the other central continent Gu immortals looked down at reverse flow river. These people originally wanted to go against the current, but the second half of the reverse flow river gradually returned to normal as the child formation was damaged. Bai Qin Tian saw that this was not working. He could still hold on, but the other Gu immortals were expended. They chose to go downstream and leave reverse flow river, going upstream from the sky. However, this way they would become outsiders, and any methods they used against the reverse flow river would be returned to them. Bai Qin Tian soon found Fang Yuan, who was in reverse flow river. We can forget about our previous enmity, as long as you hand over affection immortal Gu. Bai Qin Tian sent an ultimatum to Fang Yuan. This is the rank 7 Gu immortal who fought Lord Bai Qin Tian to a draw? How does he cultivate? The other central continent Gu immortals looked at Fang Yuan with curious gazes. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, ignoring Bai Qin Tian. Someone among the central continent Gu immortals shouted, "Audacious! You dare to disrespect Lord Bai Qin Tian." Bai Qin Tian snorted coldly, "You think I can't do anything to you if you hide in reverse flow river? Before I'm washed down you should worry about yourself. After all, this is not central continent." Fang Yuan replied without fear. Bai Qin Tian's thoughts were exposed, his expression turned colder, he gave up on Fang Yuan and continued to move upstream. Fang Yuan's matter was a small matter. The most important thing was Zhao Lianyun and Ma Hongyun. Because the dog-tail life-extending ferret destroyed the subformation, the complicated situation on the river became clear. The irrelevant items were washed away, only a few groups of Gu immortals were left on the river. At the front were Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun and Mu Linglan. The second group were Old Ancestor Shui Hu, Zishan Makoto and Lady Wan Shou. The third group was the Central Continent rank 8 Gu immortal Wei Lingyang, as well as some Central Continent Gu immortals. The fourth group was Wuxia and the rest, as well as some Snowy Peak lords. The fifth group was Fang Yuan. When he was swept into reverse flow river, he was too far from Snowy Mountain blessed land. He was at the back of the river. Even though he was swimming upstream, the others were also working hard. Speaking of which, the situation was quite interesting. Quick, swim forward. Mu Linglan looked at Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Zishan Makoto, who were not far away. His heart was in his throat. The floating mound earlier had already been washed away. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun could only swim forward to avoid being caught by Old Ancestor Shui Hu again. The second group was Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Zishan Makoto. In order to catch Ma Hongyun again, they chased after him. The third group was Wei Lingyang. He did not want to give up. As long as he held back Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Zishan Makoto, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun would have a chance to swim downstream. They would be able to resolve this crisis. Wuxia and the Snowy Mountain Demonic Path Gu immortals had the same idea as Wei Lingyang. Even though they were at the back, they had a chance. Look, the one behind us. He Lulan suddenly reminded. Wuxia turned around and saw Fang Yuan. His heart jumped. He actually chased us all the way here. Right now the river surface was calm, there was no debris, they could see very clearly. Thus, Wuxia immediately found Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not know about Zishan Makoto yet. Even though he could see Old Ancestor Shui Hu from his angle. But Zishan Makoto was a small person, he was thumb-sized, he was sitting on Old Ancestor Shui Hu's shoulder, he could not be seen clearly. Fang Yuan did not know what happened in Snowy Mountain blessed land. Even though he met Bai Qin Tian, he only knew that a battle of rank 8s had happened in Snowy Mountain blessed land. Why would Bai Qin Tian tell him which side had the advantage? Thus, Fang Yuan had always thought that as long as he got rid of Wuxia and the rest, he would be able to resolve the threat of Shadow Sect. Thus, when he saw Wuxia, his eyes shined with a bright light, he swam towards Wuxia even faster. He is our enemy? A Snowy Mountain Peak Lord looked at Fang Yuan and sneered, "Come, let's kill him together." Outside, Gu immortal methods can be used, the situation is complicated. But in the reverse flow river, he's alone. Once he said this, the other Gu immortals became restless. Wuxia could not help but feel moved. If he could kill Fang Yuan now, it would be a good chance to obtain the sovereign immortal body. But, the sovereign immortal body is not so easy to deal with. It is more appropriate to meet up with Lord Z. After all, my main body is still trapped in the dream realm. Wuxia thought about it, he decided to look at the bigger picture. Follow me, we will meet up with Lord Snowy Mountain first. He is not the main point, our biggest enemy is the Central Continent Gu Immortals. Wuxia did not expose Fang Yuan's background, he successfully diverted the attention of the Snowy Mountain Gu Immortals. That's right, let's meet up with Ancestor first. The Snowy Mountain Peak Lords could not go with the flow now. Because a rank 8 Central Continent Gu Immortal was already in the sky. Once they left Reverse Flow River, they would face the rank 8 Gu Immortals methods. They could only stay in Reverse Flow River for now. But soon they found that staying in Reverse Flow River was not easy. In this special environment, if they could not move forward, they would be washed away by the river. Back then, Rinzhu had failed in Reverse Flow River. At the final moment of success, his efforts had failed. Nobody felt that they could achieve the same feat as Rinzhu. But in the current situation, every group of Gu Immortals had their own reasons to stay in Reverse Flow River. Ma Hongyun, you cannot escape. Old Ancestor Snowy Mountain's gaze was cold. Lady Wanshou snickered. Quick, let's go. They are catching up. Ma Hongyun and Mu Linglan moved to the left and right, supporting Zhao Lianyun. Fairy Lianyun, hold on. We are about to catch up. Wei Ling shouted. Wuxia was behind them, waiting for an opportunity. At the same time he was having a headache over Fang Yuan, he had to move faster and delay Fang Yuan. Wuxia. Fang Yuan was already getting closer to Wuxia. Soon, someone could not hold on anymore. The first was a Snowy Mountain Peak Lord. He was almost out of stamina, his face was pale as he swam with the flow. Fang Yuan took the initiative to avoid him. Now was not the time to fight. If he stopped moving, he would be dragged down. Even if he got rid of his opponent, he would fall behind. Be careful. In the sky, Bai Qintian shouted. We finally caught up to you. You mice. Old Ancestor Shui, who had already swum behind Zhao Lianyun and the rest. Zhao Lianyun knew that he had no more stamina. If he continued, he would only be a burden to Ma Hongyun. Chapter 1285. Mu Linglan. Behind Old Ancestor Shui, who Wei Ling shouted angrily. Mu Linglan had already made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and moved faster than Zhao Lianyun, pushing the frail Zhao Lianyun into Ma Hongyun's arms. Live well. Saying this, he turned around and hugged Old Ancestor Shuihu's waist. Old Ancestor Shuihu struggled, but he could not move forward. He was washed away by the Reverse Flow River. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's crisis was resolved for now. Quick, leave. Ma Hongyun held on to Zhao Lianyun, his heart was pounding. Damn you. Old Ancestor Shuihu hated Mu Linglan to the core. He kicked Mu Linglan's chest with his knees. His Dao marks naturally surpassed Mu Linglan by countless times. Mu Linglan was only rank 7, how could he be his match? Soon, his bones broke, he spat out mouthfuls of blood, dyeing the surrounding river red. After more than 10 breaths of time, Mu Linglan could not hold on any longer, he stopped breathing and died. Seeing their comrade die in front of them, the Central Continent Gu Immortals were furious. Mu Linglan, Central Continent will remember your sacrifice, the Celestial Court will remember it. Wei Ling shouted as he pounced towards Old Ancestor Shuihu. Old Ancestor Shuihu was entangled by Mu Linglan, he had already fallen to the third group. He was immediately attacked by the furious Central Continent Gu Immortals. Shuihu. Lady Wanshou was worried about her husband's safety, she rushed back to help him. Both sides fought and flowed downstream. They soon collided with Wuxia and the rest in the fourth group. At this moment, a large number of Gu Immortals were fighting in the river. The scene was very chaotic. Bai Qintian and the rest were dumbfounded as they watched from the sky. They were grand Gu Immortals, but now they had lost all their poise. They were fighting in the water like mortals fighting each other. But it was too late for Bai Qintian to interfere now. Soon, blood dyed the surroundings red, many Gu Immortal corpses flowed downstream. Wuxia. Fang Yuan joined the battle, he had finally arrived. Where is my lord? Wuxia finally found Old Ancestor Shuihu in the chaotic battle and asked loudly. Still upstream. Old Ancestor Shuihu answered. As it turned out, while Old Ancestor Shuihu and Mu Linglan were entangled, Zishan Makoto went upstream alone, planning to capture Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun alive. Precisely so, Old Ancestor Shuihu was willing to fight with the Central Continent Gu Immortals. This was his plan to obstruct the enemy. Having received the answer, Wuxia whistled and led He Lulan and the others away from the battle, rushing toward Zishan Makoto. Fang Yuan roared, Wuxia, where are you going? Wuxia sighed and shouted, where is Tai Bai Yunxing? You guys go. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately responded. With an expression that said he was unafraid of death, he pounced on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was blocked. Wuxia He Lulan, and Bai Ning Bing managed to escape. Bam bam bam. Fang Yuan's attacks were heavy and powerful. Soon Tai Bai Yunxing's bones and tendons were broken. But Tai Bai Yunxing was already determined to die. He tightly clung onto Fang Yuan and hugged him tightly, even using his teeth to bite and headbutt. Fang Yuan could not break free at this moment. In a moment of desperation he shouted, "Old Bai, do you still remember Imperial Court Blessed Land?" Tai Bai Yunxing was stunned. He exposed a flaw. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with ruthlessness. His 2 fingers pierced Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes mercilessly. Tai Bai Yunxing was heavily injured. Large amounts of blood flowed out of his eye sockets. Fang Yuan used this opportunity to attack again. Tai Bai Yunxing finally stopped moving. He was motionless. He was dead. Fang Yuan shook off Tai Bai Yunxing's corpse as he continued to swim, chasing after Wuxia. At this moment, Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Wei Ling Yang's chaotic battle was also split up. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. Bai Qin Tian looked at Reverse Flow River. He could see the situation clearly. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were still at the front. They were the first group. Zishan Makoto was second. Wuxia and the rest were third. Fang Yuan was fourth. Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Lady Wanshou were fifth. Wei Ling Yang and the rest of the Central Continent Gu Immortals were sixth. Bai Qin Tian was anxious. Central Continent's side was already in a disadvantageous position. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were in the first group. There was no second Mu Linglan to protect them. The second group's Zishan Makoto was the enemy, while Wuxia and the rest were vicious members of Shadow Sect. The fifth group was Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Lady Wanshou. There was no need to mention them. Without a choice, Bai Qin Tian could only target Fang Yuan. "Friend, you only need to protect the lives of the 2 people at the front. You will obtain the friendship of Central Continent, and even the Celestial Court. Just tell me, what immortal goo or cultivation resources do you want? My huge Central Continent can satisfy you. As long as you protect Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun." This again? Fang Yuan heard this and sighed internally. He thought of Imperial Court Blessed Land. In Imperial Court Blessed Land he was facing a choice. If he could help Ma Hongyun, it would be very beneficial to him. The current situation was similar to the Royal Court Blessed Land. But Fang Yuan did not say anything. He only swam upwards. Right now he wanted to get rid of Wuxia and the rest. Who cares about Ma Hongyun? Get lost. But what followed was a long stalemate. The further up Reverse Flow River went, the harder it was to move. Stamina and Dao Mark Foundation were secondary. The most important thing was the test of one's willpower. "Lady Xiaoyun, we need to persevere. I believe that there will definitely be a chance." Ma Hongyun continued to speak, encouraging Zhao Lianyun in his arms. The river water was cold, but in Ma Hongyun's arms, Zhao Lianyun felt an incomparable warmth. This warmth gave her great motivation. She could still grit her teeth and persevere. Following behind them was Zishan Makoto. "Ma Hongyun, Zhao Lianyun. As long as I capture you, I can suppress Old Ancestor Shui Hu. At that time, I'll let him deal with Southern Border's giant dream realm." Purple Mountain True Monarch's mind was racing. Protect Lord Purple. Wuxia was worried. Wife, wake up. Old Ancestor Shui Hu's side had a problem. Lady Wanshou had fainted. She was heavily injured in the chaotic battle. She lasted for a while before fainting. Old Ancestor Shui Hu panicked internally. He gritted his teeth and stopped paddling, hugging Lady Wanshou as he allowed himself to be washed away by Reverse Flow River. Wei Ling Yang and the rest allowed him to leave. They wanted one less strong competitor. Old Ancestor Shui Hu quickly left Reverse Flow River. Using Gu Immortal methods, he stabilized Lady Wanshou's condition. Bai Qin Tian became nervous. He could not deal with Old Ancestor Shui Hu alone. The other Central Continent Gu Immortals around him could not interfere in the battle of rank 8s without immortal Gu houses. "I'll kill you first." Old Ancestor Shui Hu carefully placed the unconscious Lady Wanshou into his immortal aperture. Next he charged towards Bai Qin Tian. He was the #1 demonic path person in Northern Plains. He was ruthless. How could he give up on this chance to beat up a fallen enemy? "At most I will die." Bai Qin Tian was determined to die. He did not dodge. But when the 2 rank 8s were about to fight, they sensed a powerful aura. The mountainous dog-tailed Violet Marten finally arrived at the Reverse Flow Riverside with Flood Extremity and Black Extremity. Chapter 1286. Outside Reverse Flow River. Old Ancestor Shui Hu wanted to fight Bai Qin Tian. But at this time the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Chiu, appeared. Why is this ferret here? Doesn't it stay in a cave all year round? Old ancestor Shuehu was shocked. This ferret had a huge origin. It was Giant Sun Immortal's mount in the past. Giant Sun Immortal subdued it in his later years. His motive was obvious. It was to find a way to extend his lifespan. This dog-tail life-extending ferret had a huge amount of Dao marks. It was very mystical. As it grew older, its dog tail would shorten along with its lifespan. Once its lifespan was near its end, its tail would vanish. Thus, whenever it felt that its lifespan was near its end, it would devour an immemorial desolate hound. After devouring it, the dog-tail life-extending ferret would obtain the immemorial desolate hound's lifespan. It would grow a dog tail and continue living. Precisely so, Giant Sun Immortal died, while the dog-tail life-extending ferret survived until now. This giant ferret was blessed by Giant Sun Immortal. It gained intelligence and knew how to use goo worms, even immortal killer moves. It was an immemorial desolate beast. It had intelligence and could use immortal goo to unleash all sorts of methods. Its strength was unfathomable. Even old ancestor Shuehu was wary of it. Old ancestor Shuehu wanted to deal with Bai Qin Tian, but now that the dog-tail life-extending ferret appeared, he gave up on this plan. To think that Mao Li Chiu saved me. Bai Qin Tian let out a breath of air. He relaxed slightly. He also knew about the dog-tail life-extending ferret. Because this immemorial desolate beast was too famous. Like Central Continent's Wukong, and that evil dragon Di Zongxing, they were special existences. Their battle strength was at the peak of rank 8. Old ancestor Shuehu's gaze focused on the two longevity heaven goo immortals beside the dog-tail life-extending ferret. Old ancestor Shuehu's gaze was focused on Black Extremity. He chuckled coldly. As expected, Sun Ming Lu, you are a member of Longevity Heaven. To think that Longevity Heaven has already started to target me. He had already guessed this before, and now that he saw the Black Extremity in person, his guesses were confirmed. Black Extremity bowed towards Old Ancestor Shuehu. Old Ancestor Shuehu, we meet again. I am Black Extremity, one of the 8 extremities of Longevity Heaven. My name, Sun Ming Lu, is merely an alias. I used to travel around northern plains. Old Ancestor Shuehu sneered, but did not show any signs of attacking. That was because the dog-tailed life-extending ferret was by the Black Extremity's side. It was not that Old Ancestor Shuehu was afraid of Mao Li Chiu, but he knew that the crux of the matter was not on the 3 of them, but on Reverse Flow River. Before the situation in the Reverse Flow River was settled, it was not a good time to make a move and let a third party take advantage of the situation. After greeting Old Ancestor Shuehu, Black Extremity stared at Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun in the river. Grandpa Mao, the 2 people in front are our targets. The Black Extremity reminded the dog-tailed life-extending marten. Bai Qin Tian frowned. Old Ancestor Shuehu's sneer became even colder. But Mao Li Chiu did not care as it curled its lips. Its huge beast face showed a very human expression. No rush. Let's wait for them to decide the victor. We are outside Reverse Flow River. Even though we can use goo worms, we cannot attack it. Any immortal method will be reflected on us by Reverse Flow River. Why would I seek trouble for myself? Although every strike of the Reverse Flow River would reduce a portion of the river's water, the Reverse Flow River was not as powerful as before. But with such a large river, how many years and months would it take to dry it up? Grandpa Mao won't do such a thankless thing. Saying so, it paused before continuing. Don't worry, these people will not last long. The further upstream Reverse Flow River goes, the more willpower is tested. They are swimming in Reverse Flow River now. Any thoughts of persevering in their minds will be reflected by Reverse Flow River. Any determination will waver and be washed away by Reverse Flow River. The 3 rank 8 existences were wary of each other. They did not attack. Outside the river, the goo immortals were all looking at Reverse Flow River. In the river, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were still in first place. Purple Mountain True Monarch was in the second position, very close to Ma and Zhao. Wuxia, Bai Ningbing and He Lulan were third. Next was Fang Yuan. The 5th was originally Old Ancestor Shuehu and Lady Wan Shou, but earlier Old Ancestor Shuehu gave up on the competition to save the unconscious Lady Wan Shou. He came to Reverse Flow River. Thus, the 5th was Celestial Quartz rank 8 Rule Path Goo Immortal Wei Ling Yang, as well as several Central Continent Goo Immortals. Zishan Makoto moved his limbs. He even flapped the thin wings on his back from time to time. Ma and Zhao were already very close to him. I need to persevere. If I capture these 2, I will be able to suppress Old Ancestor Shuehu and deal with Central Continent. Zishan Makoto's eyes were filled with determination. Reverse Flow River continued to reflect on the will in his mind. He shook his head, trying to get rid of the hesitation in his heart. 90,000 years ago, Providence attacked. I had to make many deductions before I found the final hope of survival. I sealed myself and turned into a purple gold rock. But I was still framed by Providence and often fell into a state of insanity and amnesia. These last 100,000 years, I woke up many times and experienced many dangers. With the help of Shadow Sect, I managed to escape and survive. Right now, even though my main body successfully refined the sovereign immortal aperture, it was snatched away by others. My main body fell into a dream realm again. He is in a precarious situation. The huge Shadow Sect has already been wiped out. The situation does not allow me to fail. I need to persevere until I capture Ma and Zhao. We are about to succeed. Zishan Makoto's dual sources shined. He was already very close to Ma and Zhao. Oh no, Zishan Makoto is going to capture Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Central Continent's Gu immortals were shocked. Old Ancestor Shuehu, Wuxia, and the rest had joyful expressions. What do we do? Flood Extremity shouted. Nothing. Mao Liqiu rolled its eyes, unless they come out. But at this time, Zishan Makoto suddenly screamed as he hugged his head, struggling with a pained expression. What is going on? What happened? The immortals were bewildered. He actually acted up at this time. Damn it. Wuxia cursed the heavens in his heart. At the crucial moment, Zishan Makoto fell into a state of insanity. He swam down rapidly. Thankfully, Wuxia was already following Zishan Makoto, to prevent him from falling into insanity. He immediately caught Zishan Makoto. The group of four continued to swim upwards. This way Ma and Zhao escaped danger. They were still in first place. Zishan Makoto fell down. He was in second place with Wuxia and the rest. Third was Fang Yuan. Fourth was the Central Continent Gu immortals led by Wei Lingyang. Lord Wei Lingyang, it is all up to you. Bai Qin Tian was overjoyed. The Central Continent Gu immortals also started to cheer. Something happened to Zishan Makoto. This was great news to Central Continent. Especially those Gu immortals who did not know Fang Yuan's true strength. They felt that only Central Continent rank 8 Wei Lingyang was left in Reverse Flow River. Even though Wei Lingyang was in last place, he could still win. Wei Lingyang gritted his teeth. The difficulty of swimming was getting higher, and more importantly, Reverse Flow River was affecting his every thought. Any thought of swimming upwards and persevering would be affected by Reverse Flow River. Many thoughts were washed away, but there was one thought that seemed to have taken root in Wei Lingyang's heart. I need to persevere. Because I am Central Continent's only hope. If I can capture Ma Hongyun and save Zhao Lianyun, we will have a chance to return in victory. I cannot fail. Central Continent's glory, Celestial Court's glory, I cannot lose it because of me. Wei Lingyang swam forward as usual. He was very stable. The Central Continent Gu immortals around him also followed behind him. This group of Gu immortals was the largest force in Reverse Flow River. They were very eye-catching. Even the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Liqiu, said, "Oh? It seems that Central Continent has a huge advantage. Celestial Court's influence is still as long as ever. This cannot happen. Ma Hongyun is a Northern Plains person." Bai Qin Tian frowned. He looked at Mao Liqiu, then at old ancestor Shuehu, who had a cold expression. He started to worry. Even if Wei Lingyang defeats his competitors and captures Ma and Zhao, what will happen after he leaves Reverse Flow River? Bai Qin Tian thought about it but could not think of a way to escape. He could only continue to watch. Time passed by minutes and seconds. The situation in Reverse Flow River did not change. Ma Zhao was still first. Wuxia and the rest were second. Fang Yuan was in the third place. And Wei Lingyang and the other Central Continent Gu immortals were fourth. The order of the four groups of Gu immortals did not change, but the distance between them had shrunk. These people are actually able to persevere. Strange, how can there be such heroes among humans? The dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Liqiu, mumbled. As expected, the great era is coming. Every time a great era that can create a venerable, large numbers of geniuses will emerge like a geyser. Bai Qin Tian's eyes shined with bright light. He assessed the Gu immortals on Central Continent's side, memorizing their appearances. These people had strong wills. If they grew up, they would become pillars of their respective ancient sects. Persevere. The sect has entrusted the task of protecting Fairy Lianyun to me. I will not give up. I will never give up. Bu Jinzi frowned. It is like Gu refinement, no matter how difficult the process is or how unpredictable the results are, as long as I persevere, there will be gains. Yue Yizi encouraged himself internally. Shi Zhengyi had a furious expression. Lord Mu Ling Lan sacrificed himself to protect Fairy Lian Yun. How can I retreat? Do your best, Shi Zhengyi. For love and justice you cannot retreat. Fang Yuan was expressionless. He stared at Wuxia. Looking at their close relationship, that rank 8 Gu immortal who went crazy is likely a member of Shadow Sect. I need to kill them all. This reverse flow river is the best chance for me to get rid of this threat. Chapter 1287. Reverse flow river flowed quietly. The higher they went, the calmer the river was. But in the minds of the people who were swimming, reverse flow river was flowing in, creating huge waves that would repel any thoughts of swimming upstream. Destruction was not scary, but thoughts and spirits were destroyed. Back then Renzu also lost in reverse flow river. Now these Gu immortals were going to repeat Renzu's mistake. Damn it, I can't hold on anymore. At the next moment Yue Yizi reached his limit. He could not move forward anymore. He was quickly washed away by reverse flow river. Next was the second central continent Gu immortal. The third, Shi Zhengyi, was exhausted. He fainted and was washed away by reverse flow river. Bu Zhenzi was very unwilling, but he could only watch as he floated away. Bai Qin Tian and the rest had ugly expressions as the central continent Gu immortals got eliminated. Not long after, the central continent side that had the advantage in numbers only had rank 8 Gu immortal Wei Lingyang left. To be able to reach rank 8, his willpower was truly shocking. Wei Lingyang displayed the foundation of a rank 8 expert. As for those Gu immortals who were washed away, Bai Qin Tian gathered them one by one. They were not obstructed by old ancestor Shui Hu or the dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Li Qiu. Why are our Gu immortals washed away, but these useless people are still in the river? Some central continent Gu immortals could not stand Wuxia, Fang Yuan and the rest. Mere rank 6, their willpower is truly shocking. But we have all been washed away, they will be here soon. A central continent Gu immortal who had just been washed out of reverse flow river said. However, before Fang Yuan or Wuxia ran out of strength, they saw something happening to Ma Hongyun. Ma Hongyun, who was swimming with all his might, suddenly choked on some water. He was almost washed away. Be careful. Even Bai Qin Tian could not help but call out. Wuxia was overjoyed, but at the next moment, Ma Hongyun regained his composure and continued to swim. It was a false alarm. It's that girl, her willpower is quite shocking. Mao Li Qiu saw through the details. It turned out that at the crucial moment, Zhao Lianyun had actually helped Ma Hongyun, allowing him to stabilize again. As a matter of fact, when the reverse flow river returned to normal, it didn't pose much of a challenge to one's stamina. This was especially true when one reached the upper reaches. The river water became slower and shallower, but the counteracting force against one's willpower and thoughts became stronger and stronger. Hongyun, we can't be separated again. Do you know how much I've experienced, how much I've suffered, and how much I've lost in order to be with you again? Zhao Lianyun was speechless. At this moment she did not have the strength to speak. Her aged body had already burst forth with a power that even Zhao Lianyun himself found hard to believe. Zhao Lianyun had forgotten about her physical strength and her old age. She just wanted to be with Ma Hongyun. Even if he swam with all his might, he did not even have the time to look at the person beside him. Even if he couldn't speak, even if he was in danger. Even if the result is tragic, I will try my best to persevere. Every minute and every second, as long as I'm with him, shoulder to shoulder, no matter what we do, no matter what the situation is, I feel blessed. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun continued to swim forward. Although their speed was very slow, the situation had stabilized. It was a false alarm. Bai Qin Tian and the other central continent Gu immortals, as well as Flood Extremity and Black Extremity, were all shocked. Old ancestor Shui Hu snorted coldly. He could not conceal his disappointment. Reverse flow river, which was the focus of all the immortals, every time the situation changed, the Gu immortals who were watching from the outside would be affected. Even if there were rank 8 Gu immortals among them. Even rank 6 and rank 7 Gu immortals were experts among the same cultivation level, they were elites of their regions. Even an immortal zombie body feels tired? Wuxia smiled bitterly. On his head, Zishan Makoto was pulling Wuxia's hair. He was screaming and playing around, crying and laughing at times. I am only a split soul of my main body, I have not been in this world for long. But from the moment I appeared in this world, I knew the responsibility I had to bear. Now Lord Z has gone crazy again. If I leave him alone he might choke to death in the river. I am the only hope of Shadow Sect. Even if I die of exhaustion here I cannot give up. Only by capturing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun will I have a bargaining chip to stall for time until Lord Z regains consciousness. His responsibilities made Ying Wuxia persevere. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, her chest was heaving up and down. She even laughed lightly, her face was twisted, her eyes were shining with fervor. Spectacular. This is spectacular. In the reverse flow river, I experienced something I had never experienced before. This is the path that Renzu walked on back then. Interesting, this is too interesting. Even if I fail, this trip is not in vain. Even if I lose my life, it is worth it. He Lulan, however, had a furious expression. How can I stop here? Mother, I have not taken revenge for you yet. I have not killed that man with my own hands. Roar. Hang in there for me. He Lulan's body was shaking, she was bursting with unimaginable determination. However, as time passed, someone finally could not hold on anymore. Is this the end of my excitement? I still have great enmity, not? Bai Ningbing and He Lulan were exhausted and were washed out. However, there was no need to worry about their safety. Old Ancestor Shui was already waiting outside the river. Thus, there were only 6 people left in the reverse flow river. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were first. Ying Wuxia and the insane Zishan Makoto were second. Fang Yuan was third. Wei Lingyang was fourth. There is still hope. Now, old Ancestor Shui placed all his hopes on Ying Wuxia. As long as Ying Wuxia captured Ma and Zhao Lianyun, old Ancestor Shui side would have the initiative and control Central Continents by Qin Tian and the rest, as well as Longevity Heaven's dog-tail life-extending ferret. However, if Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were washed out, everyone would have a chance. At that time, a chaotic battle would erupt, and it would be unclear who would win. Not only did it depend on their strength, it also depended on their luck. Lord Wei Lingyang, it is up to you now. Bai Qin Tian thought to himself, he clenched his fists, they were filled with sweat. The dog-tail life-extending ferret snickered. A pair of huge eyes stared at the surface of the river. No one knew what it was thinking. The glory of our great celestial court. A moment later, Wei Lingyang screamed at the sky, he was unwilling but he reached his limit, he was washed away by reverse flow river. Central Continent's Gu immortals gasped in shock. Someone shouted in disbelief, how can this be? Lord Wei Lingyang is a Grand Rank 8 Gu immortal, how can he lose to these people? Upstream of reverse flow river has nothing to do with cultivation level, it depends on one's own willpower. Someone explained. Central Continent's Gu immortals were silent. Didn't this mean that the Grand Rank 8 Celestial Court's Gu immortal Wei Lingyang's willpower could not compare to these people? Bai Qin Tian spoke slowly, don't forget earlier Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were resting on a mound made of soil. According to the information they even had wild fruits to eat. When reverse flow river flowed, they were already at the front, while the Gu immortals behind them had to fight for a long time, their stamina and willpower would be expended in this process. Central Continent's Gu immortals realized. That's right. Even though Lord Wei Lingyang lost, if we start from the same starting point, he will definitely be the final victor. Because of Bai Qin Tian's words, Central Continent's Gu immortals' morale stabilized. Bai Qin Tian was expressionless, but his heart was heavy. What should we do now? Bai Qin Tian was hesitant. As far as Central Continent was concerned, they were already at a huge disadvantage. The safer choice was to retreat and preserve their strength. Or they could go to Black Heaven and see if they could meet up with Myriad Tidal Dragon, with the help of the Immortal Gu House, they might be able to retaliate. The third choice was to stay here and fight with old Ancestor Shui and the dog-tail life-extending ferret for Ma and Zhao. Let's wait for Wei Lingyang to return before discussing this. This was a huge matter, Bai Qin Tian could not make the decision, after all he was not the leader, Wei Lingyang was the leader. However, while they were waiting, something happened in the reverse flow river again. I am unresigned. Ying Wuxia raised his head and shouted, but soon, he was submerged by reverse flow river and washed away. It is finally over. Ying Wuxia die. Fang Yuan screamed internally, he had been waiting for this moment. He and Ying Wuxia collided violently. Both sides fought in the water, but they stopped moving forward. But this way, Fang Yuan and Ying Wuxia as well as Zishan Makoto, were unavoidably washed away by reverse flow river. The sovereign immortal body against the strength path immortal zombie. Without a doubt, Wuxia was at an absolute disadvantage. He was instantly beaten by Fang Yuan's punches and kicks, his bones and tendons were broken. But immortal zombies were living dead. They only had one weakness, the brain. Even the heart was not a weakness. Fang Yuan had been an immortal zombie for a period of time, he naturally knew the crux of this. But Wuxia protected his brain. No matter how Fang Yuan destroyed the other parts of his body, he chose to protect his brain. Undoubtedly this was a smart choice. Because if he delayed, Fang Yuan would be dragged out of Reverse Flow River, then it would be time for Wuxia to counterattack. Don't forget there was still He Lulan by Ning Bing and old ancestor Shuehu. Among everyone present, only Fang Yuan was completely alone. This was a race against time. Fang Yuan wanted to kill Wuxia and Zishan Makoto before they left Reverse Flow River. Meanwhile, Wuxia was trying his best to stall for time. Chapter 1288. The main reason was, fighting in the water greatly affected Fang Yuan's attack continuity. Because he needed to swim to the surface of the river to breathe. In this aspect Fang Yuan could not compare to the dead Mu Linglan. The latter was a water path Gu immortal, he had special water path Dao marks on him that allowed him to breathe underwater. In contrast, immortal zombies did not need to breathe. Because immortal zombies were dead people to begin with. Fang Yuan's attacks did not work, he suddenly changed his target to Zishan Makoto, who was in Wuxia's arms. Wuxia was worried about Zishan Makoto's safety, he quickly tried to save him. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his target, his fingers stabbing towards Wuxia's eyes. This move was vicious and ruthless. As long as he stabbed, Fang Yuan would be able to stab into Wuxia's head and take his life. Wuxia's heart shook, he could not defend in time, he felt despair. But right at this time a change occurred. Zishan Makoto suddenly came out, charging towards Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan had the initiative, he naturally had the strength to defend. He grabbed Zishan Makoto, at the same time he tried to clench his fist and crush Zishan Makoto to death. But even though Zishan Makoto was a wisdom path Gu immortal, his wisdom path Dao marks were deep and unfathomable, Fang Yuan felt like he was grabbing a slippery eel, he actually managed to squeeze Zishan Makoto away. Zishan Makoto escaped from Fang Yuan's demonic claws, his body was extremely agile, he swam in the water, his wings increased his agility, Fang Yuan's following attacks missed. Then Zishan Makoto flew to Wuxia's side, grabbed his collar, and swam with all his might, unexpectedly shaking off Fang Yuan in an instant. Wuxia was both surprised and overjoyed. He looked at Zishan Makoto and saw that his eyes were clear and bright. He immediately knew that at this critical moment of life and death, Zishan Makoto had regained his senses. Awesome! Wuxia's heart leaped with joy. Now that Zishan Makoto had woken up, the two of them could completely regroup and capture Ma and Zhao alive. Let's go! Zishan Makoto carried Wuxia and quickly left along the river. His body was small but he possessed enormous power. Lord Z. Realization dawned on Wuxia at once. Indeed, very soon, Zishan Makoto once again descended into a state of insanity. Sigh. Wuxia sighed deeply. He now knew why Zishan Makoto had retreated. Because he was in an unstable state. Because of Zishan Makoto's interference, Fang Yuan could not get rid of Wuxia. Moreover, he had fallen for a long distance. He was very far away from Ma and Zhao. Old ancestor Shui who had an unhappy expression. With Wuxia and Zishan Makoto's retreat, only 3 people were left in Reverse Flow River. They were Ma Hongyun, Zhao Linyun and Fang Yuan. Who is this person? He is a Northern Plains Gu immortal, he actually foiled my plans? Old ancestor Shui who showed deep killing intent towards Fang Yuan. He Lulan was already standing beside old ancestor Shui who, hearing his question, she had a thought. Fang Yuan and Wuxia clearly had deep hatred, he had to answer now. He Lulan had already become a member of Shadow Sect. At this moment, she could not expose Fang Yuan's true identity. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had another identity, she answered. He is Lu Guanyi. Lu Guanyi? The demonic path Gu immortal who killed Yi Lui Kun Xing and cultivated ancient sword dragon transformation? Old ancestor Shui who was stunned before reacting. He knew about Lu Guanyi. Even though he was refining Gu in snowy mountain-blessed land, he had been paying attention to Northern Plains situation. Because the rank 8 Gu immortals of Northern Plains were the obstacles to him refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. As for Lu Guanyi and Chu Du, old ancestor Shui who did not care about them. But to think that a certain minor character who he did not care about would spoil his plans today at this moment. Ha, luck is on our side after all. The dog-tail life-extending ferret laughed loudly, its laughter reverberated in the surroundings. By Qin Tian and Wei Lingyang had already gathered. Central Continent's Gu immortals were waiting. It seemed that they chose to stay and wait for a chance. Old Ancestor Xuehu He Lulan and Bai Ningbing stood together. All three sides were together, waiting for Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun to be eliminated. Fairy Lianyun, Ma Hongyun, you can come out now. Even if our Central Continent Gu immortals sacrifice our lives, we will protect you. Wei Lingyang said loudly. Laughable. Central Continent fellows actually want to snatch people from me? The dog-tail life-extending ferret, Mao Liqiu, glared at them feeling very displeased. Black Extremity was worried that Mao Liqiu's ferocity would scare Ma Hongyun. He quickly tried to salvage the situation. Ma Hongyun, you obtained fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu's recognition. You have Giant Sun's bloodline, you are a member of Longevity Heaven. Longevity Heaven is the source of our bloodline, Ancestor Giant Sun's Grotto Heaven. We're here to take you home. Old Ancestor Xuehu snorted coldly, threatening Fang Yuan. Lu Guanyi, if you can capture Ma and Zhao, I will allow you to become the third peak lord of Snowy Mountain. I Xuehu am a man of my words, you can rest assured. If you succeed with my support, your future path of cultivation will be smooth. Hearing his words, the other Gu immortals started to pay attention to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan lost the chance to killing Wuxia. There was no other way. He had already tried his best. But the foundation of a rank 8, the advantage of a strength path immortal zombie in reverse flow river, and most importantly, Zishan Makoto's momentary clarity, all of these pushed him towards the abyss of failure. I failed. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. The situation was very dangerous for him. Among the 3 rank 8s outside the river, only Old Ancestor Xuehu could rely on. But Old Ancestor Xuehu had people from Shadow Sect beside him. If I leave reverse flow river, these 3 rank 8s can attack me. My speed cannot match Huifeng Zi, even with myriad self and familiar face, there is little hope of escaping from these 3 rank 8s. Fang Yuan was clear about his own strength. However, if I can capture Ma and Zhao, they will be the best bargaining chips. Central Continent and Longevity Heaven will be willing to trade for them, not to mention Old Ancestor Xuehu, I might even be able to use him to eliminate Shadow Sect. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. He swam up with all his might towards the 2 of them. Ma and Zhao saw Fang Yuan's movement, they were the only ones left in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's malicious intent was clear. Ma and Zhao could only grit their teeth and continue swimming forward. Persevere. I barely escaped from Snowy Mountain, I do not want to be captured again. And Lady Xiao Yun, she became like this because of me, I need to save her. Thus, I need to persevere. Ma Hongyun, you can do it, keep it up. Ma Hongyun gritted his teeth, swimming forward with all his might. Even though he was extremely tired, he had great motivation in his heart. Fang Yuan's speed was faster than Ma and Zhao. But earlier when he fought with Wuxia, he was pushed back by reverse flow river for a long time. Thus, Ma and Zhao were safe unless something happened to them and they could not hold on anymore. Time gradually flowed by, and this peculiar competition had finally reached its final juncture. Outside the river, a large number of Gu immortals watched the 3's actions. At this time, Zhao Lianyun's expression changed. While she was swimming, her feet suddenly touched the ground. Next, she subconsciously stepped on the ground and stood up from reverse flow river, her head and shoulders were above the water. This change made her and Ma Hongyun happy and surprised. How can this be? Flood Extremity was shocked. The dog-tail life-extending ferret yawned, don't be so surprised. The upstream of reverse flow river gets shallower and shallower. Haven't you read The Legends of Rinzhu? Back then, Rinzhu wanted to walk out of reverse flow river, but he failed at the final step. So that's it. Mao Liqiu said loudly, the Central Continent Gu immortals also realized. Unknowingly they are already at the upstream. Guys, look. They're only 100 steps away from the end of the upper reaches. Could it be that Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun can break the record and do something that even the Rinzhu couldn't do? Could it be that they can walk out of the reverse flow river? Not necessarily. Back then, Rinzhu started from the downstream, Ma and Zhao gained a lot of advantages. Even so, it is a grand feat. That's right, their willpower is truly shocking. The Gu immortals discussed this topic intensely. Even Mao Liqiu winked. This means that this Ma Hongyun is really not bad. He can actually get out of reverse flow river. Flood Extremity and Black Extremity looked at each other. The former said proudly, as expected of the person chosen by fortune rivaling heaven, Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was still moving his limbs, trying to swim upstream, while Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were already walking in reverse flow river. Almost all of the Gu immortals were looking at Ma and Zhao. The immortals wanted to know if these two could break the human record, in a sense, surpass Renzu and walk out of reverse flow river from the upstream. Step by step, step by step. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun held onto each other. They were shakily moving forward. They were extremely tired, they were numb, but they persisted. With every step, their bodies would shake like willow branches in the wind. If they fell down at the next moment, nobody would be surprised. But in this state, they continued to move forward. This scene shook the immortals' hearts. What kind of willpower is this? Is this the power of love? The two of them supported each other, they went through thick and thin together. Regardless of the result, I am filled with admiration towards these two. The commotion outside the river gradually stopped. As Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun reached the end of the upstream, the immortals held their breaths. Chapter 1289. Am I going to fail? Fang Yuan was still swimming. Seeing this, his heart felt heavy. No, as long as it is not the last moment, I will still have a chance. I cannot give up. The last step. Bai Qin Tian shouted. The immortals did not even breathe loudly. All of them became nervous, their eyes widened. They wanted to witness this grand moment. Grandpa Mao, get ready. When Ma Hongyun comes out, we will snatch him. Black Extremity transmitted, reminding the dog-tail life-extending ferret. But the latter transmitted, no need to snatch. Grandpa Mao, what do you mean? Black Extremity was anxious. At this time, Ma Hongyun pulled Zhao Lianyun's hand, finally taking the last step. His left foot was still in the reverse flow river, and the water couldn't even cover his left foot. His right foot was already in the air, about to step out of the river. At this time, no one could stop Ma Hongyun, unless Zhao Lianyun went crazy, or Ma Hongyun himself gave up. But neither of those things happened. Ma Hongyun took a step. Splat. A soft sound, water splashed. He stepped into the water. Why is there water? Ma Hongyun dazed, Zhao Lianyun was also dazed. They could clearly see that the moment Ma Hongyun took the last step, the water level of the reverse current river had risen a little. So Ma Hongyun was still in reverse flow river. Why is this happening? Ma Hongyun did not believe it. Gritting his teeth, he took the second step. At this time, the same thing happened again. Reverse flow river rose a little again. He was still in the river. The immortals were in an uproar. Why was reverse flow river like this? Isn't this a little too shameless? Ah. Mao Liqiu suddenly laughed deafeningly. This is too fun, too fun. Look at your expressions, haha, this is really interesting, haha. The immortals' expressions changed. Black Extremity combined Mao Liqiu's words. He immediately understood. Mao Liqiu already knew that Ma Hongyun could not step out of reverse flow river. That was why it was so calm and did not try to snatch him. Grandpa Mao, what is going on? Flood Extremity became impatient, asking curiously. Haha, you bunch of fools, look at yourselves. Mao Liqiu laughed until its claws slapped the ground, creating loud bangs. It was extremely happy. This is what the reverse flow river looks like. There is an upstream and a downstream, but it is impossible to forcefully walk out of the upstream from the downstream. There was no end to the reverse flow river. With every step you take in the upper reaches, it will overtake you. During the immemorial antiquity era, Renzu wanted to save his eldest son, but that was fate Gu. It dictates the life and death of all living beings. How could a dead person have a second life? This goes against the great Tao of heaven and earth. Thus Wisdom Gu did not tell Renzu about this mystical ability of reverse flow river. Ah, this is so fun. I didn't expect to encounter such a fun thing this time. At the end, Mao Liqiu started laughing maniacally again. It even rolled around on the ground, holding its belly in laughter. The immortals' expressions completely changed. This was a primordial secret. This was the first time the Gu immortals present had heard of it. This means, according to the legends, wasn't Wisdom Gu the one who harmed Renzu? Renzu failed at the final step, but the truth is there will never be a final step. Because reverse flow river itself has no end. This is a scheme. This is Wisdom Gu's trap. Wait, if that is the case, wouldn't Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun be trapped in reverse flow river forever? Someone said, reminding everyone of the situation. The immortals quickly looked at reverse flow river. But this time they did not pay attention to Ma and Zhao, instead they looked at Fang Yuan who was not far behind them. Fang Yuan. He did not give up. The result of his perseverance was a huge turning point. This Lu Guanyi did not get swept away, he is still persevering. He is not far from Ma and Zhao. This means with his speed won't he be able to catch Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun soon? Lu Guanyi has great battle strength, the battle earlier proved it. In the reverse flow river, he fought Lord Bai Qintian to a draw. The other Gu immortals were all eliminated. Only Fang Yuan, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were left. Now, even if the Gu immortals outside the river wanted to regroup and swim upstream, they did not have the time. Most importantly, they were all eliminated, their thoughts of swimming upstream were destroyed, they could not muster up the courage to swim in reverse flow river for the time being. Oh no, the only hope now is that Lu Guanyi runs out of energy? Bai Qintian thought of this as cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He suddenly reminded Ma and Zhao, walk slowly, don't be anxious, as long as you keep moving forward, you can stay in reverse flow river. Bai Qintian had fought with Fang Yuan before, he was very clear about Fang Yuan's shocking battle strength in reverse flow river. This could be seen from his injuries after leaving reverse flow river. He had Zishan Makoto's help, and was an immortal zombie, he was only a step away from death. Thus, with Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun's loyalty to Central Continent, they had to avoid interacting with Fang Yuan. They had to stall for time until Fang Yuan could not hold on anymore. This was Central Continent's only chance of victory. But Fang Yuan was still the same, he was not fast, but compared to Ma and Zhao, who were as slow as turtles, he was extremely fast. Not long after he landed on the ground, he was less than 100 steps away from Ma and Zhao. Old ancestor Shui who suddenly spoke, "Good Lu Guanyi, capture Ma and Zhao, if you have any requests you can tell me. You are wanted by Lu tribe and Yi Lui tribe, but as long as you hand these two to me, I will be your ally. From now on, whoever dares to deal with you will be dealing with me." Wei Lingyang was shocked, he also spoke, "Lu Guanyi, we are Central Continent's 10 great sects and members of Celestial Court. If you can protect Ma and Zhao, even if you go to Central Continent, we have ways to modify your immortal aperture and let you adapt to Central Continent's heaven and earth chi. You will become a true Central Continent Gu immortal. If you make a huge contribution, Central Continent will not mistreat you. Old ancestor Shui who will give you several times or even 10 times the reward. Lu Guanyi, even though you do not have the Huangjin bloodline, as long as you make up for your mistakes and protect Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, hand them over to Longevity Heaven. My Longevity Heaven can make an exception and take you in as an external Supreme Elder. If you enter Longevity Heaven, you will receive unimaginable benefits. You will be a member of Northern Plains' righteous path, not a demonic path. Not only will you not be wanted, you will even be welcomed by all of Northern Plains' Huangjin tribes. Flood Extremity also spoke. Chapter 1290. This situation was quite amusing. The three parties simultaneously tried to recruit Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's position was too advantageous. If he succeeded in the river, he would have a huge advantage no matter which party he joined. But Fang Yuan did not respond. He was too tired to speak. He stood on the riverbed and straightened his body, walking forward. He knew that nothing he said would change anything. Only by capturing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun would he have the right to negotiate with the three parties outside the river. The distance between them was shrinking bit by bit. The immortals outside the reverse flow river watched Fang Yuan's every move. People kept raising their offers. There was a strange phenomenon. No one threatened Fang Yuan. Everyone knew that Fang Yuan was Lu Guan's identity on the surface. This Lu Guan had killed even Yilu Kun Xing. He had outstanding strength and had taken the initiative to attack, greatly offending the Lu family. It was clear that he was vicious and lawless. Threatening such a murderer would only produce the opposite of the desired result. "I want to live, I want to be with Hongyun forever." Zhao Lianyun cried, wailing in her heart. She walked forward step by step with difficulty, each step was an inch at a time. "I'm here, I'm right here. Don't be afraid, Xiao Yun, I'll protect you." Ma Hongyun's face was as pale as a sheet. He held onto Zhao Lianyun's arm, his vision darkening. With every step he took, he felt a strong dizziness, making him wonder if he would collapse the next moment. "Where are you two going?" Fang Yuan's voice came from behind Ma Hongyun. Ma and Zhao Lianyun trembled and turned around. Fang Yuan's hands were already on Ma Hongyun's and Zhao Lianyun's shoulders. At this moment, Ma Hongyun raised his head and roared. He pushed Zhao Lianyun and slammed into Fang Yuan. No. But how could Fang Yuan let Ma Hongyun have his way? His failure to deal with Wuxia and Zishan Makoto had already made Fang Yuan quite angry. Dealing with Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, a mortal and a false immortal, was naturally a piece of cake for him. After a series of moves that dazzled Ma Hongyun's eyes, the two of them were subdued by Fang Yuan with one hand each. One on each side, they were clamped under Fang Yuan's armpits, unable to move. Ma and Zhao came to their senses and naturally struggled with all their might. But at this time, Fang Yuan's extremely cold voice rang out, "If you move again, I will kill the person you love the most." Immediately, Ma and Zhao froze, looking at Fang Yuan with an incomparably terrified expression. Fang Yuan's words immediately grasped the weakness of these two people. Fang Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and continued forward with a captive in each hand. In this dangerous situation, at this moment, Fang Yuan forcefully found a chance of survival. He looked at the sky outside the river and said loudly to the three sides, "Now we can have a good talk. Aha kid, you are not bad. With my demeanor in the past, everything can be discussed." Old ancestor Shuehu laughed loudly. "Don't be rash, Central Continent can satisfy all your conditions." Wei Lingyang followed. "Boring." Mao Liqiu curled its lips and lay on the ground, wagging its tail leisurely. Black Extremity laughed bitterly. "Lu Guanyi, what do you want? Just say it, ugh." At this time a sudden change occurred. Ma Hongyun suddenly stopped breathing. He died. The immortals were shocked, there was dead silence. For a moment even Fang Yuan was stunned. "I clearly didn't use any strength." No, Ma Hongyun died from exhaustion. He held Zhao Lianyun and moved forward, unrestrainedly squeezing out his essence, qi and spirit, surpassing his limits again and again. In the end, not only was his physical strength exhausted, even his spirit was exhausted. After being clamped by me, the moment his body relaxed, he instantly died. Fang Yuan quickly understood. This sudden change caught him off guard. Ma Hongyun died. The immortals gasped. "Damn it. Lu Guanyi, you actually killed him. I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive. You will die a horrible death." Old ancestor Shuehu was furious. He roared at the sky with bloodshot eyes. Once Ma Hongyun died, his fortune rivaling heaven dissipated. That was to say, only a living Ma Hongyun had huge value as an immortal material. A dead Ma Hongyun was merely a rank 5 Gu master. This was also why Lady Wanshou had been trying to refine Ma Hongyun alive, and not kill him first before slowly refining him. Like the spring dream fruit tree, luck path immortal materials had their own special characteristics. If it was a living luck path immortal material, it had to be kept alive. When refining luck path immortal Gu, the living refinement method was needed. Ma Hongyun. By Qin Tian, Wei Lingyang and the rest were dejected. "Little worm, you actually clamped Ma Hongyun to death, you clamped him to death." Mao Liqiu's voice was even louder than old ancestor Shuehu's. It had a ruthless expression as it bared its sharp teeth, it was furious and its fur was bristling, it wanted to pounce on Fang Yuan and eat him alive. Ma Hongyun died just like that. "Don't worry, I still have Zhao Lianyun." Fang Yuan suppressed the shock in his heart. Zhao Lianyun's face was covered in tears. Hongyun. Hongyun. The person she loved the most had died in front of her eyes. The unparalleled pain and sorrow were like a tsunami that swallowed her whole. But she could not scream, she could not shout, she could not make a sound. She could only scream and scream in her heart. It was not easy, she had gone through so much trouble to reach this step. She had just met Ma Hongyun not long ago, but they were separated forever. What could Zhao Lianyun do now? Her tears flowed down, the sorrow was etched into her heart, the pain was heavier than death by 1,000 cuts, her body was shaking intensely. Oh no. Fang Yuan quickly attacked, wanting to knock Zhao Lianyun unconscious. This was to prevent Zhao Lianyun from dying from excessive sorrow. However, just as Fang Yuan's hand was about to land on Zhao Lianyun's neck, a blue light shone from Zhao Lianyun's body. Rank 9 Love Immortal Gu. At the crucial moment, it displayed its power again. This aura, rank 9 Love. Wait, didn't they say that Gu worms cannot be used in reverse flow river? Flood Extremity shouted. Mao Liqiu rolled its eyes. Are you stupid? How can there be absolutes in this world? Reverse flow river is a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Because it is filled with wondrous Dao marks, Gu worms cannot be used. But rank 9 immortal Gu are not Dao marks, they are fragments of the great Dao. Reverse flow river's Dao marks cannot suppress them, the immortal Gu will show off. Save him, even if I have to sacrifice my life. Zhao Lianyun was overjoyed, he shouted in his mind. But Love Immortal Gu could not be controlled, The blue light brought Zhao Lianyun to the sky. He escaped from Reverse Flow River. Next, he went to Bai Qintian and Wei Lingyang. He was so fast that the others could not react in time. Ma Hongyun's corpse was left behind. Fang Yuan held it tightly in his hands. Even though Ma Hongyun was dead, his soul was still in his body. But old ancestor Shui Hu had already lost interest in this corpse. If reviving Ma Hongyun had any use, Lady Wanshou would not have to use such a difficult live refinement method. Mao Liqiu stared at Fang Yuan with hostility, baring its fangs. Fang Yuan had just grasped the opportunity, but who could have expected the situation to change, causing Fang Yuan to fall into an even more dangerous situation than before? Such an accident, it must be the work of Providence. At once Fang Yuan realized. He fell into Reverse Flow River. All his immortal goo were useless. So much time had passed, Providence's arrangements showed their power. First he was swept into Reverse Flow River, then Zishan Mikoto, Wuxia, and finally Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. Providence. Fang Yuan raised his head. At this moment he was surrounded by enemies. Not only did old ancestor Shui Hu, Mao Liqiu, and Central Continent's Gu immortals want to kill him to vent their anger, Providence was also everywhere trying to get rid of him, the biggest variable in the world. Desperate situation. Then what should I do? Fang Yuan's mouth was dry. But from start to finish he was expressionless. He could not think of a way. Just old ancestor Shui Hu alone was an opponent that Fang Yuan could not match. That huge sable was unfathomable. It had a huge origin. It was giant sun immortals' mount in the past. Not to mention the other Gu immortals. Fang Yuan could not think of a way. He could only continue to move in Reverse Flow River. He could hear the shouts and screams of the Gu immortals. Lu Guanyi, you will not escape death today. You have done too many evil deeds. In the end, your evil deeds brought about your own destruction. You ended up in this state. Heaven is truly fair. Kill him, we need to kill him. He dared to ruin our plans. Do you know that you've killed someone you absolutely cannot touch? Today you will die for sure. The dog-tail life-extending ferret roared at the sky, creating endless sound waves. If not for Reverse Flow River blocking it, it would have attacked Fang Yuan already. Is there no other way? Reverse Flow River will wash me away with my current methods. There is little hope of escaping. Fang Yuan was very troubled. He could only continue moving in Reverse Flow River. Step by step. He was already at the front. With every step he took, Reverse Flow River would flow forward a step. Fang Yuan was always inside the river. Reverse Flow River had no end. This was a form of despair. But Fang Yuan did not care. In my life I have experienced too much despair. Fang Yuan sighed internally. His gaze was still clear. He was still expressionless. Based on the current situation, it seems like I can only wait for the three sides to fight each other before I can take the opportunity to leave. Then I can only persevere in this river. Fang Yuan pondered. Step by step. As time passed, the Gu immortals who could not wait for Fang Yuan to be washed away started to get impatient. Is he done yet? What's the point of walking in the Reverse Flow River? You're going to die anyway. Come out, you coward. I will slap you to death. You have no hope left, Lu Guanyi. Even if you die, you will still have some pride. Some of the Gu immortals snickered, some watched coldly. Chapter 1291. If you think that you will wait for us to fight and find a chance to escape, then give up on that idea. I Shui Hu only have you as my target today. Do you know how much I paid to refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu? You ruined my cultivation plan. You are the person I hate the most in my life. If I do not kill you, I will not be able to vent my hatred. Old ancestor Shui Hu looked at Fang Yuan eerily. His words were like cold water that poured on Fang Yuan's heart. But Fang Yuan was still expressionless. He was like a rock, a deaf and mute person made of iron. No words, be it threats or enticements, had any effect. Time passed. Fang Yuan continued to move forward. Unknowingly, the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Liqiu's growls became weaker. The expression on the enormous violet mink's face changed. It spoke with a strange and incredulous tone as it looked at Fang Yuan, muttering, "It can't be. It can't be what?" Black Extremity felt strange. At this moment, old ancestor Shui Hu, Bai Qintian, and Wei Lingyang's expressions also changed slightly. They sensed something too. Soon the other Gu immortals were also moved. They gasped in shock. Oh, this is the aura of a Gu worm? But it seems to be the same. What Gu worm? Impossible. Does he have a rank 9 immortal Gu as well? Something is wrong. This is not the aura of an immortal Gu, or rather, it is incomplete. So strange. Suddenly Yue Yi's eyes shined. He guessed the truth. He said, "This situation he is refining goo." A goo immortal scoffed, "How can this be? Refining goo in reverse flow river?" Indeed. Goo worms could not be used in reverse flow river, unless they were rank 9 immortal goo. Even though Fang Yuan had wisdom goo, he was in Langya blessed land, he could not use any goo worms, let alone refine goo. Fang Yuan also sensed the mystical changes in his body. He was expressionless but his heart was shaking. It seems, he is really refining goo? What is going on? Every time I move forward, the aura in my body gets stronger. What happened? Although Fang Yuan didn't know the specifics, he understood that this seemed to be his turning point. The situation was already terrible. No matter what, Fang Yuan was willing to continue trying. He walked on, one step after another. His steps were steady and his face was expressionless, but he gave off a strong feeling. Why is he expressionless? A goo immortal suddenly asked. The immortals finally reacted. That was right. Other than Fang Yuan, everyone else had either twisted expressions on their faces, or were in extreme pain. They were either mad or weeping. Why was Fang Yuan so expressionless? The immortals were silent. They all knew that the person who asked this question actually wanted to ask another question. That is, why can this Lu Guanyi last so long? Moreover, he seems to be able to persevere for even longer or even forever. How was this possible? Everyone was eliminated, washed out by the reverse flow river. Why was he still here? Why did he look like he still had some strength left? Why was it him? Why him? No one could answer this question. The goo immortals were silent. A moment later, as Fang Yuan continued to move forward, the aura of the goo worms in his body continued to grow. It had reached a limit. Soon, Fang Yuan's body started to emit a pure white light from inside out. To think that, it really developed to this state. Mao Liqiu saw this and stared with wide-opened eyes. It was tongue-tied, unable to believe this scene. "Grandpa Mao, what is going on?" Black Extremity could not help but ask. "Sigh. At this point, it doesn't matter even if I say it." Mao Liqiu sighed deeply, showing a deep sense of defeat on its face. An immortal goo is being created in his body. This immortal goo is called perseverance. Mao Liqiu said something shocking. Perseverance immortal goo? Black Extremity was shocked. The other goo immortals were not any better. The legends of Renzu mentioned that perseverance immortal goo is the key to conquering reverse flow river? Didn't it not exist? Yue Yizi asked. No, it exists. Bai Qin Tian said. He was a goo immortal of celestial court, he knew many secrets. And someone had once controlled it, that person was the Lord of Celestial Court, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Wei Lingyang added. What? Everyone was shocked again. But Perseverance Immortal Goo's refinement method, we did not expect it to be like this. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable did not reveal it either. Bai Qin Tian shook his head and sighed. Of course he did not want to reveal it. Because this is a scandal in his life. Mao Liqiu interjected. It seemed to be interested in anything that affected the reputation of Celestial Court. These words caused Shi Zhengyi to shout, "Nonsense, how dare you slander the name of an immortal venerable? To be able to challenge a legendary immemorial desolate beast?" Shi Zhengyi's courage was praiseworthy. Many Central Continent Gu immortals were worried for him. Mao Liqiu was not angry. "Kid, what do you know? Immortal venerables and demon venerables have high cultivation level, but they are humans. Humans have emotions, they have flaws and weaknesses." Back then, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable charged into Reverse Flow River and was trapped inside, unable to escape. In the end, he stayed at the top for a long time and refined Perseverance Immortal Gu in his body. From then on, he conquered Reverse Flow River, becoming the first owner of Reverse Flow River in history. Reverse Flow River's first owner? Even old ancestor Shui, who showed a shocked expression. This Reverse Flow River had been in his hands for a long time. To think that there was such a secret. In that case. At once, the immortals' gazes turned to Fang Yuan. Mao Liqiu sighed, looking at Fang Yuan, who was bathed in white light with a deep gaze, saying helplessly, "That's right. At this rate, he is going to refine Perseverance Immortal Gu and become the second owner of Reverse Flow River." The immortals were speechless. They watched as Fang Yuan walked forward step by step. He was expressionless. No matter how many steps he took, Reverse Flow River would always flow below his feet. It was like the greatest mockery of fate. But he continued to walk. He had walked from the 500 years of his previous life. He did not know how long it would take. But he knew where he wanted to go. It seemed, no one could stop him. At the very least, There was no one who could stand in his way. 500 years in his previous life. Fang Yuan leaned on the bamboo building, looking at the village and Qingmao Mountain behind him. He clenched his fists, his young face was filled with hope. It is time to give up on the past. It is my good fortune to be able to transmigrate here, because I can achieve longevity here. I need to make use of this rare opportunity. Otherwise, how can I face myself in this opportunity? Of course, right now, I need to improve my brothers and my living environment. At that kid. After awakening. On the battle stage, Fang Yuan lowered his head with a furious expression. I was plotted against. Who plotted against me? They did not want me to defeat my opponent? The answer is obvious. Brother, give up, you are not my match. Because of our different talents, we are destined to be different. Guyue Fangjing said happily. Fang Yuan turned around and left, his eyes filled with determination. Since the village does not nurture me and uncle and aunt are purposely pushing me away, what's the point of me staying here? Could it be that I can become stronger and achieve immortality here? Why don't I leave? In the caravan. The bearded Gu master was dead. Fang Yuan stood in front of his grave. The young man's eyes were filled with tears, choking, Uncle Bearded, rest in peace. Thank you for the gift before you left. You said, when you were young, you wanted to be a person of indomitable spirit, like those legendary figures of the righteous path. When you were young, you felt that becoming a clan leader was not bad. When you were young, becoming a clan elder was already a great feeling. When you were middle-aged, you were exiled by the clan, and found that as long as you could support yourself and raise the goo worms on your body, you would be satisfied. I will not let my dreams wither with age like this. This world is too big and we are all small characters, but I will do my best. I will always work hard. Childhood, youth. Qingmao Mountain, the caravan they traveled. Middle age, old age, they obtained lifespan goo. Southern border, western desert, eastern sea, central continent. After spring autumn cicadas rebirth, Qingmao Mountain, Three Kings Mountain, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Imperial Court Blessed Land, Yitian Mountain, Reverse Flow River. They traveled step by step through wind and rain. Bai Qin Tian frowned, he stared at Fang Yuan's figure, thinking, what kind of willpower is this? Why is he so persistent? What is it that makes him so persistent? Old ancestor Shui Hu snorted coldly, a solemn light flashed in his eyes, he no longer had the disdain he had towards ordinary rank 7 Gu immortals. That means to say, 300,000 years ago there was Genesis Lotus, 300,000 years later, there is Lu Guanyi, Reverse Flow River Lord. Mao Liqiu looked at the bright light on Fang Yuan's body, it was helpless, it gritted its teeth and scratched the ground with its claws, creating deep marks. Bai Ning Bing and He Lolan's eyelids twitched, they were deeply moved. Zhao Lianyun woke up slowly, she looked at Ma Hongyun's corpse, which was held by Fang Yuan's other arm, tears flowed out of her eyes. She cried in her heart, Hongyun, how can you leave me? Without you, I am alone in this world. What is the point of me living? Do you know? How hard is it for a person to persevere alone? How hard is it for a person to persevere alone? All the Gu immortals present could answer this question. Because among them, some persevered because of responsibility, some persevered because of hatred, some persevered because of excitement, some persevered because of love, and Fang Yuan's answer? He was still expressionless, he continued to move forward without moving. I once screamed but gradually I could no longer make a sound. I once cried but gradually I stopped crying. I once felt sorrow but gradually I could endure everything. I once felt joy but gradually I became indifferent to the world. And now, I am only expressionless below, my gaze is firm like a rock, I only have perseverance left in my heart. This is me, a minor character, Fang Yuan's perseverance. The light shined brightly, it could not be looked at directly. Chapter 1292. I have revised this chapter many times, I did not hesitate to cut out many of the existing drafts, and in the end I almost wrote it from scratch. In the end I finally wrote some of the feelings in my heart. Without a doubt, the main idea of this plot is persistence. The legends of Rinzhu, as always, played a key role. A few days ago, readers who subscribed to the original version of this book might have seen some bad reviews from new readers when they were browsing Qidian's book review section. Actually, these are already considered good. Slander, abuse, curses that involve family members, reports time and time again. I started writing this book 4 or 5 years ago, and I've experienced this kind of thing too many to count. One of them is that an author who can write such a main character must also be a pervert. This point of view is too funny and also a little sad. According to this logic, an author who writes small white novels is naturally a small white? An author who writes dark novels is naturally dark? Mr. Li Zongwu who writes thick black novels is thick black? Then, I have written many stallion novels before, am I a stallion? Many people do not understand Fang Yuan, just like how they do not understand the original intention of writing this book. Fang Yuan has never let his dreams shrink. I have never forgotten the original intention of writing this book, which is to write about a villain. I know that most people are used to seeing decent because it is easy and there is no moral pressure. However, real life is never easy and is mostly cold and cruel. So, I suggest many readers to read the preface of this book before reading it. I want to write about a villain, and to write about a villain, it is impossible to not write about cruelty and coldness. Many readers do not like Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun. I understand you sincerely. But to me, I love the main character Fang Yuan, and also the supporting characters such as Bai Ningbing, Ma Hongyun, He Lulan, Ing Wuxia, etc. Because in them they have their own will, their own brilliance, their own opportunities and their own thoughts. They are living people and they allude to some aspects of our real life. There will always be people who need to work hard, there will always be people who are especially lucky, and can reap benefits without putting in any effort, there will always be people who have a high starting point, there will always be people who are attractive and lovable. Society is like this, and the novel I write is to create a world and it should be like this, to include these things. I, on the other hand, tend to believe in personal effort and the realization of personal self-worth. Therefore the protagonist was Fang Yuan. I know that most of my readers are also inclined towards personal efforts and the realization of self-worth, so they love the character of Fang Yuan. Ma Hongyun's death seemed funny, but I thought it was inevitable. Tonight, Weibo News will do a special topic on Ma Hongyun, explaining and analyzing this character. I think that everyone living in this world should have a tolerant heart. We love the character of Fang Yuan, so why don't we take a look at the highlights of other characters? Just like in real life, there will always be people around us that we hate. But if we look at them from a different angle, we might be able to find something special about them. People with such foresight are blessed. Because he or she will be broad-minded and will not easily make oneself unhappy because of the external appearance. Wasn't it a beautiful thing to be able to live happily? More importantly, these people were open-minded and would not let their prejudices hinder their own understanding. If they looked at it this way, they would also discover some very interesting things in life. As for the book reviews from a few days ago, they could stand at a height and overlook these things. Thank you for your support. Fang Yuan has been persevering. I, the author, have also been persevering and have never given up. Once again, thank you for your continued support. Please subscribe to the original version. Such support can never be too much. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 1293. Perseverance. Immortal Gu was finally refined at this moment. Outside Reverse Flow River, the immortals witnessed this as they fell into silence. They saw that Reverse Flow River's water was rippling as it flowed slowly. A rank 7 Gu immortal with a young appearance, he wore a white robe, his hair was long like a waterfall, his eyes were deep as he stood in the water, his body was like the wind. He really refined perseverance. Immortal Gu. Bai Ningbing muttered with a complex expression. He did the same thing as Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? The Central Continent Gu immortals were still in disbelief. Look, he is no longer moving forward, he is standing on the spot, but Reverse Flow River is not washing him away. Shi Jingyi pointed and said loudly. Fang Yuan shut his eyes, half of his attention was placed in his immortal aperture. A brand new immortal Gu had formed completely, appearing in his immortal aperture. Perseverance. Immortal Gu. It was shaped like a stone tablet, it was huge, it was the size of a whale. It was wide at the bottom and narrow at the top, it was squarish and black in color, the edges were sharp and straight. Looking at it, one would think that it was a reef that would not fall for 10,000 years, or a rock that would not melt in lava. It was a very special immortal Gu. In terms of size, it was the largest immortal Gu that Fang Yuan had ever obtained. Rank 7 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan could clearly sense the rank of this immortal Gu from the aura that Perseverance Immortal Gu was emitting. It was neither rank 8 nor rank 9. Fang Yuan was happy about this. The higher the rank of an immortal Gu, the better it was. There was no need to explain this, every Gu immortal knew this. Rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Gu was very compatible with Fang Yuan's rank 7 cultivation level. What is this Perseverance Immortal Gu feed? What effect does it have? How can I increase its usage? All sorts of questions appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He did not think about it, he focused his attention on the outside. Outside Reverse Flow River, the 3 rank 8 existences were still eyeing him. The other Gu Immortals were also emitting malicious intent towards Fang Yuan. With perseverance, Immortal Gu, I actually conquered Reverse Flow River. Fang Yuan soon realized that Reverse Flow River was like a docile kitten or puppy beside him. The immense pressure that he felt before had completely vanished. Fang Yuan didn't move. The Reverse Flow River had no effect on him. Not just that, Fang Yuan also found that he could use any Gu worms in the river. He could even freely open his Immortal Aperture's entrance. Alright. Fang Yuan was excited. He immediately stuffed Ma Hongyun's corpse into his Immortal Aperture. Ma Hongyun's soul also entered Fang Yuan's Immortal Aperture. His soul possessed the luck path, true inheritance of all living beings. This was something that Fang Yuan had always remembered. Back in Imperial Court Blessed Land, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were both protected by the All Beings' Fate True Inheritance, and each of them obtained a portion of the True Inheritance's contents. Now that Ma Hongyun's soul has fallen into my hands, the portion of the fate of all beings' true inheritance that he possesses is naturally mine. It is a pity that Zhao Lianyun had rank 9 Love Immortal Gu, I could not capture her. To Fang Yuan, Ma Hongyun's soul had a lot of value. But his body, even though it was not mortal and had been refined many times, it could only be used as a Gu material. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. If he could capture Zhao Lianyun, he might be able to use her to negotiate with the Gu Immortals outside. But earlier, because of Love Immortal Gu's power, Zhao Lianyun escaped from danger and returned to Bai Qin Tian and Wei Lingyang's side. Northern Plains Lu Guanyi, to think that this battle would make you famous. Wei Lingyang sighed. I want you to die, I want you to die. Zhao Lianyun screamed in a sharp voice. Her gaze towards Fang Yuan was filled with hatred and resentment. She loved Ma Hongyun, but now she hated Fang Yuan even more. Lu Guanyi, even if you become the Reverse Flow River Lord, so what? Old Ancestor Shuehu sneered. Rascal, you are quite capable. But this is as far as you can go. You killed Ma Hongyun and caused me to fail before I could do anything. If you walk out of Reverse Flow River obediently, I will kill you with one slap. I will give you a quick death. Roar. The dog-tail life-extending ferret's eyes shined with a fierce light. Damn it. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He was the only person in Reverse Flow River now, but the situation was not turning for the better for him. It was like he was trapped in the Reverse Flow River. Even though he refined Perseverance Immortal Gu and conquered Reverse Flow River, he could not take the initiative and leave. Especially after losing Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, Fang Yuan was in an extremely passive state. 3 rank 8 existences, many Gu Immortal experts, and Providence is vast and mighty. Fang Yuan looked around and found himself surrounded. His success in refining Perseverance Immortal Gu was too eye-catching. He became the target of everyone. Old Ancestor Shuehu suddenly opened his mouth and shouted, spitting out an icy cold wave. The cold wave quickly struck Reverse Flow River Mountain. Reverse Flow River flowed rapidly. The river surface shined as the cold wave was reflected back. Old Ancestor Shuehu dodged it, staring at the river as he sneered, Lu Guanyi, you ruined my plans. Surrender now and hand over Reverse Flow River. I can spare your life and make you my servant. But if you insist on going your own way and still want to resist stubbornly, I guarantee that you will suffer a fate worse than death. Saying so, he continued to spit out cold waves at Reverse Flow River. Reverse Flow River continued to reflect the attacks, but Old Ancestor Shuehu dodged them all. He continued to threaten. Lu Guanyi, if you think that Reverse Flow River can protect you, you are wrong. Even though Reverse Flow River is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, it has great power. It is a dead object. It will expend energy when it reflects the attacks back. Over time there will be a day when the river will run dry. When that time comes, it will be your death. As Old Ancestor Shuehu attacked, Reverse Flow River started to expend energy. Even though it was only a small amount at this rate, it would be used up eventually. Fang Yuan retorted loudly, Old Ancestor Shuehu, you are the number 1 rank 8 in Northern Plains. The ones who ruined your Gu refinement plan were Central Continent's Gu Immortals. Furthermore, there might have been an ambush by Longevity Heaven. I just happened to be at the right time and appeared here by chance. You did not deal with these true enemies, you chose to deal with a minor character like me? Once he said this, Bai Qin Tian and Wei Lingyang became vigilant. They retreated slightly. Mao Liqiu grinned, Rascal, you are really good at sowing discord. Old Ancestor Shuehu was slightly dazed. Lu Guanyi, you seem to have forgotten, this reverse flow river below you belongs to me. You stole my secluded domain of heaven and earth, you are my mortal enemy. You even caused Ma Hongyun's death, completely destroying my hopes. If I do not kill you, I will not be able to vent my hatred. Fang Yuan quickly said, Old Ancestor Xuehu, we are all Northern Plains Gu immortals. Among them, this large sable is from Longevity Heaven. These Central Continent Gu immortals are from the 10 great ancient sects or celestial court. They are all righteous path cultivators, only we are of the demonic path. Righteous and demonic path cannot coexist, we can cooperate. Yes, I seized Reverse Flow River and became the Reverse Flow River Lord by luck. But as long as we cooperate, I can lend Reverse Flow River to you. With me, Reverse Flow River will be much more useful to you than before. I did kill Ma Hongyun, but everyone knows that I did not do it on purpose. I only used my fingers lightly and Ma Hongyun died. He was overworked and exhausted, or maybe he received too much shock, he could not take it anymore. Without me he would have died, I was just an innocent bystander. Now that he is dead, fortune rivaling heaven's effect is gone, I can understand why you want to take revenge on me. But you want to undergo tribulation, even if you kill me to vent your anger, can I help you? Saying so, Fang Yuan shook his head, continuing, not only can I not, it will also be detrimental to Old Ancestor Xuehu's tribulation. Because Reverse Flow River is so vast, even if you expend all of it, you will not be able to refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu to help you pass tribulation. Old Ancestor Xuehu, you have a family, you are a formidable overlord, you are the #1 overlord of Northern Plains demonic path. If you die in the tribulation, even if you are heavily injured, it will make Northern Plains and Central Continent's righteous path enemies happy. At the same time, it will make Lady Wanshou sad. Even though Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is destroyed and the Gu refinement failed, as long as you, Old Ancestor Xuehu, are here, we can rebuild a second Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. If the Gu refinement fails, we can loot and obtain the Gu materials to refine again. These righteous path Gu immortals have bad intentions, we can make use of them. I, Lu Guanyi, am of Northern Plains demonic path, I am willing to work with you to create a great cause. Fang Yuan's words were smooth and eloquent, he had a glib tongue. Old Ancestor Xuehu heard these words and felt that Fang Yuan was not so hateful anymore. Because Fang Yuan's words were reasonable, even though Old Ancestor Xuehu was furious and hateful, he did not lose his rationality. Moreover, Fang Yuan was standing on his side, thinking for him and making plans. How could Old Ancestor Xuehu not be moved? He was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Even after this huge setback, he did not lose his ambition. If he was going to refine Gu in the future, where would the Gu materials come from? Old Ancestor Xuehu subconsciously looked at Bai Qin Tian, Wei Ling Yang, and the dog-tail life-extending ferret. Seeing Old Ancestor Xuehu's gaze, Wei Ling Yang and Bai Qin Tian could not help but feel nervous. Mao Li Chiu felt offended, its fur bristled as it opened its mouth, revealing its terrifying sharp fangs, showing no weakness towards Old Ancestor Xuehu. This guy is still as crafty as ever. Wuxia was furious. If it were in the past, he might have persuaded Old Ancestor Xuehu to cooperate with Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body was the result of Shadow Sect's painstaking efforts for 100,000 years, it could not be lost. But now that Wuxia was chased by Fang Yuan and saw Fang Yuan conquer Reverse Flow River, his wariness towards Fang Yuan had reached an extreme level. If there was a chance, Wuxia would definitely deal a fatal blow to Fang Yuan and kill this terrifying enemy. But Wuxia did not say anything. Zishan Makoto, who was in his arms, had already fallen into a deep sleep. When Zishan Makoto wakes up, he will have a period of clarity. Right now, the most important thing for Wuxia was to keep a low profile. It would be best if everyone forgot about him. This was the time when Shadow Sect was at its weakest. Actually, Central Continent's Gu immortals were in the same situation. Even though they were wary of Zhao Lianyun, they did not dare to retreat rashly. Once they retreated, they might attract attention and become the target of everyone. The situation was in a deadlock. It was rather subtle. Old Ancestor Xuehu, Shadow Sect, Central Continent's Gu immortals, Longevity Heaven, and Fang Yuan, none of them dared to make a move. They had their own considerations and standpoint, and most importantly, they did not have the strength to make the final decision. Old Ancestor Xuehu's attitude became the most crucial point. The immortals stared at him. Old Ancestor Xuehu thought about it before saying, "Sure. We can form an alliance." Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Chapter 1294. Seeing that Fang Yuan's words managed to convince old ancestor Shui Hu, be it Central Continent's side or Longevity Heaven's side, their expressions changed. Old ancestor Shui Hu was the number 1 rank 8 in Northern Plains demonic path. If he used his full strength, he could easily take away Fang Yuan in front of the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Li Qiu, by Chen Tian and Wei Lingyang. However, old ancestor Shui Hu gave Fang Yuan a harsh alliance agreement. Fang Yuan's joy vanished. According to this agreement, he would not be old ancestor Shui Hu's equal ally, he would only be his servant. Old ancestor Shui Hu, this alliance agreement? Are you joking? Fang Yuan's expression turned unsightly. Thus, old ancestor Shui Hu laughed, of course not. Lu Guanyi, didn't you analyze it clearly and logically? Among us, only we are demonic path members, we are natural allies. You killed Yi Lui Kun Xing, killed Lu tribe's Gu immortals, and plundered their resources. Are you going to surrender yourself to Longevity Heaven? Or leave my homeland and go to Central Continent? To become the lackey of the 10 great ancient sects in Celestial Court? I'm your best choice. Saying so, he paused, looking at Wuxia. You know, I have my own difficulties. I've already made an agreement with these people. But it seems that you have enmity with them. I cannot offend another rank 8 just for Reverse Flow River and a rank 7 Gu immortal, right? Wuxia's heart jumped. On the surface, old ancestor Shui Hu was forcing Fang Yuan to surrender, but he was also probing Shadow Sect, probing Zishan Makoto's background. After all, everyone had seen Zishan Makoto's insanity. If Zishan Makoto went crazy and could not be controlled, old ancestor Shui Hu might attack them. After all, the loot from killing a rank 8 Gu immortal who had lost his mind was enough to move old ancestor Shui Hu. Not to mention, old ancestor Shui Hu's Gu refinement had failed, snowy mountain-blessed land was destroyed, his previous investments were all for naught. Fang Yuan's face darkened. Old ancestor Shui Hu was an overlord of the demonic path, he was not so easy to fool. His previous words had indeed moved old ancestor Shui Hu. But old ancestor Shui Hu was shrewd and calculative, he used Fang Yuan's words to deal with Fang Yuan. Old ancestor Shui Hu's words were probably filled with guesses and probing. But Fang Yuan knew that he would never cooperate with Mao Li Qiu or Wei Lingyang. Longevity Heaven was naturally protective of its people. Fang Yuan had killed Yelu Kun Xing, offending the Gold family, and now he had killed Ma Hongyun. Relying on Longevity Heaven was simply courting death. On the other hand, he could not go to Jianghu State. Even though he had wisdom path methods to protect himself now, they were not reliable. He usually stayed in seclusion, either using his immortal aperture to isolate himself, or using the Super Gu formation in southern border to avoid Central Continent's deductions and investigations. If he went to Central Continent, he would be sensed by the Celestial Court's Gu immortal fairy Myrtle. By then, his true identity would be exposed and he would be brought to justice. After all, his name had always been on the Demon Judgment Board. As for Shadow Sect, because of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, it was even more impossible. Thus, among the people present, only old ancestor Shui Hu and Fang Yuan could borrow his help. But now, old ancestor Shui Hu said that he could help Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan had to agree to the alliance agreement. And if Fang Yuan agreed, he would be selling himself to old ancestor Shui Hu. If you agree, I can guarantee your safety. If you do not agree, I will attack Reverse Flow River, you will die here today, don't even think about it. Old ancestor Shui Hu was domineering, he stared at Fang Yuan and forced him to make a decision. Fang Yuan hesitated and struggled. Let me think about it. I will only give you 3 breaths of time. Old ancestor Shui Hu had a cold expression. He breathed out coldly, giving Fang Yuan 3 breaths of time. How harsh was this? Fang Yuan smiled, thinking that he could not deceive old ancestor Shui Hu. He could not stall for time. He stopped pretending. Then I will have to test old ancestor's methods. Ah. Old ancestor Shui Hu raised his head and laughed. His smile was sinister. I knew it, how can someone who can become the Reverse Flow River Lord submit to others so easily? Thus, I will beat you into submission and make you beg for mercy. Old ancestor Shui Hu was excited, he still did not want to kill Fang Yuan. But who knew if this was his scheme? Old ancestor Shui Hu attacked, waves of frost attacked unceasingly with great might. Reverse Flow River's water was turbulent, it reflected Shui Hu's attacks and expended its own water. Fang Yuan did not move, it was still too early to affect him. But he was bound to lose because he could only take a beating, he had no way to retaliate. I need to think of a way to get out of this predicament and escape. Fang Yuan smiled as he said to Central Continent's side, Central Continent's Gu Immortals are guests. If we do not leave now, when will we? Do you want Northern Plains Gu Immortals to unite and deal with you? Wei Lingyang and Bai Qin Tian's hearts jumped. Zhao Linyun screamed, "Murderer! You should worry about yourself. I will only leave after I see you die in front of me." The other Central Continent Gu Immortals were silent. They looked at the two rank 8 Gu Immortals. But Wei Lingyang and Bai Qin Tian did not move. They were like statues, they did not react. Fang Yuan looked at the dog-tail life-extending ferret. He was about to speak. Mao Liqiu chuckled, "Little kid, no need to use words to drive a wedge between us, it is useless. I am right here, even if Shuehu does not kill you, I will." Saying so, it also started to attack. It opened its mouth and spat out purple qi. It was reflected by reverse flow river like a fog, increasing its expenditure. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in his mind. These rank 8 existences, be they humans or beasts, were extremely shrewd. Words could not be used to sway them. It seems that I can only rely on myself now. My new move is powerful, but to escape from 4 rank 8 existences, oh no, to escape from 5 rank 8 existences, it will be very difficult. The 5 rank 8 existences were old ancestor Shuehu, Mao Liqiu, Bai Qin Tian, Wei Lingyang, and Zishan Makoto, who was in an unknown state. Fang Yuan looked at the water below him. He was in a daze for a moment. The attacks from outside the river were like a tide. There were loud explosions from time to time. Fang Yuan did not care about his surroundings, he did not care about them at all. An inspiration flashed in his mind. Activating the immortal Gu, the river below him started to ripple according to his will. It seems that if I use Perseverance Immortal Gu, I will be the Reverse Flow River Lord. In this Reverse Flow River, I can use other Immortal Gu too. Earlier he used the Strength Path Immortal Gu pulling water. Under the effect of pulling water Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan found that he could move Reverse Flow River like any other river. But with just this, Fang Yuan could not escape. One pulling water Immortal Gu was only rank 6. It moved Reverse Flow River very slowly. It was impossible for it to escape from the river. Old ancestor Shuehu can use Reverse Flow River to form a formation, why can't I? I am the Reverse Flow River Lord. I have Perseverance Immortal Gu. I can control this river freely. Or maybe I can create an immortal killer move. This thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He could not stop thinking about it. Perseverance Immortal Gu could allow Fang Yuan to obtain Reverse Flow River's acknowledgement. Pulling water Immortal Gu could control the river water. This was the foundation of an immortal killer move. Adding other Gu worms to create the final immortal killer move, it did not seem difficult. Fang Yuan felt that he could do it. This feeling was not a wild guess. It was attainment level. Fang Yuan's attainment level was already very high. Among them, the most crucial was Water Path. Fang Yuan had become a Water Path Grandmaster not long ago. Water Path Gu worms were added in one by one, quickly completing the entire immortal killer move. But it was not enough. Not enough strength. Fang Yuan realized. The skeleton was built, the wings were full, but it lacked strong muscles. Just 2 immortal Gu were not enough. Then add more. Fang Yuan's first thought was Strength Path. Myriad Self. He was most proficient in immortal killer moves that he created after rebirth. Now he had it. Strength Path Grandmaster Realm and Water Path Grandmaster Realm allowed everything to flow naturally, as if it was natural. Wait. Fang Yuan suddenly thought of an unrelated immortal killer move. This killer move originated from Yi Lui Kun Xing. He used star fragments to create a powerful killer move. It was the same as Fang Yuan using Reverse Flow River, using external objects. Thus he had meridians. Skeleton, flesh, wings, meridians, all 4 were present. Fang Yuan had created an immortal killer move in a short time. This is Myriad Self Second Style. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Chapter 1295. With attainment level, Fang Yuan created an immortal killer move on the spot. Because it used the killer move Myriad Self as the foundation, Fang Yuan called it Myriad Self Second Style. But this killer move had just been created, it was still far from being used. Boom boom boom. Old ancestor Shuehu and dog-tail life extending ferret Mao Liqiu, 2 rank 8 existences. Pincer attacked Reverse Flow River, causing waves to form in the river. The attacks were reflected as the river level started to fall. Fang Yuan's actions had already crossed the bottom line of these people. Furthermore, he did not want to lower his head. Old ancestor Shuehu and Mao Liqiu were willing to expend a huge amount of effort and deplete Reverse Flow River to kill Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan inspected the river as he estimated, At this rate, I still have a lot of time. His heart calmed down a little. Reverse Flow River was worthy of being a secluded domain of heaven and earth. It was only slowly being depleted despite the attacks of 2 rank 8 existences. Of course, there was a reason for this. Xuehu and Mao Liqiu did not use their full strength. They were wary of each other. Bai Qin Tian, Wei Ling Yang, and the other Central Continent Gu immortals were standing at the side, waiting for an opportunity. These people were restraining and guarding against each other. How could they put all their effort into Fang Yuan? Precisely because of this complex situation, Fang Yuan felt a lot of pressure on him. He could test his killer move calmly. The first activation. Fang Yuan was very careful. First was Perseverance Immortal Gu. It expended Red Date Immortal Essence, allowing Fang Yuan to move freely in Reverse Flow River without being restricted by the secluded domain of heaven and earth. Next were large numbers of Water Path Mortal Gu. They rose up and flew around the huge Perseverance Immortal Gu in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Not long after, large amounts of water vapor rose up. Blue light could be vaguely seen in the vapor. But soon these blue lights dissipated, some even turned from blue to red. The cold vapor started to heat up, becoming hotter and hotter. I failed. Fang Yuan immediately stopped. The scene in front of him was out of his expectations. This was not the scene he had expected. He stopped the infusion of immortal essence. Crack, crack, crack. A large number of Water Path Mortal Gu exploded in the air, destroyed on the spot. Fang Yuan calmed himself down and pondered. According to his imagination, the blue light should be getting brighter, and the water vapor should be getting colder. Why did red light appear and the temperature was getting higher? Fang Yuan continued to deduce in his mind. Soon, thanks to his wisdom path cultivation, he found the source. It used 2 opposing Water Path Mortal Gu. Fang Yuan immediately replaced one of them. In Reverse Flow River, he could open his immortal aperture, he could communicate with jewel yellow skies. It was easy to buy some Water Path Mortal Gu. After modifying the entire immortal killer move, Fang Yuan tested it again, activating the killer move for the second time. Perseverance Immortal Gu was still activated. The surrounding Water Path Mortal Gu flew up one after another, revolving around it. First was the evaporation of water vapor, then the blue light. Soon this stage was over. Fang Yuan activated Pulling Water. Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Gu Pulling Water. This was the second core of the immortal killer move. The first core was naturally the rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was careful. Activating Pulling Water after using Perseverance Immortal Gu was a very risky thing to do. If they were not coordinated properly, the 2 Immortal Gu would interfere with each other and harm each other. It might even cause one or both Immortal Gu to be destroyed. Experimenting with immortal killer moves was not only risky for the Gu Immortal, it was also risky for the Immortal and Mortal Gu involved. In fact, because the Immortal Gu contained fragments of the Great Tao, if they suffered a backlash, the damage would be severe. Fang Yuan's caution was soon rewarded. He encountered a problem. Even though Pulling Water Immortal Gu was activated, the mystical power it emitted could not mix into the framework. Where did the problem occur? Fang Yuan stopped. Another large number of Water Path Mortal Gu were destroyed. Experimenting with immortal killer moves had to pay such a price. A complete and effective immortal killer move, from conception to experimentation, the Gu Immortal had to expend a huge amount of effort and resources. The attacks from the outside continued, but Fang Yuan ignored them. He had the sovereign immortal body, thoughts were moving rapidly in his mind. Adding on his Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level, he had Wisdom Path Tao marks and Wisdom Path methods. He could deduce quickly. This time he was even faster than the previous time. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan found the source. Perseverance Immortal Gu and Pulling Water Immortal Gu could not fuse into one. It was because the number and types of Water Path Mortal Gu were not enough. These Mortal Gu were in the middle of the 2 Immortal Gu. They were used to communicate and harmonize with each other. Fang Yuan thought about it. He reduced the number of Water Path Immortal Gu in a portion, while increasing the number of other types of Water Path Immortal Gu. At the same time, he added in some other types of Water Path Mortal Gu. The third activation. This time, Fang Yuan had a smooth journey. He successfully added Pulling Water Immortal Gu into the whole. Almost at the moment of success, Reverse Flow River started to ripple under Fang Yuan's feet. It was finally showing results. But there was still a huge distance to reach his goal. Fang Yuan did not stop. The situation did not allow him to. He continued to experiment, activating immortal killer moves. His aura fluctuated between strong and weak. It was unclear. What is this Lu Guanyi doing? All sorts of Gu worm auras appear on his body. it seems that he is experimenting with immortal killer moves? Other than old ancestor Shui Hu and Mao Li Qiu, the other Gu immortals were watching. When Fang Yuan experimented with immortal killer moves, his Gu worm aura would leak out. It could not be concealed from the other Gu immortals. To conceal the aura of Gu worms, he needed a special immortal killer move. Such immortal killer moves were often rare. For example, Fang Yuan's Dark Assassination was one of them. Fang Yuan was already at his limit by creating the second style of Myriad Self. He could not consider the effect of concealing Gu worm aura anymore. But it did not matter. Just based on the aura of the Gu worm, it was hard to determine the type of Gu worm. Furthermore, the second style of Myriad Self that Fang Yuan created was complex and varied. It involved many Gu worms. He was not afraid of being exposed. Fifth time, Fang Yuan continued to try using immortal killer moves. Sometimes he progressed quickly, but sometimes because of some minor modifications he fell back to his previous speed. Fang Yuan was not dejected. He was expressionless as he persisted. He is experimenting with an immortal killer move after all. Is this Lu Guanyi an idiot? Creating an immortal killer move on the spot? Does he think he is an immortal venerable or a demon venerable? Even if he created an immortal killer move, I want to see if he can use it to deal with all the Gu immortals here. The spectating Gu immortals discussed. They mocked Fang Yuan's naivety. If immortal killer moves were so easy to create, would they still be immortal killer moves? But soon, some Gu immortals' expressions changed. They found that reverse flow river around Fang Yuan was undergoing some mystical changes. 21st time. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, grabbing at the river below him. Rise. At the same time he called out. Bam. There was a soft sound, and a big bump suddenly appeared on the surface of the river beside his feet. This bump was made of reverse flow river water. After it rose, it exploded and water splashed everywhere. The killer move activation failed. 2 streams of blood flowed down from Fang Yuan's nose. His immortal killer move is effective on reverse flow river? Yuezi saw this and his eyes shined with bright light. No, more accurately, he wants to use this reverse flow river to create an immortal killer move. Bu Zhenzi blurted out. Laughable. Black Extremity laughed coldly. Back then, to make use of reverse flow river, I created the fate-reversing sacrificial refinement formation. It took me several years. Lu Guanyi, even if you become the reverse flow river lord, you are too arrogant. You want to create an immortal killer move in such a short period of time? Evidently, almost all the Gu immortals present did not think Fang Yuan would succeed. But next, Fang Yuan used it again. Whoosh. This time, a small mound rose from the river at his feet. The mound crumbled as the river water drenched Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression turned pale, his body shook. This time, not just his nose, even his ears were bleeding. Failed again, man, as before. At the next moment, Fang Yuan recovered completely. Chapter 1296. A moment later, Fang Yuan opened his eyes and activated his killer move again. This time, the entire section of the reverse current river was affected by his movements, causing huge waves to surge. The immortals' expressions changed. Even old ancestor Shui Hu's attacks paused for a moment. But at the next moment, old ancestor Shui Hu roared as he attacked even more fiercely. This is so difficult. Because there are too many Gu worms of different types, all sorts of problems occur. But this is already the limit of my abilities. To simplify the Gu worms, I will need to deduce for years or raise my attainment level by another level. Fang Yuan knew that this Myriad Self second style had too many Gu worms involved. The factors that needed to be considered were huge and complex. While Fang Yuan was sighing about the difficulty of the progress, the other Gu immortals were shocked. Even though they did not say anything, their gazes were flickering. Lu Guanyi, this guy, such rapid progress. He can actually move reverse flow river. Unbelievable. Is he even human? To reach such a level in such a short period of time. No, he will not succeed. How can he really think of an immortal killer move in such a short period of time? Undeniably, Fang Yuan's rapid breakthroughs had broken the common sense of the immortals. They had never seen a person create an immortal killer move in such a short period of time, and even test it time and time again, making huge progress. But this was happening right in front of their eyes. Fang Yuan was still continuing. Old ancestor Shui Hu and the dog-tail life-extending ferret Mao Li Qiu subconsciously increased their attacks. But reverse flow river was too wide. After such an attack, they only managed to reduce the river by less than 5%. One more time. Rise. Fang Yuan had a serious expression as he grabbed at the river below him, calling out. This time the entire reverse flow river was affected. It was like a slender dragon had awakened from its slumber and was slowly stretching its body. How can this be? Someone subconsciously exclaimed. The entire reverse flow river started to fly, like a dragon raising its head. It was about to soar into the sky and soar into the 5 regions and 9 heavens. In your dreams? Old Ancestor Xuehu roared. He slammed his palms into the air and an icy light shot out, hitting the middle of reverse flow river. The reverse flow river's first attack was immediately reflected back. The ice light was like it had hit a mirror, and it was reflected back to the ground. In the blink of an eye, all of the surrounding grassland had been frozen into a vast plain of ice. Cold air filled the air, snow fell from the sky, and the temperature suddenly dropped. The northern wind howled incessantly, and the entire world seemed to have changed. This was the power of a rank 8. Fang Yuan couldn't help but be shocked. He was temporarily safe in reverse flow river. The other Gu immortals were also protected with the help of their rank 8 existences. Wuxia's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Zishan Makoto woke up at the most critical moment. If it wasn't for his protection, Wuxia He Lulan, and the others would have died. Let's go. Zishan Makoto immediately said. But this place. Wuxia was still hesitating when Zishan Makoto waved his hand. Several rings of light flew out and enveloped Wuxia and the rest, bringing them to the sky. To think that Shadow Sect's group was the first to leave. Zishan Makoto left without saying a word. All of the Gu immortals present were stunned. Lord, that is the sovereign immortal aperture. Wuxia was anxious. He transmitted to Zishan Makoto. Don't worry, I have already deduced that he will not die. He can definitely escape. Zishan Makoto was very certain. Wuxia did not quite believe Zishan Makoto's words, but he could not express his doubts now. But at the next moment he saw that the entire reverse flow river started to shine with light blue light. The blue light surged like rolling clouds and surging waves. The immortals' gazes were attracted. They saw that while Fang Yuan was standing there, strong winds blew, his hair and sleeves were fluttering in the air. His gaze was eerie as he shouted, "Rise." Immediately, the river water surged. The immortals could hear the sound of splashing. It was as if thousands of people were shouting at the same time. The aura was extraordinary. Next, the blue light gathered. Reverse flow river shrunk in the blink of an eye. It had completely condensed into one. The huge reverse flow river vanished. It gathered around Fang Yuan, turning into a light blue robe. This robe had long sleeves that were fluttering in the wind. It was pure white like snow. On the surface of the robe, there were ripples. It was actually the scene of reverse flow river flowing slowly. Not just that, the surface of the robe was covered in mist. There was another rainbow light. It was pure blue and curved like a ribbon. It coiled around Fang Yuan's arm, neck and waist. Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self-Second Style Reverse Flow Protection Seal was finally activated at this moment. Success. How can this be? He actually used Reverse Flow River to create an Immortal Killer move at the last minute. The immortals saw this and were tongue-tied. Old Ancestor Xuehu stared with wide eyes. I don't believe it. He flipped his palms, pushing them towards Fang Yuan. Immediately, a beautiful icy light shot towards Fang Yuan at lightning speed. Fang Yuan was already prepared. The icy light hit his body, but Reverse Flow Protection Seal blocked it completely. Reverse Flow Protection Seal flickered. The terrifying icy light was reflected back. It flew towards its owner, Old Ancestor Xuehu. Success. Fang Yuan's heart that was in his throat finally returned to its original place. Even though the Immortal Killer move was activated, it had to be tested in actual combat. Old Ancestor Xuehu's attack proved the power of Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Old Ancestor Xuehu dodged the icy light. His gaze towards Fang Yuan became fierce and ruthless. Let Grandpa Mao try. Mao Liqiu shouted. Its huge body suddenly vanished on the spot, appearing behind Fang Yuan at the next moment. It raised its ferocious right claw high into the air, then slammed it down again. Bam! With a loud sound, Fang Yuan was like a cannonball as he was fiercely sent flying. His vision changed. In a breath of time, Fang Yuan was sent crashing to the ground. There was another explosion, and a huge crater was formed on the ground that was covered in thick ice. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan slowly stood up from the crater. He was expressionless, his body was completely unharmed, there was not even a scratch on his skin. Reverse Flow Protection Seal's blue sash snow robe did not change much. only the mist on the surface of the robe had dissipated. If one observed carefully, the snow robe seemed to be covered in a layer of dust. It was no longer as bright as before. Mao Liqiu looked at Fang Yuan before turning to look at its right claw. Its right claw was bleeding profusely, its skin was torn. Fang Yuan was unharmed, but Mao Liqiu's injuries were severe. Gasp. The Gu immortals drew in sharp breaths. What immortal killer move is this? Even Mao Liqiu suffered a loss. Seeing this, even Bai Chen Tian's eyelids were twitching. He actually did it? Black Extremity was speechless. He had a look of shock on his face. Even the pure claw attack of an immemorial desolate beast was reflected? Old Ancestor Shuehu frowned deeply. How can this be? Wuxia, who was far away, saw this and felt like he was in a dream. There had never been a case where a rank 8 great expert attacked a rank 7 Gu immortal, but the rank 7 Gu immortal was unharmed, while the rank 8 Gu immortal suffered heavy losses. Between rank 8s and rank 7s, the former had always dominated the latter. In the past thousands of years, only a monster like Feng Jioge had appeared. He had unparalleled talent and could fight rank 8s. But now, after Fang Yuan created the second myriad self-style and activated it, Feng Jioge's glory was no longer exclusive to him. From now on, this supreme glory would belong to another person's name. Lu Guanyi. The center has Feng Jioge, the north has Lu Guanyi. Bu Zhenzi muttered. He was already dazed. Old Ancestor Shuehu laughed lightly. Good lad, I underestimated you. He placed his hands behind his back. He stopped attacking. But Mao Liqiu roared, Rascal, you are courting death, you dare to embarrass me like this. The immemorial desolate beast attacked Fang Yuan fiercely. Fang Yuan was not its match. He was sent flying like a ball. But after dozens of attacks, Fang Yuan was unharmed. He was still as elegant as before. While Mao Liqiu was gasping for breath, its body was covered in blood. Every time it attacked, it would be reflected. It was equivalent to hitting itself. Mao Liqiu was furious. It thought, this rascal is like a porcupine. He is truly troublesome. When did such a monster appear in northern plains? Fang Yuan saw that Mao Liqiu could not do anything to him. He laughed heartily. He charged towards the Central Continent Gu immortals. Central Continent's Gu immortals were like a flock of frightened birds. They scattered in panic. 2 Central Continent rank 8s stayed behind. They attacked Fang Yuan together. But it was useless. Reverse flow protection seal reflected their attacks. They landed on Mao Liqiu, who was chasing them. Mao Liqiu was in great pain. Its fur was standing on end from anger. It spat out a sky full of purple aurora. Its attack was grand and enveloped the surrounding 1,000 li. This attack immediately caused a huge chaotic battle. The scene became chaotic. The Gu immortals from all 3 sides started fighting. This was the final scene that Wuxia obtained. He felt great admiration towards Zishan Makoto's decisiveness in retreating. At the same time, he understood something. After this battle, Lu Guanyi's name would spread throughout the 5 regions. He would shake the world. He would be on par with Feng Jioge. More than 10 days later, a figure in a sorry state passed through the regional wall, arriving in Eastern Sea. It was Fang Yuan. I finally got rid of that raging fellow. Fang Yuan sighed. More than 10 days ago, Old Ancestor Shuehu, Central Continent's Gu immortals and Longevity Heaven's side engaged in an intense battle. It was a huge battle. Fang Yuan escaped from the battle, but was chased by Mao Liqiu. Fang Yuan was not Mao Liqiu's match, but after he entered Northern Plains regional wall, Mao Liqiu could only watch helplessly. It was a native beast of Northern Plains. It was restricted by the regional wall. Fang Yuan managed to escape, completely shaking off his pursuers. Chapter 1297. On the dark stone walls, there were specks of eerie fire. These flames were not big. The small ones were like fireflies while the big ones were like lanterns. They emitted cold green flames. The eerie green light shone on Zishan Makoto, Wuxia He Lulan, and Bai Ningbing's faces. After escaping from the Battle of Reverse Flow River, they were directly transported here under Zishan Makoto's lead. But after that, Purple Mountain True Monarch once again fell into a state of madness. Looking at Zishan Makoto, who was gnawing on his toes, Bai Ningbing sneered at Wuxia. This is your plan? To let this rank 8 great expert kill Fang Yuan? In this trip to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, although Wuxia saved Zishan Makoto, he also suffered heavy casualties. Shirnu and Tai Bai Yunxing died in battle. He Lulan was silent. Such a rank 8 Gu immortal was not reliable no matter how one looked at it. But because of the Shadow Sect Alliance agreement, He Lulan did not say anything. Ing Wuxia's expression did not change at Bai Ningbing's sarcasm. He had experienced many setbacks, he had already developed a shrewdness that would not waver even if MT Tai collapsed in front of him. He spoke slowly. I underestimated Fang Yuan, to think that he refined perseverance immortal Gu and became the reverse flow river lord. No wonder Providence chose him as a pawn. Such a person can only be destroyed, he cannot be defeated. Ing Wuxia was not stingy with his praises towards Fang Yuan. Even though they were enemies, Ing Wuxia was open-minded, he admitted Fang Yuan's superiority in strength. Bai Ningbing snorted, the scene of Fang Yuan conquering reverse flow river appeared in her mind, she did not make things difficult for him anymore. In the narrow cave, only Zishan Makoto's shouts could be heard, echoing endlessly. A moment later, Zishan Makoto suddenly stopped shouting, his small body shook for a moment before stabilizing. He straightened his back and his eyes regained their clarity once again. Lord, you are awake. Ing Wuxia was overjoyed, quickly approaching. Zishan Makoto held his forehead, waves of intense pain were coming from his head, his expression was distorted. Back in Reverse Flow River, I was forcefully awake, I did not have much time. But this time is different, I have more time. How long has it been? What was the result of the battle? More than half a month has passed. Now, Fang Yuan followed the regional wall and escaped from northern plains, I think he entered Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan is Gu, Gu immortal Gu immortal Gu immortal Gu. Gu of Gu immortal Gu. Gu immortal of the sects, the Gu immortal god, of the battle. Of Gu immortal on. Of the god sect on, it on. Wu Yun about, the king on, he, the god. Purple Mountain true monarch nodded. This time, central continent's Gu immortals are doomed. Back then, giant sun immortal venerable used northern plains as his base, how could he not have made arrangements? Just the rank 8 Gu immortals in longevity heaven have never appeared. My lord, what should we do next? Ing Wuxia asked. He was once the leader of the Shadow Sect. Now that Zishan Makoto had awakened, this rank 8 great expert was naturally the leader of the Shadow Sect, while he, Ing Wuxia, retreated. Just as Zishan Makoto was about to speak, the sound of wind suddenly came from the cave. At the same time, the flames on the surrounding walls flickered and swayed violently, as if they were really in the midst of a strong gale. Zishan Makoto's eyes flashed. This cave wall is one of the escape routes that I meticulously arranged. I meticulously nurtured these eerie fires to form a natural Gu formation. There are no traces of craftsmanship and it prevents others from making deductions. How many times did these flames flicker when I went mad? 107 times, Bai Ningbing replied indifferently. I'm afraid that Fang Yuan is involved in this as well. His investigative killer move can follow the profundities of luck path to find our location. Even if we are in the immortal aperture, we cannot defend against it. Ing Wuxia said solemnly. Zishan Makoto nodded. Fang Yuan is indeed someone nurtured by Providence, he is a crucial person to deal with our Shadow Sect. This person is extremely courageous, he has shocking talent and unparalleled willpower, he is a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. The Great Purple of Shadow Sect actually had such a high evaluation of Fang Yuan. But the 3 Gu immortals present were silent, they seemed to agree with Zishan Makoto's words. Zishan Makoto continued, next our plan is to negotiate with Fang Yuan. His words were shocking. What, negotiate? Ing Wuxia and the rest's expressions changed. What is so strange about that? Zishan Makoto looked at the 3 of them. He had a clear understanding of the current situation. This was because before he woke up, Ing Wuxia had used information path methods to let Zishan Makoto know everything that Ing Wuxia knew. You are still too young, you do not know much. Right now, our main enemy is not Fang Yuan, it is Celestial Court. Zishan Makoto shook his head, looking at Ing Wuxia. Do you think it is so easy to save the main body's soul? Other than that Super Gu formation in southern border and the huge dream realm, I can guarantee that when you make a move, Celestial Court will definitely come out and disrupt the plan. Like on Etion Mountain, they used Heaven Overseeing Tower to destroy our sect's plan. Or this time they went to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to try and save Ma Hong Yun. Ing Wuxia's expression sank. Lord, I have considered this, but my main body is in danger, he has been trapped in the dream realm and is being worn down by it, that is why I am so anxious. Precisely because of this, we need to cooperate with Fang Yuan. Zishan Makoto continued. Firstly, Fang Yuan's strength is extraordinary, just that immortal killer move alone can deal with rank 8 Gu immortals. Secondly, Fang Yuan is a complete otherworldly demon, his name is on the demon judgment board. Celestial Court is our common enemy. Finally, our cooperation is beneficial to both sides. Our shadow sect has a lot of cultivation resources, while he has unraveled dream methods. We can overcome the obstruction of the giant dream realm and save the main body's soul. Wuxia frowned deeply. He tried to put down his personal emotions and consider the possibility of this. But soon he had a worried expression. Fang Yuan is extremely crafty and sinister. He views us as a huge threat. He is thinking of all sorts of methods to get rid of us. Right now he is the reverse flow river lord. Even rank 8 existences cannot do anything to him. Our sect urgently needs unraveled dream methods, but Fang Yuan's need for cultivation resources is not that urgent. It is unlikely that he will cooperate with us. Zishan Makoto nodded. You are right, but you do not know that the sovereign immortal body has a huge flaw. Lord, what do you mean? Are you referring to the non-conflicting Tao marks of the sovereign immortal body? Wuxia asked curiously. Of course not. Non-conflicting Tao marks is the greatest advantage of the sovereign immortal body. The advantages far outweigh the disadvantages. I am referring to the true huge flaw. Zishan Makoto shook his head. There is a huge flaw? Wuxia was shocked. Our original plan was to refine rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus immortal goo. Only rank 10 sovereign immortal fetus immortal goo can be considered perfect without any flaws. But clearly we only refined rank 9 in the end. That huge flaw has not shown itself yet, but it will definitely force Fang Yuan to cooperate with us. Zishan Makoto said. The sovereign immortal body still had a huge flaw. What kind of flaw made Zishan Makoto so certain that he could restrict Fang Yuan? Wuxia and the rest were very curious, but Zishan Makoto did not explain. At the same time, Zishan Makoto also had some suspicions. Strange. From Wuxia's information, our sect is refining sovereign immortal fetus goo in a hurry. It is not in accordance with our original plan. What reason is it for the main body to make a move so urgently? It seems that while contacting Fang Yuan, I need to make a trip to the River of Time. Eastern Sea. On the blue sea surface, Fang Yuan was rapidly moving through the white clouds. His target was southern border. It's here again. While flying, Fang Yuan's expression suddenly changed. He could feel that the power of dark tide in his body was being rapidly depleted. At this rate it would be used up soon. Evidently, a great expert was deducing him. With no one around, Fang Yuan quickly entered the sovereign immortal aperture. After entering the immortal aperture, he was isolated from the outside world. The great expert's deductions were repelled. He temporarily resolved the danger of being exposed. Fang Yuan sighed. Ever since the Battle of Reverse Flow River, he had been subjected to deductions one after another. Lu Guanyi's identity was completely famous. Not just northern plains and central continent, even eastern sea, southern border, and western desert goo immortals were very interested in Lu Guanyi. They wanted to deduce more information about him. Lu Guanyi was only a fake identity, the root cause was still Fang Yuan. This way Fang Yuan had to bear all the pressure. Even with dark limit immortal goo, he had to stop frequently and hide in his immortal aperture to rest. Along the way Fang Yuan calculated secretly, he had been subjected to deductions 400 to 500 times already. This greatly disrupted his journey. He had no choice but to stop and move. He was still in Eastern Sea. If it was at his previous speed he would already be in the southern border. If not for dark limit immortal goo, this situation would be even more severe. However, it is normal for me to cause such a commotion and attention. Some people are already placing me on the same level as Feng Jioga. Earlier when I toppled 88-point Jianghu Tower and Imperial Court Blessed Land, I had Shadow Sect's help. I did not feel any pressure. But now I have experienced it. It seems that I need to create an immortal killer move to deal with these deductions. Fang Yuan was a wisdom path grandmaster. It was not impossible for him to deduce an immortal killer move. But it was not as easy as reverse flow protection seal. After all, when deducing reverse flow protection seal, it was not just because of Fang Yuan's water path attainment level, there were other important factors. Most importantly, the immortal goo were suitable, they had a good foundation, they could have a smooth journey. And now, the immortal goo that was suitable for Fang Yuan was dark limit. But this goo was not wisdom path, it was dark path. Fang Yuan's dark path attainment level was not outstanding at all. Note, my body is not in a good condition. Chapter 1298. While avoiding deductions, Fang Yuan was not idle, he inspected his immortal aperture. 5 regions and 9 heavens. The layout was extraordinary, it was beyond common sense. Originally, the vast space of 500 million mu was already so large that it was shocking. Basically, no one would believe it if they told others about it. And now, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had already surpassed 500 million km too. This was because he had been massacring Gu immortals and annexing their blessed lands in the past period of time. Because of the sovereign immortal body's characteristics, Fang Yuan could completely annex other people's blessed lands and absorb their Dao marks without wasting a single one. With the addition of these blessed lands, the sovereign immortal aperture gained many special territories. Most of these territories were managed by land spirits. It saved Fang Yuan a lot of effort. They were like pearls that were scattered in the 5 regions and 9 heavens. I have a huge amount of space path resources. Ordinary Gu immortals try all ways to expand their immortal apertures, but I have so much space that I have yet to develop. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this aspect, but he had a different opinion about time path resources. The sovereign immortal aperture's time flow had already slowed down by many times. Originally it was 1 to 60, there were so many time path resources. But now it could not even reach the normal standard. This was something that could not be helped. Fang Yuan changed his cultivation method to delay the calamities and tribulations. He used the time path methods that he obtained from He Fan's true inheritance to delay the immortal aperture's time flow. With less time path resources, Fang Yuan's immortal essence production also fell greatly. Not just that, his other resource gains also fell greatly. After careful consideration. In Mini Central Continent, there was a Blood G forest and a Mirror Willow forest. These two came from Hu immortal blessed land and had a long history. Other than that, there was also a Jade Light Pit. This Jade Light Pit had all sorts of light path mortal Gu, there were many of them. Fang Yuan had used a Jade Light Pit as a reference to Northern Plains Lu tribe's resource production area. He created it in his immortal aperture. Not long ago, Fang Yuan looted Jade Light Pit. He took all of the light path mortal Gu inside and looted everything. A portion of the light path Gu worms were placed into the 9 heavens Aurora light by Fang Yuan. There was still a large portion left and it was not easy to get rid of it. Fang Yuan could only create a Jade Light Pit to temporarily store these light path mortal Gu. Of course, this Jade Light Pit couldn't be compared to the real Jade Light Pit. The latter was a true source of resources, it was rich in light path Dao marks, any insect group could be subtly influenced by it and become Gu. But the former was created by Fang Yuan to store light path mortal Gu, there was no production at all. The Mini Central Continent was the least developed place in the 5 regions. Above it was Kokitahara. In Kokitahara, the landscape was flat, and most of the area was covered with ice and snow, forming a snowfield. But ice and snow were not the only colors. At the end of the East Sea, there was a shallow pool of green water. Stones were piled up to form a special pool. There were abundant aquatic plants and spirit snakes were resting there. This shallow pool of green water was the blessed land of the original transformation path Gu Immortal, Han Dong. After being annexed by Fang Yuan, even the blessed land's land spirit, the pink spirit snake, came along helping Fang Yuan to manage this area. And at the end of Western Desert, there was a bone burial ground. There were mountains of bones of all kinds here, there were scapula bones, leg bones, skulls, there were birds and beasts, there were many immortal materials, they had huge value. This bone graveyard was the bone graveyard that Fang Yuan had seized from Lu tribe. After he killed Lu tribe's Gu immortal Lu Yong, he moved this bone burial ground into his immortal aperture. Thus, he had this resource point that produced bone path Gu worms. But compared to the original bone burial ground, even though this one has a vast number of bones, the bone path Dao marks cannot compare to the original one. In the original bone burial ground, even the surrounding land contains bone path Dao marks. Lu tribe can completely reconstruct a bone burial ground in that land. Fang Yuan was well aware of this. Of course, this bone burial ground was a huge cake, Fang Yuan had already taken 80% of it, the real bulk was these bones. The remaining 20% was the environment. It was not hard for Lu tribe to reconstruct the bone burial ground, but to restore it to its original state, they would need to pay a huge price. And at the end of Central Continent. This was a sparse grassland, there were all sorts of wild flowers and grass, the main ones were blood sickle grass and red axe flowers. These also came from Hu immortal blessed land. This grassland was huge, it was not something that Han Dong blessed land could compare to. There were some pink flower rabbits, fox groups, water wolves, earth skin pigs, poison beard wolves, and others, There was also a desolate beast shark fin wolf and a desolate beast giant horned sheep. They often searched for food in this grassland. Mini Western Desert had the highest temperature, because most of the fire path Dao marks were gathered in this area. The land was mostly sandy. There were 3 main resource points here. The first was the eerie fire dragon python pit. There were many of them gathered together. The second was a sand gull soil beach. This place produced sand gull soil. Sand gull soil was a type of goo material. It was also the ingredient of Immortal Goo Connect Luck. But now that Fang Yuan did not have Connect Luck Immortal Goo, sand gull soil was already a resource that could help Fang Yuan obtain Immortal Yuan Stone. At the center of the sand gull soil beach was the dead egg of the worldly sand gull. The eggshell was full of cracks and at the same time there were several small holes. Transparent egg white was constantly flowing out of the cracks. Using the life essence in this egg, ordinary sand could be turned into sand gull soil. The third was the rotting black swamp. This was formed after Fang Yuan's tribulation. It was filled with dark path Dao marks. It had already been modified by Fang Yuan. It was a resource point for getting rid of dark path goo worms. But because it had just started, the production was very low. Other than these 3 resource points, there were 2 blessed lands. One was an earth path blessed land with a mud swamp terrain. There were 5 desolate beast mud monsters and all sorts of earth path mortal goo. It was managed by the land spirit mud minimen. The other was Lu Yong's enslavement path blessed land. There were over 20 dog desolate beasts. Most of these desolate beasts were bought by Fang Yuan from Jewel Yellow Skies. Back then, Lu Yong's blessed land's ownership requirement was 20 dog desolate beasts. Among them were Lu Yong's 6 desolate beast bone armor hounds. The entire blessed land was managed by a land spirit that looked like a black dog. Mini Eastern Seas management was similar to mini Western Deserts. Wu Yihai's blessed land was here. This was a vast ocean that was managed by Wu Yihai. There were 3 ancient desolate beast horned divine tortoises, a large group of ancient desolate plant silent corals, and 6 desolate beast white letter blue feather gull. They were managed by the sea turtle land spirit. Other than that, there were also the dragonfish group, 2 desolate beast dragonfish, air bubble fish, and a group of rare literature carps. There were also some oil left. There were large numbers of green jade crucian carps, blood jade crucian carps, and an ancient desolate beast hidden room oyster, obtained in the turbulent flow sea area. There was also a small blood lake. There were large amounts of desolate beast blood and goo immortal blood. Back then, Fang Yuan had placed blood asset immortal goo here to recuperate. Right now, blood asset immortal goo had fully recovered, but this blood lake was left behind. In the entire Mini 5 regions, Mini Southern Border was the richest. 5 Light Mountain, Immortal Succession Mountain, Heaven Sealing Mountain, and more than 10 other mountains. Stalactite caves, regretful spiders, a few rockmen, a large number of primitive forests, musical trees could be seen everywhere, tea streams were crystal clear, and chi death birds were singing in the forest. There was also a becoming dragon mound. Fang Yuan used pulling mountain immortal goo to move it from northern plains into his immortal aperture. And in the Mini 9 heavens, a small area of aurora light existed in Mini Orange Heaven. There were many flowing light fruits floating in the aurora light. Because of the large number of light path goo worms obtained from Jade Light Pit, the number of aurora lights and flowing light fruits had increased greatly. And in Mini Yellow Heaven, there was a small section of the Gold Fragment River. In Mini Azure Heaven there was a large amount of Pill Azure incense. This was the food to feed Change Soul Immortal Goo. There was also a heavenly crystal storage pool, obtained from Heifan Grotto Heaven. It was temporarily useless. There was a walking meat tree in Mini Black Heaven. In Mini White Heaven, there were large numbers of multicolored overlord flowers, as well as 3 remnant ancient heavenly hounds, 1 ancient eagle hound, and 7 desolate beast eagle hounds. In Mini Purple Heaven the upper extreme heavenly eagle was flying. Currently, it only had desolate beast battle strength. More than 80 eagle nests were quietly floating here. These were the spoils of battle that Fang Yuan obtained from attacking Iron Eagle Blessed Land. As for the original heavenly crystal eagle nest, it had already been eaten by the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Nothing was left. In Mini Blue Heaven there was a large amount of cloud soil. There was a large number of arrow bamboo forests on the cloud soil, as well as star fragment grass fields, and an infant falling star hound. The 2 earlier desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish were sold by Fang Yuan during the battle in Heifan Grotto Heaven. There was also a meteorite pit. It produced star fire goo and meteor heavenly meteor goo. After killing Yi Lui Kunxing, he obtained Kunxing Blessed Land. It was also placed here by Fang Yuan. It was a floating continent, it was covered in star fragments, the star core land spirit was in charge of it. There were also some blessed lands scattered around as well as other desolate beasts and plants. There was no need to elaborate. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were left in Langya Blessed Land. Reverse Flow River was temporarily placed in Mini Eastern Sea by Fang Yuan. In terms of Gu worms, Rank 9 Wisdom Gu was still left in Langya Blessed Land. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu had already been used by Fang Yuan, it was not recorded here. Rank 8 Immortal Gu were Attitude, Wisdom Sword, Years Flow Like Water, Sealed. Rank 7 Immortal Gu were Change Soul, Sword Eyebrows, Wave Sword, Flying Sword, Sword Escape, Calamity Beckoning, Lent to Chudu, Year Gu After, Dragon Breath, Affection and Perseverance. Rank 6 Immortal Gu were Unravel Mystery, Woman's Heart, Blood Asset, Dark Limit, Luck, Change Form, Strength, Self-Strength, Flying Bear Strength, Pulling Mountain, Pulling Water, Landscape as Before, Man as Before, Star Eyes, Spring Autumn Cicada, Stored in the Immortal Zombie Body with Providence Storage, Bone Spike and Comprehensible Tao. There were many types of Mortal Gu, there was no need to elaborate on them. Hei Fan's Dark Arrow Immortal Gu had self-detonated long ago, Fang Yuan did not obtain it. The captives were Guiyue Fangjing left in Langya Blessed Land, Hei Fan intact body, Ma Hongyun's soul, Lu Yang's soul and Yi Lui Kunxing's soul. As for Shinu's soul, Fang Yuan did not obtain it. Shadow Sect's soul path attainment was something that Fang Yuan could only look up to. Even though he killed Shinu, he could not stop his soul from dissipating. As for the others like Dongfang Naganori's soul, the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhengling's soul, and the Eastern Sea Immortal souls, they had already been sold by Fang Yuan to the land spirit of Langya in exchange for a large number of sect contribution points. Right now they had probably all been digested by Dang Hun Mountain and turned into Guts Gu. There was also a Featherman Gu Immortal slave, Zhou Zhong, who had already been sent to Western Desert by Fang Yuan to execute another plan. Huge family business. This term could completely describe Fang Yuan's current capital, and it was even slightly shallow. In terms of total value, even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he was on par with ordinary rank 8 Gu Immortals. Just a few secluded domains of heaven and earth had extraordinary value. Moreover, there was a huge pile of Gu worms, the number was shocking. Thinking about Gu Immortal Hei Fan, a rank 8 Gu Immortal, how many Immortal Gu did he have? But there were too many Immortal Gu, feeding them was a huge problem. Fang Yuan was still here, working hard to feed the Immortal Gu. The other rank 6 and 7 Immortal Gu had already been dealt with. The difficulty was Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword Gu, these two rank 8 Immortal Gu. The newly obtained Perseverance Gu fed on Reverse Flow River water, Fang Yuan could completely satisfy it. Affection Gu fed on Hope and Fear like Love Gu. Fang Yuan could easily deal with it, he could just buy a large number of Hope Gu and Fear Gu from Jewel Yellow Skies. For Fang Yuan, managing his immortal aperture was no longer his focus. As long as he continued to slaughter Gu Immortals and annex their immortal apertures, his immortal aperture's foundation would grow rapidly. The problem he was facing now was insufficient immortal essence. Chasing Wuxia and the rest, going through the battle of Reverse Flow River, and escaping from Mao Liqiu's pursuit, Fang Yuan had expended a huge amount of immortal essence. His Red Date immortal essence storage had fallen to a very dangerous level. Originally, with time path resources, time flowed very quickly, my immortal aperture could produce a lot of Red Date immortal essence. But after using time path methods, my immortal aperture's time flow is very close to the outside world's 5 regions, I can only replenish my Red Date immortal essence through transactions. Reverse Flow Protection Seal expended a lot of mental energy and immortal essence of a Gu Immortal. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had become a rank 7 Gu Immortal. If he only had his Green Grape immortal essence, it would have dried up already. Without Red Date immortal essence, Fang Yuan did not have much confidence. While he was resting, he decided to sell the desolate beast corpses he had on hand in Treasure Yellow Heaven. These desolate beast corpses were all immortal materials and there was a lot of them. They were the desolate beast groups that Fang Yuan killed when he chased Wuxia and the rest in Earth Trench. Among them was a group of nightmare demonic cults. If such a dream path immortal material was sold in Jewel Yellow Skies, it would cause a huge commotion, Gu Immortals would fight over it. But when Fang Yuan saw that these nightmare demonic cult corpses were in his hands, he had a bigger use for them. During this period of rest, several transactions were completed. After deducting the transaction fees to Jewel Yellow Skies, Fang Yuan obtained a lot of immortal Yuan stones. One immortal yuan stone was equivalent to one green grape immortal essence bead. Fang Yuan was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He could only condense one red date immortal essence bead after using 100 immortal yuan stones. Just as he was increasing his red date immortal essence storage, he received a message. It is a letter from Sixth Hair. Fang Yuan felt strange. After reading it, he was even more surprised. Shadow Sect actually wants to negotiate a truce with me and even cooperate. Chapter 1299. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Shadow Sect's news was out of his expectations. But thinking about it, it was very reasonable. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, even though Fang Yuan did not gain much in terms of cultivation resources, his battle strength grew greatly. He became the number 1 person below rank 8, on par with Feng Jioge. The increase in battle strength led to an increase in status. Actually, before this news there were other letters. For example, Chudu's letter. In the letter, Chudu was very polite. He first congratulated Fang Yuan on his victory and wished he could be there. Next, he took the initiative to describe his situation. The Chu sect had been renamed to the Chu family, and the original Grand Elders were now acting as the Chu family's external Grand Elders. Chudu's disciples were all adopted as his sons. Finally, Chudu described his difficulties. Because he established his clan and became part of the righteous path, he had no choice but to expel Fang Yuan from Chu sect. This was not his own will, he was forced by the situation. There was also a letter from the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. In the letter, other than congratulating Fang Yuan, the 3 eccentrics also invited Fang Yuan to explore Crazed Demon Cave. They also said, even if Northern Plains did not accept Fang Yuan, Crazed Demon Cave would forever be Fang Yuan's home. These words were slightly mushy. They displayed the unprecedented attitude of the 3 crazed demon eccentrics. Longevity Heaven placed emphasis on Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan was the culprit who killed Ma Hongyun. However, Lu tribe and Yi Lui tribe, who had wanted to capture Fang Yuan and wanted to capture him, had instead given up. Fang Yuan's battle strength completely shocked them. They recalled all the people who were searching for Fang Yuan. Instead, they were worried that Fang Yuan would take revenge on them. After all, Fang Yuan was already famous in Northern Plains. Even Chudu could not compare to him. Now, Shadow Sect has also sent a letter. They want to cooperate with me. Hehe. Shadow Sect already has a rank 8 Gu immortal, but he seems to have a huge weakness. He goes insane at times. Fang Yuan pondered. He had fought Zishan Makoto in the upflowing river, so he had some understanding of Zishan Makoto's condition. Actually, if Fang Yuan did not refine Perseverance Gu and did not comprehend the immortal killer move Reverse Flow Protection Seal, he would have been doomed in the Battle of Reverse Flow River. He would have fallen into Wuxia's trap. The remaining forces of the Shadow Sect had always been Fang Yuan's greatest threat. On the contrary, Providence's scheme used Fang Yuan as a pawn to seize sovereign immortal fetus Gu. Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect were mortal enemies with deep hatred. Shadow Sect wanted to recoup their losses and refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu again. They were likely to imitate old ancestor Xuehu in refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Old ancestor Xuehu used Ma Hongyun as the main material for the Gu refinement. If Fang Yuan ended up in Shadow Sect's hands, he would not be able to escape the same fate. He would be the main immortal material for the immortal Gu refinement. His life would be worse than death. But now, Fang Yuan's battle strength had grown to a level where even rank 8 Gu immortals could not do anything to him. Thus, Shadow Sect took the initiative to seek cooperation with Fang Yuan. This change in attitude made Fang Yuan sigh deeply. With Reverse Flow Protection Seal, it was like a weakened version of the immortal Gu house. Even rank 8s could not do anything to it. This gave Fang Yuan a lot of confidence. But cooperating with Shadow Sect is like asking a tiger for its skin. Sixth Hair's letter was true. The reasons given were sufficient. Cooperation was beneficial to both sides. It was beneficial to both Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan. Ignoring everything else, the soul path trap on Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, as well as the secret of the sovereign immortal fetus, could be resolved in this cooperation. But Fang Yuan could not trust Shadow Sect. It was the same problem. Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect could not trust each other. Originally, they were mortal enemies who could not live under the same sky. How could they suddenly become friends? Even though both sides were rational people who prioritized benefits, the basis of cooperation between Gu immortals was not personal trust, but information path methods. And Fang Yuan was not good at information path. This was his weakness. But Shadow Sect's information path methods were too powerful. Spectral Soul's main body was a great grandmaster of all paths. Zombie Alliance and Central Continent's Defy were proof of Shadow Sect's powerful information path methods. This was because any organization was built on the basis of the Information Path Alliance. Fang Yuan could not trust Shadow Sect, he did not dare to trust them. If he was schemed against by Information Path during the cooperation, he would be a fool. However, Fang Yuan did not reject him. He replied with a letter to probe Shadow Sect's sincerity. In the letter he made a request: if he wanted to cooperate he had to give Attitude Gu to him. Speaking of which, even though the rank 8 Attitude Immortal Gu was in Fang Yuan's hands, it was not Fang Yuan's. He Lulan had lent it to him. Back then, when they discussed the rental of the Immortal Gu, both sides had an agreement and agreed on a time limit. Once the time limit passed, Fang Yuan would not be able to use Attitude Immortal Gu. Because the will in Attitude Immortal Gu was not Fang Yuan's will, but He Lulan's will. Right now there was not much time left before the deadline. Attitude Gu was a legendary Gu worm. It could be used by expending mental energy, it had low usage requirements and had outstanding effects. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained it, he had used it to avert danger many times. It was a huge help to him. Even though Attitude Immortal Gu did not have a direct offensive effect, it had a mystical effect when used as support. Once he lost Attitude Gu, the impact on Fang Yuan would be huge. Ignoring everything else, the Immortal Killer move Familiar Face could not be used. Even though Fang Yuan could use his Transformation Path Grandmaster attainment level to redesign this Immortal Killer move, without the rank 8 core, the entire Immortal Killer move would fall by a lot. When disguised as Wu Yihai or someone else, the chances of being discovered would increase greatly, it would be very dangerous. If I can use this chance to resolve the problem of Attitude Gu, that would be for the best. Fang Yuan felt a trace of anticipation. Time was almost up. Fang Yuan activated Dark Limit Immortal Gu, increasing the effect of Dark Limit on himself again. Next, he stored away his Immortal Aperture and set off again. He headed towards the southwest direction. Central Continent, Celestial Court. In the hall, Fairy Myrtle was sitting cross-legged with a frown, activating Immortal Killer moves. Her whole body was emitting light purple smoke from her pores. She was using Wisdom Path methods to make deductions. However, after a while, Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes with a head full of sweat. I have already used 7 killer moves, but I still cannot deduce the location of our Gu Immortals. Fairy Myrtle sighed. Central Continent's Gu Immortals attacked Northern Plains, but after the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan retreated, while Central Continent's Gu Immortals fought against Old Ancestor Shui Hu in Longevity Heaven. Central Continent wanted to save them, they sent reinforcements. But the first wave of Central Continent Gu Immortals went missing in Black Heaven. Fairy Myrtle could not deduce their location. How could she save them? She did not even know where to send reinforcements to. Duke Long, who was at the side, slowly opened his eyes. He was still very weak, as thin as a match, and extremely old. It seems that Giant Sun Immortal has made many arrangements in Northern Plains. Have you deduced Lu Guanyi's location? Duke Long asked. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. He seems to have defensive strength that can resist the deductions of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, but it is not strong. However, we still don't have enough clues about him. If we have 1 or 2 crucial clues, we can definitely expose him to us. Duke Long heard this and nodded. He was silent for a while before speaking again. Forget it. Continue to deduce our Gu Immortals and Lu Guanyi's location. Also, send me to Hidden Dragon Cave. Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly. He had no choice but to place his Immortal Aperture again. Lu Guanyi was famous throughout the 5 regions. This caused Fang Yuan's Dark Limit's effect to be consumed rapidly. To keep it a secret, Fang Yuan could only move and stop occasionally. The Immortal Aperture's entrance opened. Large amounts of Heaven and Earth Qi were absorbed. The sovereign immortal body could absorb Heaven and Earth Qi in any region to nourish itself. It was not like ordinary Gu Immortals who could only absorb Heaven and Earth Qi in their own regions. If they were in other regions, they could forcefully absorb Heaven and Earth Qi, but because of the difference in Heaven and Earth Qi, the Immortal Aperture would shake and large amounts of resources would dry up. Right now, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture had too many resources. There were large numbers of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Thus, every time it absorbed Heaven and Earth Qi, the scale was huge, like a whale swallowing. Chapter 1300. It was fine if Reverse Flow River was outside, but if it was kept in the Immortal Aperture for a long time, it would expend a lot of Heaven and Earth Qi. Once Heaven and Earth Qi was lacking, the immortal aperture would become unstable. Thus, Fang Yuan had to place his immortal aperture to absorb heaven and earth qi from the outside world to replenish himself. After absorbing for a while, Fang Yuan closed his immortal aperture's entrance. Arriving at Reverse Flow River, he was holding an immortal zombie. It was his original body. He threw the immortal zombie body into Reverse Flow River. The immortal zombie body immediately went down smoothly. Using Perseverance Immortal Goo in Reverse Flow River, Fang Yuan experimented with all kinds of methods he could think of. But it was useless. So it was like this. The Soul Path Dao marks on the immortal zombie body cannot be destroyed or suppressed by Reverse Flow River. After all, they are only Soul Path Dao marks, not Immortal Goo. Rank 1 to 8 Immortal Goo cannot be used in Reverse Flow River. But Dao marks can be used. Like before I conquered Reverse Flow River, the Dao marks on the Goo Immortals could still protect them. Rank 8 Goo Immortals are still the strongest in the river. Fang Yuan analyzed, trying to find the reason for his failure. He wanted to use Reverse Flow River to resolve the Soul Path trap on the immortal zombie body, but it was impossible. Fang Yuan was not dejected, in fact he had guessed it before experimenting. He placed the immortal zombie body back on Heaven Seal Mountain, using the Goo formation there to seal it again. Next he started to refine Goo. A nightmare demonic colt's corpse was placed in front of him. Fang Yuan waved his finger like a blade, a golden light flashed in the air. The golden light entered the nightmare demonic colt's body, vanishing in an instant. The nightmare demonic colt's front right leg was immediately cut off. There was no blood. After these nightmare demonic colts died, Fang Yuan asked the land spirits in his immortal aperture to deal with these immortal materials. The blood of the nightmare colt had already been extracted and mixed in a certain place. Fang Yuan lifted it, separating the nightmare demonic colt's front right leg from its body. Then he spat out flames and began to deal with the right foreleg. After 3 days, the right foreleg finally melted into a purplish-black liquid. Fang Yuan continued to throw in many Goo worms to refine Goo. The dozen or so steps only took a quarter of an hour. The purple-black liquid exploded, 100 Dream Path Mortal Goo flew around in the air. However, with a single thought from Fang Yuan, they obediently returned to Fang Yuan's side. 100 Dream Path Mortal Goo. This was only the right front leg of a nightmare colt. He spent the most time dealing with this immortal material. This step took Fang Yuan 3 days. The rest of the steps only added up to a quarter of an hour. This efficiency was extremely high. It was a stark contrast to Fang Yuan's Goo refinement in the Dream Realm. In the Dream Realm, Fang Yuan first needed to collect Dream Path Goo materials before refining Goo. There was a risk in entering the Dream Realm. He needed to use the immortal killer move Unravel Dream to get out of the Dream Realm. Refining Dream Path Mortal Goo required an immortal killer move. The cost was quite high. But now, Fang Yuan had this batch of nightmare demonic colts. The refinement of Dream Path Mortal Goo was no longer the same as before. Like earlier when I used the Spring Dream Fruit to refine Dream Path Mortal Goo, the efficiency was very high. Actually, my Goo refinement method can still be improved. For example, the cutting method earlier used metal path methods. It was not a good combination and would expend some Dream Path Dao marks. I can also experiment with other methods to deal with the immortal material, to see if there is a more efficient method. During the Goo refinement process, Sixth Hair sent another message. Using Langya Blessed Land, Sixth Hair had already become the middleman for Fang Yuan and Zishan Makoto to communicate with each other. In the letter, Zishan Makoto did not give in. He told Fang Yuan directly. If he wanted to truly control Attitude Goo, he needed to work together. As long as both sides cooperated, Attitude Goo would be given to him first. This time, Shadow Sect even mentioned the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's weakness, but they did not say what it was. Rank 8 Goo Immortals are indeed not easy to deal with. Weakness? Is Shadow Sect just trying to scare me, or is this true? This letter had a huge impact on Fang Yuan. But soon his mental state calmed down. He had seen his fair share of storms and waves. What could this little scheme and threat amount to? It seems that I have to work hard myself. Fang Yuan sent a letter back to Bargain. He continued to feign civility with Shadow Sect. But he had already realized that Shadow Sect would not give Attitude Goo to him before they cooperated. Fang Yuan began to design a new immortal killer move. He intended to use this immortal killer move to refine Attitude Goo. He soon encountered a problem. The reason was that even though he had many immortal Goo, they were not suitable for this aspect. It was not like when he was deducing Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Fang Yuan had Pulling Water Immortal Goo and Perseverance Immortal Goo. He could use them as the core of his immortal killer move. And now, Fang Yuan only had other immortal goo. He did not have an immortal goo that could refine attitude goo. He could only use a vast number of mortal goo to assist him. It would be great if there was a chance to exchange goo. This thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind and could not be stopped. Exchange immortal goo. Fang Yuan had a shocking number of immortal goo now. But in fact, a portion of them were not suitable for Fang Yuan, or rather they did not have much value in the short term. Wisdom sword and years flow like water. Even though they could not be used now, they were rank 8, Fang Yuan would not exchange them. Fang Yuan did not have many sword path Dao marks. His sword path attainment level was also ordinary, but sword eyebrows, wave sword, sword escape, and other sword path immortal goo were the foundation of his battle strength. They could not be shaken temporarily. Perhaps he could exchange for change soul immortal goo. Woman's heart was a poison path immortal goo. It was rarely used. Flying bear strength immortal goo was a strength path immortal goo, but when Fang Yuan transformed into an ancient sword dragon, this immortal goo was not suitable. And bone spike immortal goo in Fang Yuan's current cultivation system was something that he could not use at all. Perceivable Dao immortal goo could inspect Dao marks. It had a mystical effect, but to Fang Yuan it was not very useful. This immortal goo needed to be tested. All in all, woman's heart, flying bear strength, and bone spike, these 3 immortal goo had little use for Fang Yuan. If he could exchange them for something else suitable for Fang Yuan, that would be for the best. But how could it be easy to exchange goo? During the 5 regions chaotic war it was very popular. With the current situation, it was hard to have such a high-level goo immortal trading convention. Just like this, Fang Yuan moved and stopped. It was not that he did not want to move quickly, it was just that every step was difficult. Along the way, after placing his immortal aperture, he was either refining dream path mortal goo or deducing immortal killer moves, attempting to make attitude goo his own. Chapter 1301. We finally got through the regional wall. Wuxia let out a breath of air. Looking at the vast sea, he had an extremely tired expression. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing who were beside him were also not in a better state. After leaving Northern Plains, Shadow Sect's group went to Eastern Sea. They did not have the sovereign immortal body. Every time they passed a regional wall, it was a difficult test. Thankfully they had great strength. They were elites among goo immortals. Even though their immortal apertures were damaged, they did not lose any members. They were not in a hurry to leave. After entering Eastern Sea they randomly chose an island. On this nameless island, Wuxia instructed by Ningbing and He Lulan to set up a refinement path goo formation. After the goo formation was set up, Wuxia walked to the center of the goo formation and took out a purple gold rock, starting to process this immortal material. As for Bai Ningbing and He Lulan, they were outside the goo formation, guarding against any unexpected enemies. Not long after, the purple gold rock melted again. Miniman goo immortal Zishan Makoto woke up from it. He was a rank 8 goo immortal. Normally speaking, to cross the 5 regions he had to go to Black Heaven or White Heaven. But above Northern Plains, Black Heaven and White Heaven were already controlled by Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Longevity Heaven was in control. Shadow Sect's group naturally could not walk right into the trap. The outcome of Central Continent's goo immortals was right in front of them. Shadow Sect had a deep foundation. Zishan Makoto fell into deep sleep again. A thin layer of purple gold rock formed on his body. He had no aura, his life force was concealed to the extreme. He was no different from a dead being. Using such a mystical method, Zishan Makoto was led by Wuxia to pass through the regional wall and arrive in Eastern Sea. The purple gold rock was thin. Wuxia, who had a specialized method, could easily refine it. It was much easier than when Lady Wanshou processed the purple gold rock. Eastern Sea. Zishan Makoto woke up. Looking at the vast sea outside the island, he sighed inwardly. Under his lead, Shadow Sect's group first stored the goo formation, erasing all traces. Next, the 4 goo immortals activated the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. A moment later they arrived at the turbulent sea region. With Zishan Makoto in the lead, wherever they went, none of the ocean currents could obstruct them. Soon, the people from the Shadow Sect arrived at the center of the turbulent waters. Where are the tributaries of the River of Time in this area? Wuxia felt that it was rather strange that his search was fruitless. Could it be that the tributary of the River of Time has gone somewhere else? He Lulan speculated. It's not in the center but in the middle of the reverse flow river. Continuing to investigate, Zishan Makoto soon found some key clues. That tributary of the river of time has already been taken away by someone else. His tone was heavy. How could this be? Who did it? Could it be Feng Yuan? Wuxia's first thought was Feng Yuan. However, Zishan Makoto shook his head. This technique shouldn't be his. It was someone else. Forget it. Since we cannot use this tributary of the river of time, we will go to the next place. There is another tributary of the river of time there. The group of 4 from the Shadow sect quickly left the turbulent flow sea region. At the other end of Eastern Sea, the sky was clear and blue. It was a scene of life and death. On the surface of the sea, a life and death battle was taking place. Leave quickly. I was hit by his lightning soul needle. He can sense me at all times. I can't leave now. I can't implicate you. Immortal Hua Dai was lying in the arms of a male Gu immortal, she said weakly. She was wearing a palace dress, her sleeves were fluttering in the wind, her skin was soft and tender. Her beautiful eyes were filled with weakness at this moment. Blood was flowing out of her lips, her injuries were severe. Especially on the surface of her skin, there were small and sharp sparks of lightning. This was the sign of being hit by the immortal killer move Lightning Soul Needle. No. The male Gu immortal did not even think, he rejected without hesitation. He had a broad back and a thin waist, he wore a set of battle armor. Even though he was covered in injuries, it could not conceal his fierceness. How can I leave you behind? If I escape now, how will I explain it to Lord Miao Mingshen? Although he said so, deep in his gaze towards immortal Hua Dai, there was affection hidden in his eyes. He was Feng Jiang. Feng Jiang, immortal Hua Dai, and Gui Qiyi, these 3 Gu immortals were subordinates of the Eastern Sea Space Path expert Miao Mingshen. Miao Mingshen wanted to find the tributary of the River of Time in the turbulent flow sea area. Thus, these 3 Gu immortals would take turns to guard the turbulent flow sea area. When they met any Gu immortal who went to explore the turbulent flow sea area, they would talk to them, hoping that they would help. Then you can die together. There was only one person chasing after them, but he had rank 7 cultivation level. His name was Gu Wen. He wore a blue robe, his skin was dry and tough like tree bark. His eyes shined with red light, he had sharp teeth and a ruthless expression. This person was quite senior, he was quite famous in Eastern Sea. He was a Lightning Path Grandmaster, but once, when he used an immortal killer move, he failed and suffered a backlash. He had to turn into an immortal zombie. Even so, he had outstanding battle strength. He had 2 immortal Gu. He was able to force the rank 6 immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang to flee. Hand over the year cycle powder. You 2 are quite daring. You actually dared to snatch my immortal material. If you hand it over obediently, I might leave your corpses intact. Gu Wen laughed sinisterly, his fierce aura surged as he got closer and closer. Immortal Hua Dai said angrily, we found this year's cycle powder first. How can it be yours? I waited here for half a month, but because I was careless you guys got it before me. Gu Wen shouted angrily. Immortal Hua Dai was furious. Lord Miao Mingshen found this year's cycle powder 3 years ago. He set up a Gu formation around it. Every few months I would come to the Gu formation to nurture it. No matter how much nonsense you spout, you cannot change this fact. Immortal Hua Dai pointed out the truth. Gu Wen did not retort, his expression turned grim. Humph, you have a sharp tongue. After I catch up to you, I will kill you first. Demonic Path scoundrel, don't be arrogant. At this time, a loud voice resounded in the 3 immortals' ears. Who is it? Gu Wen's expression changed as he shouted. Just as he said that, the sea surface suddenly protruded like a small hill. Next, the hill was smashed by the beast inside. Wind howled and water splashed everywhere. A huge blue-scaled sea dragon appeared in front of the 3 immortals. The sea dragon spoke, "Demon, die." The 3 immortals saw this and understood immediately. This blue-scaled sea dragon was a Gu immortal that had transformed into it. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were surprised and joyful. Gu Wen became even more furious. Who asked you to be a busybody? Take this killer move. Saying so, he breathed in deeply and spat at his right palm. What he spat out was not saliva, but a lightning bolt that was the size of an egg. The lightning was attached to Gu Wen's right palm. With a boom, a huge pillar of lightning violently shot out from his right palm. The blue-scaled sea dragon didn't dodge. Instead, it opened its mouth wide in response to the incoming lightning pillar. Dragon breath spit. Gu Wen saw this and laughed internally. This move of mine can last for a few minutes, but the dragon breath is shot out continuously. How can it block it? But the blue-scaled sea dragon's dragon breath did not stop. The dragon breath was like a pillar of water. it collided with the lightning bolt. Next, the powerful dragon breath destroyed the lightning bolt. In a few breaths of time, it arrived in front of Gu Wen. How can this be? What kind of dragon breath is this? Gu Wen showed an expression of disbelief. He hurriedly dodged to the side. The blue-scaled sea dragon turned its head slightly. Its dragon breath was like a pillar as it swept over again. Gu Wen frowned, snorting angrily. Consider yourselves lucky, I will let you off this time. Next, he directly retreated, turning into a bolt of lightning as he moved extremely quickly. The blue-scaled sea dragon did not chase, it watched as Gu Wen left. He is going back to the Gu formation. There is still a large amount of year cycle powder left there. Immortal Hua Dai's words exposed Gu Wen's thoughts. Feng Jiang placed Immortal Hua Dai down as he cupped his fists at the blue-scaled sea dragon. You are a righteous person, you repelled the enemy and saved my life, I will never forget this favor. May I know your name? The blue-scaled sea dragon suddenly transformed into an ordinary-looking Gu immortal. He smiled. I am Chu Ying. Fairy Hua Dai, how have you been? Immortal Hua Dai was overjoyed. To think that you are Chu Ying. Seeing that Feng Jiang was looking at her, Immortal Hua Dai explained, thanks to this Chu Ying, we were able to find that tributary of the River of Time in the turbulent flow sea area. Only Lord Miao Mingshen could obtain the tributary of the River of Time. Chapter 1302. So there is such a connection. Hearing Immortal Hua Dai's introduction, Feng Jiang's expression relaxed. He was overjoyed, most of his wariness was gone. The so-called Chu Ying was naturally Feng Yuan in disguise. He stored his immortal aperture and found that there were traces of Gu immortals fighting in the surrounding sea area. Out of curiosity, he followed the traces to see if he could take advantage of them. But he found that Immortal Hua Dai and another Gu immortal, Feng Jiang, were being chased. And the pursuer was only a rank 7 immortal zombie. For Feng Yuan, such a person was not enough. Long ago, Feng Yuan had helped Immortal Hua Dai to contact the Space Path Gu immortal expert behind Immortal Hua Dai, Miao Mingshen. This person had a method to find out about the blue dragon whale. And this blue dragon whale had an extraordinary origin. It had once received guidance from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It had an immortal aperture that was filled with treasures. It was like Northern Plains dog-tail life extending ferret Mao Li Chiu. But the blue dragon whale's intelligence was not awakened, it only followed its instincts and swam in the sea. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable not only opened an immortal aperture for it, he even used an immortal killer move on its body. As such, this blue dragon whale had no natural enemies and was not dangerous. The azure dragon whale had a gentle temperament and was harmless. However, its defensive abilities also rendered any malicious existence helpless. This was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's personality and style. According to the secret rumors of his previous life, the blue dragon whale had a true inheritance left behind by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Feng Yuan remembered that Miao Mingshen had explored the blue dragon whale's inner world many times. But because of the aperture, even though he had gains each time, he did not obtain the true inheritance. Feng Yuan naturally wanted this. Thus, when he saw Immortal Hua Dai being chased, he realized that this was a rare chance to show goodwill to Miao Mingshen again. Thus, he interfered and sent the Lightning Path Immortal Zombie Gu Wen away. He did not transform into an ancient sword dragon. Ancient sword dragons could not be seen in the light anymore. Because Lu Guanyi had once used the ancient sword dragon transformation to kill Yelu Kun Xing in Northern Plains. Right now, Lu Guanyi's identity was Reverse Flow River Lord. Many of the rank 8s here were helpless against him. His name shook the world, almost everyone in the Gu immortal world knew of him. Who knew how many people were interested in Lu Guanyi, trying to figure out his background? The fact that Lu Guanyi had mastered the ancient sword serpent transformation was already widely known. Thus, if Feng Yuan used ancient sword dragon transformation now, other Gu immortals would immediately think of Lu Guanyi. This was the burden of fame. Even though Feng Yuan could not use ancient sword dragon transformation, he had changed form immortal Gu. He could transform into all living beings in this world at will. Therefore this time he transformed into a blue-scaled sea dragon that was unique to the East Sea. This was also an ancient desolate beast. It was just that its might could not be compared to the ancient sword dragon. But Feng Yuan could still use dragon breath immortal Gu. What was worth mentioning was that the blue-scaled sea dragon's dragon breath was also breathed out. The reason why he could win against the Lightning Path Immortal Zombie Gu Wen was because Feng Yuan used Perseverance Immortal Gu at the same time. Rank 7 Perseverance Immortal Gu, after Feng Yuan obtained it, he naturally had a lot of understanding and analysis of it. Gu Immortals nurture, use and refine these three aspects required a lot of effort. After coming to Eastern Sea for a few days, Feng Yuan already understood some of the usage methods of Perseverance Immortal Gu. Other than conquering Reverse Flow River, Perseverance Immortal Gu could make other Immortal Gu or Immortal Killer moves last longer. For example, the Blue-Scaled Sea Dragon's Dragon Breath. If Feng Yuan only used Dragon Breath Immortal Gu, Dragon Breath could not deviate from the Sea Dragon's logic, it could only be breathed out, it would only be slightly stronger. But if he used Perseverance Immortal Gu when he breathed out Dragon Breath, the Dragon Breath could be breathed out for a long time, it would be endless. Of course the breathing time could not be too long. Dragon's Breath was a heavy burden on the throat. Even a true blue-scaled sea dragon had to spit out a mouthful of Dragon's Breath. This was a form of self-protection in the evolution of living beings. Thankfully, even though that Guwen had some reputation after fighting for a while, he understood that Feng Yuan was a strong enemy. He wisely retreated. After all, demonic path Gu Immortals always prioritized benefits. I wonder who you are? Feng Yuan looked at Immortal Hua Dai. I am Lord Miao Mingshen's subordinate, Feng Jiang. Lord Chu, you are my benefactor, I do not know how to thank you. Feng Jiang introduced himself. He was very enthusiastic, he was filled with gratitude towards Feng Yuan. No need to thank me, it was just a small matter. I happened to see him by chance, so I helped him. Even though I am a secluded cultivator in Eastern Sea, I have only come out recently, but I do not like the demonic path's actions. This is my nature, and because Fairy Hua Dai is my friend, it was only natural for me to help. Feng Yuan was very humble. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang heard this. Their impression of Feng Yuan grew even more favorable. The three immortals talked for a while before Immortal Hua Dai sighed. It is a pity. So many year ring powder, most of them ended up in Guwen's hands. Our hard work over these years was all wasted on him. We should set up that Gu formation in a more secretive manner. Feng Jiang quickly consoled. Alright Xiao Dai, don't blame yourself. Eastern Sea is so huge, but Guwen found this Gu formation. We are not skilled in formation path, the Gu formation that we set up was already the best we could. If we want it to be more secretive, we will need to add an Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan smiled. Listen to me, even though the year ring powder is lost, you two are still alive, that is hope. Don't be too pessimistic, there are gains and losses. Isn't life supposed to be filled with gains and losses? Feng Jiang laughed heartily. Lord Chu's words are profound, I need to think deeply about them. Immortal Hua Dai was still frowning, she had a worried expression. That is the only logic I have. It is just that these year ring powder are usually lost, so be it. But this time, Lord Miao Mingshen is attending the trading convention. One of his Gu immortal friends needs this. Lord Miao Mingshen agreed to this person's request. There are only a few days left until the convention, but the year ring powder was taken away. What do we do now? Hearing this, Feng Jiang's expression turned grim. That's right, we returned empty-handed. Even if Lord Miao Mingshen does not blame us, we will feel very guilty, this is our fault. Most importantly, we let Lord Miao Mingshen go back on his word, this is our fault. Trading convention? Feng Yuan's heart jumped. Not long ago he was still thinking about exchanging some of the Immortal Gu that he did not have. He didn't expect that he would run into a trade fair in the East China Sea when he was dozing off. Eastern Sea was the region with the richest resources in the 5 regions, even Central Continent could not compare to it. Eastern Sea's Gu Immortals were also very wealthy. Thus, Eastern Sea's trading convention was very famous in the 5 regions, it was very high-end, Gu Immortals would often exchange their Immortal Gu. Of course, it was not that the other 4 regions did not have such trading conventions. It was just that there were too few of them, Feng Yuan could not participate in them. Only Eastern Sea's trading convention was a good opportunity for him. I have an Immortal Gu that I want to exchange, I want to participate in this trading convention, I wonder if it is possible? Feng Yuan did not conceal his intentions, he asked directly. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang looked at each other, the former said, this trading convention has high standards, we do not have the qualifications to participate, we do not have the ability to recommend anyone. But Lord Chuing is different, we are indebted to him. How about this? Lord Chuing will come with us first, after we meet him, we will see what he has to say. Okay. Feng Yuan immediately nodded, can we go now? He was very decisive. Because time was limited. The power of dark limit on his body would be depleted as other Gu Immortals deduced it. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang had hesitant expressions, their mission to collect the year cycle powder had failed, They actually wanted Fang Yuan to help them take back the year cycle powder. But they could not bring themselves to do so. Actually, Fang Yuan had already seen through their intentions. In the process of the conversation, he firmly grasped the initiative and did not give them a chance to speak. Right now, Fang Yuan could even make rank 8 Gu immortals helpless against him. But there was a flaw: he could not see the light of day. Be it ancient sword dragon transformation or reverse flow protection seal, they could not be used easily. Once they were used, they had to consider how to keep it a secret. Once Fang Yuan exposed too many clues, his other identity or secrets would be deduced. By then Wu Yihai's identity would be exposed. Fang Yuan finally entered the Super Gu formation with much difficulty. He came into contact with that huge dream realm. If he were to miss this great opportunity, it would have an extremely disastrous effect on the development of his cultivation. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai had no choice but to bring Fang Yuan away from this place. They could not bring themselves to speak. He saved their lives, but they still had to urge their benefactor to fight against a strong enemy. They could not be thick-skinned enough to speak about this. The three immortals traveled quickly. They did not stop along the way. However, they conversed and conversed along the way. In fact, even though Immortal Hua Dai had met Fang Yuan twice and had a deep impression of him, she did not know about Chu Ying's background. Fang Yuan knew Immortal Hua Dai's intention of probing him, thus he gave a half-truth and half-falsehood about his origin. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had lived in Eastern Sea for a period of time. His words were not fake. Especially the small details and experiences in his life, they were very real. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang resonated with him. How could Fang Yuan expose himself here? When they met Miao Ming Shen, Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang had a very good impression of the amiable rank 7 secluded cultivator Chu Ying. But they did not know that Fang Yuan was the true demon. Compared to him, Immortal Zombie Gu Wen's life cycle powder was nothing. Chapter 1303. Eastern Sea. Swoosh. In an ordinary sea area there was a nameless island. It was barren and barren. There were only strange rocks. Several Gu immortals floated down from the sky. They were Fang Yuan, Immortal Hua Dai, Feng Jiang and the rest. To think that such a trading convention would be held on such a barren island. Fang Yuan stepped on this island as he sighed internally. Brother Chu, you might not know, but for such a large trading convention, the location is usually decided a few days ago, to prevent people from plotting against us. A Gu immortal beside Fang Yuan replied. This male Gu immortal was neither tall nor short, he was neither fat nor thin, his appearance was above average, his facial features were ordinary, only his wide nose left a deep impression. This person was the famous rank 7 Space Path Gu immortal expert in Eastern Sea, Miao Ming Shen. In terms of appearance, this person was not outstanding. But after Fang Yuan interacted with him, even though they did not interact for long, he could feel that this person was outstanding in many aspects. He could not be underestimated. Fang Yuan used Chu Ying's identity to save Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang. He learned about the trading convention. Next, Fang Yuan followed Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang to meet Miao Ming Shen. Miao Ming Shen did not hesitate. He agreed to Fang Yuan's request to join the trading convention. You helped me twice. You saved Xiao Dai and Xiao Feng's lives. Why would I reject a mere trading convention? Please come. He was a rank 7 Gu immortal expert. While Chu Ying was a secluded cultivator, he was not famous. But Miao Ming Shen did not put on any airs. He was very friendly and friendly. His words were polite and heartwarming. Thus, Fang Yuan and Miao Ming Shen came to this place to join the trading convention. The four of them had just stepped on the island when a Gu immortal came out of a strange rock. So it's Miao Ming Shen, you're here. A Gu immortal with a large head and small body that looked like a dwarf greeted. Haha, tua, long time no see. Miao Ming Shen was very enthusiastic. He laughed loudly as he welcomed him. Come, let me introduce you. This is East Sea's secluded cultivator Chu Ying. This is our East Sea's rare Earth Path Grandmaster tua, Miao Ming Shen said. Greetings, immortal friend. Tuesday. Fang Yuan was also very polite, but his expression was wooden. He pretended to be a solitary cultivator who wasn't good at socializing. There was no flaw in his disguise. Tua looked at Fang Yuan and grinned, showing his yellow teeth as he laughed. It seems that you have received Miao Ming Shen's recommendation and this is the first time you are participating in such a trade fair? Haha, back then I was also recommended by Miao Ming Shen to participate. Tua was also very polite. He thought, Miao Ming Shen's foresight is not bad, those who can be recommended by him are all outstanding people. This Chuing looks ordinary and is not famous, but to be valued by Miao Mingxin, he is not simple. As he thought of this, Tu Tu Tua said, "Follow me down. I am the first to arrive. Since I have nothing to do, I will first open up a space under the island." "Thank you, Brother Tuesday. Actually, this time I am leading the trade fair." Miao Mingxin immediately said respectfully. "Ah, it is just an underground cave, it will not take much effort. Let's go." Tu Tu Tua saw Miao Mingxin and felt like he was seeing an old friend. He grabbed Miao Mingxin's arm and led him underground. Wherever his footsteps went, the originally solid ground melted and flowed like water, forming a wide tunnel that led straight to the bottom of the island. Tu Tu Tua and Miao Mingxin walked in front while Fang Yuan, Feng Jiang, and Immortal Hua Dai walked behind them. Tu Tu Tua and Miao Mingxin conversed along the way. Miao Mingxin's communication skills were outstanding. Tu Tu Tua laughed continuously as his laughter reverberated underground. Furthermore, Miao Mingxin did not ignore Fang Yuan. He turned to speak to Fang Yuan from time to time. His words seemed ordinary, but they were natural, and did not make Fang Yuan feel like he was alone, or that he was being neglected. The underground cave was indeed ordinary, but it was spacious. On a tall platform there were several stone chairs, they were all wide. The stone chairs had carvings on them, they looked like flowing water, they were very smooth. This showed Tu Tu Tuo's deep sense of aesthetics, as well as his meticulous mind. Fang Yuan counted carefully, there were only 6 stone chairs. It seems that this trade fair was originally planned to have only 6 participants, but it seems like this trade fair only has 6 participants. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang are not included. Once the trading fair starts, they will leave this place and guard it. Fang Yuan guessed. "Since there is a newcomer, I will add another chair." Tu Tu Tua stomped his foot as a mound of soil rose up from the ground, it flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, it turned into another stone chair, it looked like it was crafted by a skilled craftsman. Fang Yuan and the rest sat down, waiting for the other Gu Immortals to arrive. A moment later, 2 Gu Immortals arrived. The former was a female immortal with the appearance of a child. She had 2 ponytails, her eyes were round, but she looked very mature. She was Tonghua. Northern Eastern Sea, a famous light path Gu immortal with rank 7 cultivation level. The latter was a male immortal. He had an aquiline nose and a dark gaze, he wore a messy black robe. He was Wu Ma Yang, a dark path Gu immortal. He had outstanding battle strength among rank 7 Gu immortals. His immortal killer move Dark Arrow Veil had once defeated 3 rank 7 Gu immortals. This battle made him famous in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Tong Hua chattered on and on while Wu Ma Yang was very quiet. Both sides continued to talk. Under Miao Mingxin's intentional guidance, the atmosphere became harmonious. 15 minutes later, a third Gu immortal entered this underground space. He was Gong Liang Bai, a wisdom path Gu immortal who cultivated some wood path methods. Of course, wisdom path was his main focus. Wisdom path Gu immortals were few in number, especially people like Fang Yuan who had inherited a complete wisdom path true inheritance. And Gong Liang Bai not only had a complete wisdom path true inheritance, he had also cultivated it. Even though he could not compare to the 3 most famous wisdom path Gu immortals, he had a huge network among lone immortals. He was willing to make deductions for others in exchange for remuneration. Bipolar Pan Armor Pill, Huan hidden in Nangong and Dragon Turtle, traveling in Adversity Sea. This poem was talking about the 3 most powerful wisdom path Gu immortals in the current Eastern Sea Gu immortal world. Song Jia Dan and Huan were righteous path members, they rarely worked for lone immortals. As for Dragon Turtle Immortal, he stayed in Adversity Sea for a long time, his footsteps were vague and hard to trace. Gong Liang Bai, after this trading convention, let's have a good chat. I have some things that I want you to deduce. Miao Mingxin said as they talked. Don't tell me it's that Lu Guanyi? Recently, I've received many requests from fellow immortals, and they're all here for this person. Gong Liang Bai smiled. Of course not. Miao Mingxin denied with a smile. Gong Liang Bai nodded. That's good. Speaking of which, I have made deductions 5 times and failed each time. The main reason is that there are too few clues, and that Lu Guanyi also has methods to defend against deductions. Fang Yuan listened quietly from the side, his expression did not change, but he felt awkward internally. This topic attracted the interest of the other Gu immortals. Tu Tu Tua shouted, this Lu Guanyi is really famous now, he is completely famous. No matter who it is, as long as they can use rank 7 cultivation level to make a rank 8 Gu immortal helpless against them, they will be famous in history. Tong Hua sighed. To be able to resist rank 8 with rank 7 cultivation level, I really want to see that. Miao Mingxin shook his head and smiled bitterly. It is a pity that I am not fated to meet such a person. Fang Yuan was sitting on the chair beside him. Hearing this, he said expressionlessly, I heard that rank 7 can resist rank 8s mainly because that Lu Guanyi became the reverse flow river lord. This reverse flow river is a secluded domain of heaven and earth, but what great expert can make a rank 8 powerhouse helpless against it? Thus, the Immortals topic shifted from Lu Guanyi to reverse flow river. Fang Yuan steered the topic without batting an eyelid. This time the Gu Immortals talked until evening. But night fell over Eastern Sea, the moon had just risen when the trading convention started. The other 2 Gu Immortals also arrived. The trading convention officially started. According to the rules, Tong Hua walked onto the stage. This is a desolate plant. I was exploring a deep sea when I found it. That time in the dark sea, I saw a bright light ahead of me. I moved towards the light. After moving for several minutes, I arrived at the place where the light was. That place was simply a light path paradise. The light was dazzling, it illuminated the surroundings. At first, I thought that this was the light from the corals. But soon I found that the corals had a layer of green fungi on them. These green fungi are desolate plants, they can be seen everywhere. I named them light shine fungi, they contain light path Dao marks and can emit intense light. Tong Hua slowly introduced her discovery and the process of naming the light shine fungi. Fang Yuan was a little surprised, he did not expect that the trading convention had just started and he already found what he wanted. Chapter 1304. Fang Yuan needed light. The first was aurora light. He had brought in large numbers of dazzling light goo to increase the aurora light in his immortal aperture. The denser the aurora light, the more flowing light fruits he could condense. And rank 8 immortal goo attitude used them as food. The light that a desolate plant like the illumination fungus could provide was naturally not the colorful aurora. However, this was not the final conclusion. Humans were intelligent and knew how to adapt to circumstances. In this world there were methods to modify and graft plants. Wood Path Gu Immortals specialized in this. Every path had their specialty, and Wood Path Gu Immortals were very skilled in managing their immortal apertures. Thus, if Fang Yuan brought in light shine fungi, he might be able to use Wood Path methods to modify them and create new aurora shine fungi. It was not impossible. Other than attitude goo, there was Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo. Wisdom Sword Immortal Goo's food was multicolored overlord flowers. To grow multicolored overlord flowers on a large scale, there were 3 conditions. One was light, the second was sweet air, and the third was pearl soil. The latter 2 were easy to achieve, but light was difficult. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had light path Dao marks, and he had annexed a light path blessed land some time ago, but it was still far from Fang Yuan's standards. If he used light shine fungi, he could solve the problem of growing multicolored overlord flowers on a large scale. However, there was still a bit of doubt in this regard. That was, the environment that light shine fungi grew in was deep sea. If it was in another environment, could it maintain its vitality? That should not be a problem. After all, light shine fungi are desolate plants. Forget about aurora light, I looted Lu tribe's jade light pit, I had a lot of replenishment. Even though it is a bit off from the standard, it is not far from it. But multicolored overlord flowers are different, they are far from the standard. After all, I do not have a lot of light path Dao marks, and I cannot use all of them on multicolored overlord flowers. Other life forms also need light. Oh right, I have transformation path Dao marks, at the crucial moment I can turn them into light path Dao marks to replenish them. While Fang Yuan was thinking, Tong Hua continued, I'm willing to use this batch of luminous fungi to exchange for 3 Zhonglo water elephants. Once she said that, one of the Gu Immortals replied, Heavy building water elephant. I have one with me, I wonder how many heavy building water elephants Tong Hua wants? The Chonglu water elephant was a beast unique to the East Sea. It was of different sizes and had white teeth and blue skin. The water elephant of the first floor was shaped like a small boat, and there was a layer of blue jade skeleton on its back, forming the shape of a tower. The 2-story building water elephant was slightly larger in size and had 2 layers of blue jade bones on its back. So on and so forth. The 6-story building water elephant had a wide back like a ship. It was a level 1 dire beast. 7-story floor water elephant, ancient desolate beast. The 8-story pagoda water elephant was a primordial desolate beast that was extremely rare. The 9-story building water elephant did not exist. Be it beasts, plants, or even variant humans, none of them had ever reached the 9th transformation. Other than humans, there were 10 rank 9 Gu venerables among them. They were unique among all living beings. Tong Hua displayed the size of the light shine fungi in her hands, informing the Gu immortals that she was willing to exchange for 3 6-story building water elephants. This price was not expensive, it was very fair. That Gu immortal frowned, but I only have 1 6-story building water elephant. The light shine fungi can be disassembled, are you willing to exchange for it? Tong Hua hesitated. He might not be telling the truth. After thinking about it, Tong Hua nodded, then let's exchange. Thus, the first transaction was completed, both sides made the transaction quickly. I want some light shine fungi, but I do not have any heavy building water elephants. I wonder if you can accept immortal Yuan stone? Fang Yuan asked. Tong Hua shook her head, but she did not reject Fang Yuan. I do not have any heavy building water elephants, so forget it. However, my light shine fungi will be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven in the future. Fellow immortal, you can buy them yourself at that time. In fact, Eastern Sea was mostly water path Gu immortals. And light shine fungi were very suitable for Eastern Sea Gu immortals. Like Wu Yihai, his entire immortal aperture was an ocean. Tong Hua was only using this new thing to test the waters, to see if there was a chance to gain more benefits. As for selling immortal Yuan stone, Tong Hua did not want to do that for now, because she did not know the market price. This was the first time such a new thing was put on the market. Tong Hua did not know how much it was worth. However, she was looking forward to it. Thus, she rejected Fang Yuan without hesitation. If this light shine fungi became popular in Jewel Yellow Skies, wouldn't she be making a loss by selling it at this price? But if the price was too high, the other party would not trade. It would be better to sell it to Jewel Yellow Skies directly. Since Tong Hua did not want to sell it, Fang Yuan was helpless. But he could understand. A brand new desolate plant could be sold at a high price. Even though this world's economy was not developed, Gu immortals were smart, they knew how to drive up prices. Especially this light shine fungus, Tong Hua was the only one in the world. If it were Fang Yuan, he would also take advantage of the golden period at the start to raise the price and make a huge profit. After all, light shine fungi were only rank 6 desolate plants. As time passed, someone would find them or research them, Tong Hua's monopoly would be broken. After all, Eastern Sea was huge, light shine fungi would not only grow in one place. Gu immortals could use the light shine fungi to research a method to search for them. That way the number of light shine fungi would increase greatly. Seeing that no one wanted to trade with her, Tong Hua walked down. Immediately, a second Gu immortal took her place, walking up the stage. This was the rule of the trading convention. In each round, the Gu immortals would go up in a certain order. Each time they could only trade the same type of resources. That way it would be fairer. As for Fang Yuan, this newcomer who had just joined, he also had the chance to participate in the transactions and take the initiative to trade, but he could only be in last place. This is a marrow absorption rock, a rank 7 immortal material. I want to trade for 1,000-year drifting wood. The Gu immortal on the stage spoke concisely, expressing his intentions. As soon as he finished speaking, he displayed his goods in front of everyone. This marrow-sucking stone was completely black, and it looked no different from an ordinary reef by the sea. But in truth, any living being with bones that got close to it would have their bone marrow sucked into the rock. Thus, marrow absorption rocks were also known as demonic stones. The name, demon stone, came from the mermaids. Mermen were a type of variant humans. Most of the mermen in the world lived in Eastern Sea. Mermen lived at the bottom of the sea, they could breathe freely, they had suffered from marrow absorption rocks. They feared them and called them demonic stones. In Eastern Sea's history, some merman tribes even worshipped demonic stones like gods. But to Gu immortals, this marrow absorption rock was just an immortal material. This transaction was also successful. Even though 1,000-year drifting wood was rare in the market, the Gu immortals who participated in this trading convention were all wealthy, otherwise they would not have gathered here. Birds of a feather flocked together. The Gu immortals who could get along with Miao Mingshen were naturally extraordinary. One could say this small-scale trading convention was a rare gathering of experts in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. After the second Gu immortal got off the stage, Tua walked up. I have an ancient desolate beast Queen Mother Toad. It can command rank 6 and below giant toads. If nurtured properly, it can even produce enslavement path immortal Gu. Are you interested? The Queen Mother Toad had a lot of enslavement path down marks. But 2220's transaction ended in failure. The fourth Gu Immortal went up. I want to find clues about Qi Si. Who knows how to find Qi Si and enter it? I am willing to pay a high price for relevant information. Information was part of the transaction, but the Gu Immortals present did not speak. This transaction also ended in failure. The Sea of Qi was a very special and mysterious part of the East Sea. Maybe none of the Gu Immortals present knew about it, or maybe some did but did not want to trade it. The Gu Immortals took turns to go up. The first round was about to end. Fang Yuan was last, he was last. And Miao Mingxin was second last. He walked up the stage. I have a rank 7 divination tortoise shell immortal Gu. Who is willing to make this transaction? Fang Yuan heard this and his eyes brightened. Chapter 1305. The trading convention was still ongoing. As the organizer of this trading convention, Miao Mingxin was supposed to be the last person to go up on the stage. But because of the newcomer Fang Yuan became the last person. This caused Miao Mingxin to be the second last person to go up on the stage. From Fang Yuan's point of view, he could see Miao Mingxin's interpersonal skills. The trading convention naturally benefited the Gu Immortals who were at the top. Miao Mingxin took the initiative to be the last person to express his goodwill to all the Gu Immortals. But he did not arrange for Fang Yuan to be in front of him. This was because of the rules. The newcomer had to be the last. If this rule was violated, people would feel disgusted. This time Miao Mingxin was the organizer, but what about next time? The so-called interpersonal skills were nothing much, it was just having a sense of propriety when interacting with people. Miao Mingxin had a good grasp of this, he made people who interacted with him have a good impression of him. However, right now, Fang Yuan's mind was not on Miao Mingxin, he was looking at the immortal Gu in Miao Mingxin's hand with a bright gaze. Rank 7 divination tortoise shell Gu. Fang Yuan's heart thumped. What? Because Fang Yuan had many methods that could not be exposed easily. For example, ancient sword dragon transformation, or reverse flow protection seal. Once these methods were used, unless Fang Yuan killed them in time, more information would be exposed, Gu Immortals might even find out more of his secrets, he would be left with no way out. Speaking of which, it was quite awkward. Fang Yuan's strength continued to grow, but the trouble he caused was also getting bigger. Shadow Sect, Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven. Looking at his opponents and enemies, which one of them was not a giant force. Recently he had even offended old ancestor Xuehu. That was the number 1 rank 8 in Northern Plains. Thus, Fang Yuan faced huge pressure, he had not reached rank 9 yet. Only by cultivating to the 9th revolution could Fang Yuan openly announce his identity, and no one in the world would be able to stop him. Before reaching rank 9, even if Fang Yuan cultivated to rank 8, Celestial Court, Longevity Heaven, and others could find trouble with Fang Yuan. Currently, Fang Yuan, who had rank 7 cultivation level, needed to keep a low profile and disguise himself, cultivating and accumulating strength. When I disguise as Wu Yihai, I have a weakness. Or rather, a flaw. Fang Yuan could not fight while disguised as Wu Yihai. Because he was not the real Wu Yihai. After soul-searching Wu Yihai, Fang Yuan knew that Wu Yihai had 3 transformation killer moves. One was in the form of a coral, one was in the form of a seagull, and the third was in the form of a turtle. Previously, when they fought in the regional wall, Wu Yihai had turned into a turtle to defend. Fang Yuan remembered clearly that it was a horned god turtle. Ancient desolate beasts had tough shells, they were among the top 10 ancient desolate beasts in Eastern Sea. Actually, this could be seen from Wu Yihai's immortal aperture blessed land. Wu Yihai's immortal aperture blessed land was an ocean. There were 3 types of life forms in it. First were corals, which had a large number of ancient desolate plant silent corals. Second were seagulls, which had the desolate beast white letter blue feather seagull. Third were turtles, which had the ancient desolate beast horned divine turtle. As transformation path Gu Immortals, they would often raise some transformation-related life forms. Firstly, these life forms could be considered resources, they could be used to cultivate transformation path. For example, Wu Yihai's horned divine turtles cultivated this transformation. If he needed any immortal Gu in the future, he could kill these horned divine turtles and refine them. Secondly, for transformation path Gu Immortals to raise their battle strength, they needed to have a clear and deep understanding of these life forms. By raising them in their immortal aperture, they could observe them and simulate them. After the transformation they would be able to pass off as real, their battle strength would increase. As for Fang Yuan, he was an exception. Fang Yuan's transformation path attainment level rose rapidly through dream realms and tribulations. Once attainment level rose, it would affect all aspects of cultivation including this aspect. Thus, Fang Yuan could save himself from the tedious and time-consuming process of observation and practice. If I could have such an immortal gu, it would be very useful to me. The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he was moved. This divination tortoise was a wisdom path ancient desolate beast. It had an ability to defend against deductions. Many gu immortals wanted to capture this ancient desolate beast, but it was very difficult to use wisdom path to deduce its location. If Fang Yuan could transform into a divination tortoise, it would be very helpful to him when he traveled. To sum it up, this immortal gu could only be described as practical to Fang Yuan. To add a few more words, it would be too practical. To others, rank 7 divination tortoise immortal gu might be of little value. After all, it was only used to protect one's back. If it had an additional advantage of being able to defend against deductions, it would not be very effective. It would be inferior to other methods. Thus it was not widely used. Moreover, would ordinary gu immortals make deductions for no reason? Do you think everyone is like Lu Guanyi? Fang Yuan was different. Fang Yuan attracted the most attention, his infamy spread throughout the 5 regions, even his disguise was the same. Furthermore, Fang Yuan could transform into a complete divination tortoise, using transformation path Dao marks. That would be an immortal killer move. The ability to defend against deductions was much stronger than a single divination tortoise immortal gu. Fang Yuan looked at the surrounding immortals. What reassured him was that these people did not seem to be very interested in this immortal gu. Transactions of immortal gu had always been trading gu for gu. This was because immortal gu were unique, their value was hard to determine. The value of immortal gu depended on the situation. Some people would rather give up on the same immortal gu, they felt it was a burden. After all, feeding immortal gu required a huge price. Others, however, tried all sorts of methods to pursue it. They would not give up. Once they succeeded, it would be like obtaining a priceless treasure. Immortal gu. To think that there would be an exchange of immortal gu in the first round. The gu immortals sighed, they discussed softly, but they sat in their seats without moving. Miao Mingxin smiled. In fact, he had already expected this situation. Among the gu immortals here, there were few transformation path, only Chuing seemed to be. But even if there were, Chuing might not like this immortal gu. Transformation path gu immortals often cultivated 2 or 3 transformations, they would not bite off more than they could chew. Unless they obtained one of the essences of transformation path, change form immortal gu, they could not change their form at will. But Miao Mingxin had his reasons for doing this. This trading convention was organized by him after all. If news of an immortal gu exchange in the first round got out, it would make the trading convention even more interesting. More gu immortals with deeper foundations would be attracted to participate. I am willing to exchange for this immortal gu. Fang Yuan slowly stood up from his seat. At once, the immortals turned around and looked at Fang Yuan with slight surprise. Miao Mingxin was slightly dazed before reacting. He smiled brightly. I wonder what friend Miao Mingxin wants to exchange for? Fang Yuan asked. Miao Mingxin chuckled. Chuing, this is the first time you are attending the trading convention, and I am indebted to you. How about this? Actually, I do not need this immortal gu, I can exchange for anything. This time, it was Fang Yuan's turn to be dazed. He did not expect Miao Mingxin's conditions to be so lenient. But even so, immortal gu transactions could only be exchanged for immortal gu, other things could not be used. Fang Yuan thought about it. I have flying bear strength immortal gu, yes. Before Fang Yuan finished speaking, Miao Mingxin said without hesitation. Fang Yuan assessed Miao Mingxin again. He thought, no wonder this person was doing so well in Eastern Sea's gu immortal world. He was a lone cultivator, but he had several gu immortals around him who were loyal to him. But there were some things that Fang Yuan had to make clear. A wry smile appeared on his face. I admire fellow immortals' heart. But I have not finished, my flying bear strength immortal gu is only rank 6. Miao Mingxin's expression changed. The immortals on the seats also had grim expressions. Some of them looked at Fang Yuan with dark gazes. Flying bear strength was a strength path immortal gu. Divination tortoise shell immortal gu was a transformation path immortal gu. Strength path was declining but transformation path was flourishing. Between the two, flying bear strength was weaker than divination tortoise shell immortal gu. But now flying bear strength was only rank 6. How could a rank 6 immortal gu compare to a rank 7 immortal gu? Chapter 1306. The difficulty of refining a rank 6 immortal goo was completely different from refining a rank 7 immortal goo. Fang Yuan wanted to use a mere rank 6 immortal goo flying bear strength, to exchange for the rank 7 divination tortoise shell immortal goo. To put it nicely, it was wishful thinking, but to put it bluntly, he was greedy and trying to take advantage of others. This taking advantage had a hint of disdain in it. What did they think Miao Mingshen was? Did they think he was easy to bully? Or did they think everyone else was stupid? Thus, it was understandable that the Gu immortals had dark expressions. Fang Yuan, however, smiled. He could see the immortals' attitudes and expressions. He was well aware of the changes in their mentality. But he still asked, I wonder if friend Miao Mingshen is willing to trade? Miao Mingshen smiled. It was a forced smile, but he still nodded, yes. I am indebted to you, you helped me twice, these are enough. The other Gu immortals heard this and looked at Miao Mingshen in a new light. They even expressed disgust towards Fang Yuan. One of them even snorted coldly, expressing deep dissatisfaction towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. He continued, everyone says that Lord Miao Mingshen is so and so. I had my suspicions, but after trying it out today my suspicions disappeared. How can I take advantage of you like this? I will use something else to make up for the difference, it will definitely satisfy you. Saying so, Fang Yuan transmitted to Miao Mingshen secretly. After Miao Mingshen heard this, his expression changed. He said excitedly, Chuing, is this true? Haha, won't you know if it is true or not after we complete this transaction? Fang Yuan smiled again. Sorry, we need to complete this transaction alone. Miao Mingshen said as Fang Yuan followed him out of the cave. After going outside and completing the transaction, the two of them returned with smiles on their faces. Fang Yuan was relaxed, while Miao Mingshen's smile showed satisfaction. Everyone could tell that the relationship between the two of them had advanced by leaps and bounds when the two of them held hands and swam together. Before sitting down, Miao Mingshen bowed to Fang Yuan and said, I did not want to owe you a third favor. Fellow immortal's demeanor is truly admirable. This is just a transaction, not a favor. Fang Yuan was very polite. This conversation made the other Gu immortals even more puzzled. For a moment, everyone was secretly guessing. What kind of bargaining chip did this Chuing offer to make up for the difference in price so easily and make fellow immortal Miao Ming make such a statement? Miao Mingshen sat down, but Fang Yuan did not. After this transaction was completed, it was Fang Yuan's turn, so he directly walked up to the platform. The gazes of the immortals below silently changed as they looked at him. They became solemn, and there was even a hint of curiosity and probing. At the same time, they were quite interested in what exactly Fang Yuan wanted to exchange for. This was because they did not know much about Fang Yuan. He was a complete stranger. According to the contents of Fang Yuan's transaction, the Gu immortals could deduce some information about him. For example, there were a lot of immortal materials that were produced in the Gu immortals' blessed land. This way they could deduce some information like how developed Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was, or which types of Dao marks were denser in the immortal aperture. If there were one or two corpses of ancient desolate beasts, they would be the Gu immortals' spoils of battle. After all, if the ancient desolate beasts in the immortal aperture died, their corpses would not be so damaged. From these corpses, the immortals could deduce Fang Yuan's battle strength. Gu immortals had a lot of importance in collecting information. In this aspect, information path Gu immortals had the greatest advantage. But what Fang Yuan took out shocked the immortals. Everyone please take a look, this is a rank 6 bone path immortal Gu, it is called Bone Spike. I obtained it by accident, unfortunately I am not a bone path Gu immortal. I will trade it now, which Gu immortal is interested in this Gu. As for what to trade for, I am the same as Lord Miao Mingshen, I do not have many ideas. Fang Yuan smiled. It is another immortal Gu. This is only the first round, but there are already 2 transactions of immortal Gu. This Chuing is quite wealthy, he is a transformation path Gu immortal but has 2 other immortal Gu. The first transaction is done. However, this time it was uncertain. Are there any bone path Gu immortals here? The Gu immortals discussed among themselves, they were familiar with each other. No. Fang Yuan waited for a while, but no Gu immortal spoke. But he was not disappointed. Just the rank 7 immortal Gu divination tortoise shell that he obtained was enough for him to participate in this transaction convention. Right when Fang Yuan was about to leave, a voice resounded, wait, I think I can trade this immortal Gu. The immortals quickly looked towards the source of the voice, it was Wu Maiyang. Strange, he is a dark path Gu immortal, why does he want to trade for a bone path immortal Gu? This question lingered in the minds of the immortals. Bone Spike Immortal Goo naturally had little to do with Dark Path. But if Wu Maiyang had some immortal killer move that needed Bone Spike Immortal Goo as a supplement, it was not impossible for him to buy this immortal goo. Everyone had their own secrets. Even though the goo immortals were curious, they restrained their thoughts and watched quietly. There is actually a goo immortal who wants Bone Spike Immortal Goo? Fang Yuan was curious too. He asked, I wonder what you want to trade for? Wu Maiyang frowned. He hesitated for a while before gritting his teeth. I will use this immortal goo. He displayed his immortal goo. This was also a rank 6 immortal goo. It was the same rank as Bone Spike Immortal Goo. The immortals looked at it. Someone immediately shouted, This is Immortal Goo Day. Indeed, this was rank 6 Time Path Goo. Fang Yuan was stunned. To think that I was right to come to this trading convention. Fang Yuan cheered internally, but he did not show it on the surface. He seemed to be in deep thought. There was no need to think. The moment Fang Yuan saw this immortal goo, he wanted to trade for it. What? Because he inherited He Fan's true inheritance. He had rank 7 year goo, after immortal goo years flow like water, and a large number of time path immortal killer moves. He remembered that in the true inheritance He Fan was constantly thinking about immortal level day goo and month goo. He kept talking about it. He also remembered the 4 immortal killer moves that were similar to days past like years. If the inheritor can obtain immortal level day goo or immortal level moon goo, then these 4 killer moves would not need to use so many mortal level day goo and moon goo, and the effect of the killer moves would also increase by a lot. These were the words in He Fan's true inheritance. Fang Yuan had seen this before but did not think much about it. He was not greedy, he was already satisfied with year goo. But this was the wondrous thing about fate. When Fang Yuan did not have any hopes of finding immortal level day goo and month goo, day goo appeared in front of him. Then let's trade. Even though I do not know much about time path, feeding Bone Spike Immortal Goo is indeed a burden. Fang Yuan said. My day goo can draw water from the river of time, there is no need to worry about feeding it. But I cannot use this immortal goo. Why don't I trade this Bone Spike Immortal Goo? It can be used in my other killer moves. Wu Maiyang said. The two exchanged on the spot. The wills in the 2 immortal goo retreated slowly, allowing the other party's immortal essence to infiltrate them. Immortal essence contained the goo immortal's will. This was the key to goo refinement. To goo worms, using an analogy from Earth, willpower was like a preset program. Wills could think. Wild goo worms had their own wills. Refining wild immortal goo was to use the goo immortal's will and immortal essence to get rid of the wild wills. Wild wills focused on survival, they did not know how to self-destruct. Thus, even though it was difficult for goo immortals to refine wild immortal goo, the risk was not high. Other people's immortal goo were different. A goo immortal's will was very different from wild wills. If one tried to refine other people's immortal goo directly, the immortal goo would self-destruct. It was like when Fang Yuan planted the special will in his immortal goo, he only needed to summon it and it would return to him. Almost all goo immortals would not allow their immortal goo to be refined by others. Once that happened, the immortal goo's will would forcefully self-destruct. Unless wisdom path methods were used to suppress the immortal goo's will. But often it was hard to suppress them all at once. If anything went wrong, the immortal goo would self-destruct. Precisely because of this, even though Fang Yuan captured He Qing, he did not obtain his immortal goo Dark Arrow. Chapter 1307. This time's trade fair is very different. That's right, it can be said to be different. In the past trading conventions, even though immortal goo were traded, they rarely appeared in the first round. Immortal goo were hard to trade, each member had limited opportunities in the trading convention. Thus, they would often move some transactions that were unlikely to succeed to the end. Thus, even if they wanted to trade their immortal goo, the goo immortals would choose to do it in the last few rounds. This was the norm in trading conventions. However, this time's trade fair was clearly different. Not only did immortal goo trade occur in the first round, it happened twice. And most importantly, they succeeded both times. In these 2 transactions, Fang Yuan played an important role. Even though this was his first time participating in the trading convention, the goo immortals present could not underestimate this newcomer, Chuing. Next we will begin the second round, Fairy Tonghua. Miao Mingxin said. He was very happy. The trading convention had just started and there was already an immortal goo trade. This result would be a great help to him when he roamed Eastern Sea's goo immortal world in the future. Tonghua walked onto the stage, she wanted to trade for another desolate beast. It seems that she wants to develop her blessed land on a large scale. Fang Yuan said to Miao Mingxin, who was sitting beside him. Miao Mingxin smiled. Brother Chu, you might not know, but Fairy Tonghua has just passed a tribulation recently. So that's it. Fang Yuan understood immediately. After a Gu immortal passes a tribulation, a lot of resources would be lost in the immortal aperture, but the Dao marks would also increase by a lot. These new Dao marks would change the environment of the immortal aperture, making it more abundant and able to contain different species. Thus, the female immortal Tonghua would trade for all sorts of resources in this trading convention. She wanted to raise them in her immortal aperture. This female immortal Tonghua has a lot of wealth. Not only is her immortal aperture developed, she even has a private sea area, called Rainbow Aurora Sea. Every day at dawn or dusk, the sea would shine with rainbow light. It would be a beautiful sight to behold. The sea area is nearby, it is not far away. After this trade fair ended, Tonghua would definitely invite everyone present to her place to have a seat. Brother Chu, you can come with me then. Miao Mingxin transmitted, giving out some information about Tonghua. Fang Yuan had a deeper understanding of her. Thank you for your recommendation, fellow Taoist Miao Ming. To tell you the truth, I'm quite interested in the light shine fungus in her hands, Fang Yuan said bluntly. No problem, I can be the middleman for you, Brother Chu. Miao Mingxin immediately understood what Chu Li was trying to say and took on the responsibility. Ever since he transacted the immortal Gu with Fang Yuan, their relationship had improved greatly. Fang Yuan was well aware of the change in Miao Mingxin's attitude. The reason was none other than Lifespan Gu. To be able to move Miao Mingxin, Lifespan Gu was truly worthy of its name. Fang Yuan only had a rank 6 immortal Gu. He exchanged for Miao Mingxin's rank 7 immortal Gu, and the former was a weakened strength path immortal Gu. Miao Mingxin was very satisfied after the transaction. This was because Fang Yuan used 100 years of Lifespan Gu to make up for the difference. Although Lifespan Gu was immortal Gu, it was very rare. Many Gu immortals would keep it in their hands after obtaining it. They would not trade it unless they had no other choice. They would keep it as a trump card, planning to use it when their lifespan ran out. Even though Miao Mingxin's lifespan was not at its end, he did not have much left. Precisely so, he tried all sorts of ways to find a tributary of the River of Time and use some secret method to extend his lifespan. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Miao Mingxin had entered the Blue Dragon Whale many times to search for the Lifespan Gu. Fang Yuan sent Lifespan Gu to him. How could Miao Mingxin not be happy? Especially when Fang Yuan took out 100 years of Lifespan Gu as a bargaining chip. What did this mean? Miao Mingxin was not stupid, he immediately thought. This meant that Chuing definitely had other Lifespan Gu in his hands. Otherwise, why would he not cherish them? Thus, Miao Mingxin wanted to build a good relationship with Fang Yuan. But he did not know that this was what Fang Yuan wanted to see. Fang Yuan's scheme was much bigger. Blue Dragon Whale. With his previous life's information, Fang Yuan was much more familiar with this immortal opportunity than the current Miao Mingxin. The transactions continued. In the second round, Gu immortals appeared one by one. Most of the transactions were successful. Soon it was Fang Yuan's turn. Woman's Heart Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was about to display this rank 6 immortal Gu and sell it, but his expression suddenly changed. Sorry, there was an unexpected situation. Everyone, I will be leaving first. Fang Yuan said directly. The Gu immortals were slightly surprised. This trading convention was a rare opportunity, to think that Fang Yuan would give it up like this. But the trading convention was free to enter and leave. It was fine if Fang Yuan wanted to leave, the immortals could not stop him. What's going on? Do you need my help? Miao Mingxin took the initiative to send Fang Yuan off. It is not a big matter, but it is urgent. It is a pity that I missed the trading convention. Fang Yuan sighed. Miao Mingxin quickly consoled, don't worry, if there are such trading conventions in the future, I will inform Brother Chu. Thank you, Brother Miao, goodbye. We will meet again. Fang Yuan flew away, his figure flew into the clouds and vanished. Miao Mingxin sighed, seeing that Fang Yuan had vanished, he turned around and went to the underground cave. Flying in the clouds, Fang Yuan's expression was not so good. The reason why he left was because a wisdom path great expert came to deduce his location. His dark limits effect was almost depleted. This caused him to expend even more energy. Fang Yuan had no choice but to stop participating in this trading convention and leave. Damn it, I wonder which Gu immortal is trying to deduce me? I wonder if he is deducing Fang Yuan or Lu Guanyi. Fang Yuan felt regret. If he had more time, he might even be able to trade woman's heart immortal goo. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. After a transaction, many goo immortals would lay low for several years before they would trade again. After getting to a safe distance, Fang Yuan activated the divination tortoise shell immortal goo that he had just obtained. Of course, he also used change form immortal goo. Immortal killer move, divination tortoise transformation. Transformation path killer moves had always been this simple and crude. Because he lacked some mortal goo worms, this killer move's effect was not outstanding. However, because he had changed form immortal goo, and because Fang Yuan did not need divination tortoise transformation to provide him with battle strength, he could barely use it. Divination tortoise transformation bought more time for Fang Yuan. A moment later, he chose a safe environment and placed his immortal aperture. For the next few days, he stayed in his immortal aperture. He started to think about how to refine attitude goo. Although he had exchanged for 2 immortal goo, they did not seem to have much use in refining attitude goo. Fang Yuan was helpless about this. Maybe the third woman's heart could be exchanged for a suitable immortal goo. But Fang Yuan had already lost this chance. He had to wait in his immortal aperture for a long time to use dark limit immortal goo again. Looking at the time, he had definitely missed the trading convention. In this case, I can only borrow immortal goo from Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had a backup plan. But this was only a secondary plan. The best situation was for Fang Yuan to complete it alone. Borrowing immortal goo was not a problem. If Fang Yuan relied on his own immortal goo to create an immortal killer move and refine attitude goo, it would be of great help to him in the future. He could even fuse this immortal killer move into reverse flow protection seal. Imagine by then reverse flow river would surround Fang Yuan. Any immortal goo that flew into the river would be refined by Fang Yuan. How tempting would that be? Fang Yuan had a long-term vision in this aspect. Unfortunately, even though he participated in the trading convention, he did not make any progress in this aspect. But thankfully, Langya Blessed Land had no lack of refinement path immortal goo. Fang Yuan used jewel yellow skies to transport them, expending Langya sect contribution points to rent several immortal goo. This time, there was an unavoidable commotion in jewel yellow skies. But Fang Yuan had no choice but to do this. Using these refinement path immortal goo, Fang Yuan could barely come up with an immortal killer move that could be used with reverse flow river to refine attitude goo. Fang Yuan purposely delayed his journey, and finally succeeded in refining attitude goo after half a month. At this point he finally had this legendary rank 8 immortal goo in his hands. BZ, I've been in a slump recently. Chapter 1308. Central Continent, Hidden Dragon Cave. We pay respects to the upper immortals of Celestial Court. 2 goo immortals knelt on the ground. They were an old man and a young man. Grandfather and grandson. They were goo immortals of Wind Cloud Manor. The young goo immortal was Feng Chanzi, while the old man was Old Man Bei Feng. He had rank 8 cultivation level. He was famous among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have already become a member of Celestial Court. After all, it was not easy to become a member of Celestial Court, it was not normal. Rank 8 cultivation level was far from enough, one had to be an elite among rank 8s. This standard had never been lowered since the establishment of Celestial Court. Celestial Court did not waver, they would rather have nothing than a shoddy product. But now, this old man Bei Feng was almost prostrating himself on the ground to express his respect. The only person worthy of his respect was an extremely weak and shaky old man who looked like he could be blown away by a gust of wind. But this old man was not ordinary, he had a huge origin, he had a huge influence in the history of Celestial Court. He was Duke Long. Get up, bring me to the cave. Duke Long said plainly. Yes. Old man Bei Feng replied. A moment later, Duke Long arrived at the deepest part of Hidden Dragon Cave. This was a huge and deep earth trench. It was bigger than the earth trench controlled by Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Hundreds or thousands of cities could easily fit inside, it was more than enough. Duke Long and Old Man Bei Feng were tiny compared to this earth trench. From their point of view, the entire earth trench was shrouded in a deep layer of darkness. This darkness was so deep that it was impossible to see what was actually going on inside. Rumble. Suddenly the entire earth trench experienced an intense earthquake. On the walls of the earth trench, countless rocks fell down. The huge sound waves created by the earthquake were deafening, people could not help but feel fear. Old Man Beifeng's expression changed. He quickly activated the immortal goo in his immortal aperture. Immediately there was a bright light everywhere, countless lights and flowing water interweaved together. It turned out that there was a huge super goo formation here. Compared to this goo formation, the southern border goo immortal's dream realm goo formation was like a kitten beside an elephant. Old Man Beifeng controlled the goo formation. His expression soon changed, cold sweat covered his forehead. The commotion this time is so huge. He was a grand rank 8 goo immortal, but he was having a hard time now. The super goo formation was suppressing a terrifying life form. Even Old Man Beifeng could barely deal with it. It seems that after so many years you are still so energetic. Di Zongxing, Duke Long said calmly. Roar. In the next moment, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky and shook the entire trench. The multicolored light of the super goo formation dissipated, water splashed everywhere. Old Man Beifeng's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He thought, this is even with the isolation of the super goo formation, it is still so loud. If we were to face this evil dragon directly, it would be. Duke Long did not mind, he commented plainly, it seems that your temper has not changed, you are still so violent. Damn old man. This time a human voice came from the goo formation. The voice was also deafening. At the next moment, a huge dragon head appeared from the multicolored light. It was evil dragon Di Zongxing. This immemorial desolate beast had a huge origin. It was central continent's earth veins that were formed from countless emotions of hatred, anger, curses and grudges, forming a legend. It was born from heaven and earth because it was formed from the negative emotions of humans. Ever since it was formed, it had intelligence that was not inferior to humans. Initially it could only roar like a dragon, but after learning, it used Hope Goo to awaken its aperture and learn human language. For a period of time, it even turned into a human and learned goo immortal techniques. For a period of time, it wreaked havoc in central continent, causing the people to have no way to live. The world was turned upside down. But eventually it was suppressed by Duke Long. This suppression lasted for countless years. But the celestial court could not kill it, because it was formed from the negative emotions of humans. As long as the human race was prosperous, the evil dragon would continue to grow stronger. Even if this body was completely destroyed, not even a speck of ash would be left. But soon, it would form on other earth veins and continue to cause chaos. Thus, the celestial court set up a super goo formation to suppress this evil dragon. The watchman changed. This time, Feng Chanzi sold immortal materials for personal gains. He was sent to Hidden Dragon Cave as a watchman. His grandfather knew that Feng Chanzi did not have the ability, so he gave up on the chance to enter the celestial court and came here to watch over the evil dragon. After the evil dragon saw Duke Long, it acted out of character and became extremely furious. When enemies met, their eyes were filled with hatred. What are you shouting for? No matter how loud you shout, you cannot escape from this prison. Duke Long had a plain expression. Di Zongxing heard this and stopped shouting. He laughed. Haha, I almost forgot. Damn old man, you are really going to die. You are at the end of your lifespan, you only have one last chance to live. Even lifespan goo cannot be used. Ah, this is hilarious. Even though you suppressed me, so what? I am still alive, you won't be able to live for long. Duke Long nodded lightly. You are right. Sometimes I really envy a life like yours. You're born with longevity, so you have to live forever. This time, I'm afraid it's the last time we see each other. Let me borrow 10 more years of lifespan from you. As he said that, Duke Long breathed in lightly. Old Man Beifeng was shocked to find that as one of the guards, he had lost control of the goo formation at this moment. Di Zongxing was suppressed by Duke Long. This super goo formation was also created by Duke Long. Duke Long was the true owner of this goo formation. Roar! Di Zongxing screamed in pain. Duke Long was still breathing. Old Man Beifeng could not tell what Duke Long was breathing in. It was as if an invisible life essence was forcefully extracted from Di Zongxing's body, before being absorbed into Duke Long's body. So this super goo formation is not just suppressing Di Zongxing, it has such an effect. Old Man Beifeng realized. In the process of absorbing Duke Long's body, which was originally thin like a stick of wood, inflated like a balloon. His originally sallow and haggard complexion quickly dissipated, turning into a healthy and bright color. Her pale hair had turned black and shiny. His hunched back and frail bones let out creaking sounds as he straightened his back and held his head high. The most obvious change was the pair of coral dragon horns on his forehead. They were originally dispirited like two lumps of flesh, but now they were purple gold in color, piercing the sky. Bam! The aura of rank 8 peak stage was like a formless wall that spread out. Old man Bei Feng could not help but take a step back, looking at Duke Long's majestic figure. Shock flashed in his eyes. In stark contrast to Duke Long was evil dragon Di Zongxing. It spoke in a hoarse voice, "Damn old man, you only have 10 years of lifespan left. Just treat it as me taking a dump on you, haha." It was still laughing, but its laughter was very weak. Duke Long clenched his fists, saying nonchalantly, "Evil dragon, you might not understand, but why would I, the great Duke Long, be afraid of death? I woke up this time to make up for my past sins. And these 10 years of lifespan are enough." "Enough for what? What do you want?" Evil dragon asked. "What else? The great era is coming." Duke Long said with deep meaning. "Great era? Great era. Don't tell me the earth veins are fusing, the regional walls will vanish, the 5 regions will become one. Wait, damn old man, don't leave, explain it to me." Di Zongxing shouted. But Duke Long smiled coldly. Why would he care about the shouts of a prisoner? He turned around and left, swaggering off, leaving the hidden dragon cave without any reluctance to leave. Southern border. In a nameless place. River water was flowing. There was a tributary of the river of time here. Wuxia and the rest had been waiting by the river for a long time. A figure appeared in the tributary of the river of time, staggering. "Quick! Let's move together and welcome Lord." Wuxia saw this and shouted. He Lulan and Bai Ningbing beside him moved at the same time, activating the Gu formation. Under the effect of the Gu formation, Zishan Makoto got out of the tributary of the river of time. He was like a drowning person. He crawled to the shore with much difficulty, breathing heavily, his body was soaked in water, he was in a pathetic state. This Zishan Makoto actually entered the river of time and returned safely. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, but her heart was shaken. "Lord, did you succeed?" Seeing that Zishan Makoto's breathing had calmed down, Wuxia quickly asked. Purple Mountain True Monarch nodded. "When I entered the Red Lotus, I already communicated with that intent. The benefits I gained far exceeded my expectations." "Is that so?" Wuxia was overjoyed. But Zishan Makoto had a grim expression. "I used Red Lotus True Inheritance to observe the past and the future. Before Fang Yuan's rebirth, our shadow sect had already succeeded. We delayed the Great Era for 500 years, we exterminated Great Dream Immortal Venerable who had yet to mature, we even wanted to completely control Celestial Court. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan's rebirth changed everything. Shadow sect no longer has the ability, the Great Era is about to descend." Wuxia's expression was naturally shaken. Bai Ningbing and He Lulan looked at each other in bewilderment. The former asked coldly, "What is the Great Era?" Wuxia breathed in deeply, answering, "The earth veins fuse, the regional walls vanish, the 5 regions become one, and Great Dream Immortal Venerable. This is the Great Era." Bai Ningbing and He Lulan were also stunned. At the same time, Fang Yuan entered southern border using Wu Yihai's appearance. Wu clan's headquarters were already in sight. "I'm finally back. This time, I must absorb the dream realms and raise my attainment levels with all my strength. There is still time." Chapter 1309. Southern Border Wu Clan. Fang Yuan used the appearance of Wu Yihai. After stepping into southern border, he returned to Wu Clan's headquarters. Knowing of his arrival, Wu Clan's current first supreme elder, Wu Yong, immediately summoned him. "Brother, these are the immortal Gu that I borrowed from the clan, I am returning them." Fang Yuan handed the immortal Gu over with both hands. Wu Yong received it, sitting at the main seat. He smiled. "Brother, did you have a smooth trip to Eastern Sea?" Every Gu immortal had their own secrets, especially for someone like Wu Yihai. Wu Yong could not pry too much into Fang Yuan. Most of the questions were just pleasantries. "My gains were not small." Fang Yuan showed a trace of joy on his face, he even sighed a little, his expression was very genuine. "That's good." Wu Yong nodded. He would never have thought that Fang Yuan's gains would be so bountiful. After leaving southern border, Fang Yuan chased after Shadow Sect's remnant forces. Even though he did not achieve his goal, his gains were huge. Fang Yuan not only obtained Perseverance Immortal Gu and became the Reverse Flow River Lord, his battle strength soared to the point that even rank 8 Gu immortals could not deal with him. Lu Guanyi's name shook the 5 regions. Furthermore, on the way back, he even participated in a high-level trading convention in Eastern Sea. He exchanged for Divination Tortoise Shell Immortal Gu and rank 6 Daegu. Thank you for your concern, brother. When will I return to the Gu formation to continue cultivating? Please arrange it for me. Fang Yuan said again. His tone and attitude were very humble. Wu Yong was very satisfied with Fang Yuan's performance. These last days he had been in charge of Wu clan. Because Fang Yuan took the initiative to step down, Wu clan's internal obstacles were greatly reduced. He managed to control everything and gain authority. At this moment, Wu Yong had already undergone a subtle change compared to when he had just ascended to the throne. He was more composed and dignified. He gave off a feeling of authority and inviolability. Naturally, Wu Yong was gratified that Fang Yuan knew how to adapt to circumstances. The system of a clan was different from that of a sect. It focused more on bloodlines. Wu Yihai's identity made him special among Wu clan Gu immortals. Purely in terms of bloodline, Fang Yuan was second only to one person and above tens of thousands. Since Wu Yihai wanted to cultivate in seclusion, Wu Yong had to help him. Immediately Wu Yong agreed. Younger brother, you should return to your residence and rest for the time being. I'll make the arrangements right away. I'll definitely have something in the next few days. Thank you, elder brother. Little brother will take his leave. Fang Yuan saw that his goal had been achieved and immediately withdrew. He also had a residence in the Wu clan. When he just joined the Wu clan, he was allocated a mountain peak for Fang Yuan to reside in alone. This Wu Yong has already taken initial control of the Wu clan. Wu Yihai's identity is very sensitive. If he colludes with an ambitious clan like Qiao clan and causes trouble, it will be a huge headache for Wu Yong. Thus, for the sake of safety, Wu Yong will not let Wu Yihai roam around and build up his reputation. Other Wu clan Gu immortals could do it, but Wu Yihai could not. At least not for the time being. After all, Wu Duxiu had just died. Even though Wu Yong was in control of Wu clan, it was not stable yet. Fang Yuan was very clear about Wu clan's situation. He was not worried that he would not be able to return to the Super Gu formation. In the days on the mountain he continued to cultivate. But he could not leave his immortal aperture. Not to mention opening his immortal aperture's entrance to absorb heaven and earth qi. My sovereign immortal aperture's foundation is too strong. Every time it absorbs heaven and earth qi from the outside world, there is a huge change. It creates gales and clouds. The commotion is too huge. But reverse flow river expends a lot of heaven and earth qi. It seems that even if I return to Etion Mountain, I will need to absorb heaven and earth qi from the outside world to replenish it, to maintain the sovereign immortal aperture's foundation. This was a burden. But it was a sweet one. Even though Wu Yong told him to rest, Fang Yuan did not rest. He continued to cultivate. It was a race against time. During this period, many Clan Gu immortals came to visit Wu Yihai, who had a special identity, but Fang Yuan rejected them all. This attitude and style made Wu Yong very satisfied. He felt that Wu Yihai did not want to get involved in the clan's internal affairs. Thus he personally gave Fang Yuan many immortal materials. Not only was it a show of goodwill and rewards, he even gained the reputation of caring for his brother. At the peak of the mountain, in a spacious hall, Fang Yuan had already turned into a giant tortoise. This tortoise was as large as a house. Its body was dark and eerie, its back was thick and hard, there were tens of thousands of markings on its shell. It was a dazzling sight, but also orderly. It was a divination tortoise. This ancient desolate beast was a wisdom path beast. After transforming, all of Fang Yuan's transformation path Dao marks turned into wisdom path. Adding on his previous wisdom path Dao mark accumulation, it reached a huge quantitative change. With such a foundation, when Fang Yuan used wisdom path methods to make deductions, his efficiency rose sharply. He was several times faster than before, sometimes even more than 10 times faster. It was a simple divination tortoise shell immortal Gu. In terms of Gu worms, it could not compare to attitude Gu and wisdom sword Gu. Even sword escape, flying sword, dragon breath, and other Gu paled in comparison. However, for Fang Yuan it was extremely useful. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in the eyes of the divination tortoise. After tens of days of hard work, I finally succeeded in deducing divination tortoise transformation. Fang Yuan willed and returned to human form. Next, he tried to activate the complete divination tortoise transformation killer move. Once, twice, thrice. After a dozen or so attempts, he continued to make subtle adjustments and finally succeeded. A brand new divination tortoise transformation. He added a large number of transformation path mortal Gu, like tortoise head Gu, tortoise tail Gu, tortoise feet Gu, and others. There were also some wisdom path Gu worms that increased the innate ability of divination tortoise's defense against deductions to the limit of Fang Yuan's abilities. There were also many defensive goo worms. Of course there were only 2 cores. One was rank 7 Divination Tortoise Shell Immortal Goo, the other was Change Form Immortal Goo. The brand new Divination Tortoise was much larger than before. It was extremely lifelike, as if it was an ancient desolate beast Divination Tortoise. Especially the Tortoise-back mountain, there were over 100,000 Dao marks crisscrossing together. Not bad, I have reached the limit of my current abilities. Fang Yuan experimented and was very satisfied. This was thanks to his Grandmaster attainment level in Wisdom Path and Transformation Path. Deducing these killer moves was as natural as eating and drinking. Similar to the ancient Sword Dragon Transformation Path was fused with Sword Path. This Divination Tortoise transformation was a combination of Transformation Path and Wisdom Path. At this point Fang Yuan had a new method. The previous incomplete and hasty version could not be brought to the table, but this one could be used. Most importantly, when Ancient Sword Dragon, Reverse Flow Protection Seal, and myriad self-killer moves could not be used casually, this Divination Tortoise transformation was very timely and solved Fang Yuan's urgent problem. Fang Yuan stopped the transformation and rested for a while, recovering his mind. He closed his eyes and pondered, his consciousness entering the sovereign immortal aperture. Landscape as before. The rank 6 Immortal Goo was activated, aiming at Reverse Flow River in his immortal aperture. Red Date Immortal Essence was expended intensely, under the effect of Landscape as before Immortal Goo, Reverse Flow River slowly gained water. The efficiency is too low. Fang Yuan sighed. This was not his first experiment, the result was very disappointing. Landscape as before Immortal Goo had an effect on Reverse Flow River, but the effect was not obvious. This was a clear contrast to Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. Why did I use Landscape as before to restore Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley? But why is it so useless on Reverse Flow River? Fang Yuan was puzzled. Was Reverse Flow River more special than the 2 secluded domains of heaven and earth? Or was there another reason? If he could repair Reverse Flow River immediately, that would be wonderful. Reverse Flow River's water could be used endlessly. But the truth was far from Fang Yuan's expectations. Wait. Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were once in the hands of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. And Spectral Soul Demon Venerable created Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. Maybe these 2 secluded domains of heaven and earth have already been modified by Shadow Sect, just like how He Lulan and the others could use Immortal Goo of other paths without being restricted by Dao marks. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. His guess was very accurate. Shadow Sect not only had recipes for Goo Immortals, they could let Goo Immortals cultivate other paths without conflicting Dao marks. They even had recipes for modifying secluded domains of heaven and earth, allowing them to be extremely effective against Immortal Goo of other paths. They would not be restricted by Dao marks. For Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, if they used Time Path Immortal Goo, they would not be restricted by the countless Soul Path Dao marks in the valley. This was because Landscape as before and Man as before belonged to Shadow Sect to begin with. Later, Zishan Makoto gave them to Tai by Yunxing. As for Reverse Flow River, Shadow Sect did not obtain it, they were not interested in this river. Thus, Reverse Flow River did not receive any modifications. When Fang Yuan used Landscape as before Immortal Goo on the river, he was weakened by the vast number of Dao marks in the river, the effect was very low. And this was after Fang Yuan became the Reverse Flow River Lord. Otherwise, Landscape as before Goo's effect would be reflected by the river. Reverse Flow River's water has been weakened by a lot because of the rank 8 existence. But thankfully it is repairing itself, just that the speed is very slow. Can I use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to resist the Immemorial Year beasts? Fang Yuan quickly shook his head. Using Reverse Flow River he could only protect himself. If the Immemorial Year beasts wanted to destroy his immortal aperture, he could do nothing about it. The reason why Fang Yuan thought of this was because of that sealed rank 8 Immortal Goo years flow like water. Unfortunately, even though his battle strength rose rapidly, Fang Yuan had not found the time to unseal years flow like water. Like this, Fang Yuan cultivated quietly, waiting for Wu Yong's arrangements to let him return to the giant dream realm. Chapter 13:10. Southern Border Wu Clan. In the hall, not only were there Fang Yuan and Wu Yong, there was also another Goo immortal. He was tall, he wore a black and white cloak, his beard was smooth and extended to his chest. His eyes were long and narrow, they were shining with divine light, his body was covered in water vapor. Wu Clan's Gu immortal Wu Yubo was arrogant, he had rank 7 cultivation level and peak battle strength, he was only slightly weaker than old Treeman Bada. Gu immortal Yan Huang challenged Uncle Yu, but the truth is that Xia clan wants Moon Bowl. This place produces moon path Gu worms, it is one of the most important production areas of my clan, we cannot lose it. Wu Yong said. With me here, First Supreme Elder does not need to worry. I defeated Yan Huang twice, I can defeat him a third time. Wu Yubo said coldly. Moon Bowl was not a bowl, it was a valley. But this valley had a peculiar shape, it looked like a huge bowl, it produced a large number of moon path Gu worms, people called it Moon Bowl. There used to be a fort in the moon-worshipping bowl. When the Wu family expanded, they eradicated this mountain village in order to take over the moon-worshipping bowl. In the village there was a Gu immortal called Immortal Yan Huang. Wu clan sent Wu Yubo to defeat him. Immortal Yan Huang was inferior, he could only run away with tears in his eyes, abandoning his former home. As a Righteous Path member, Wu clan had a reason to take over Moon Bowl, but they could not kill Immortal Yan Huang directly. This was the rule of the Righteous Path. Immortal Yan Huang left with hatred. In order to take revenge, he concealed his identity and cultivated his killer move, but he still lost to Wu Yubo the second time. Wu clan knew of his whereabouts, they knew that he was an enemy of their clan, they gathered Gu immortals and secretly chased after Immortal Yan Huang. At the crucial moment, Immortal Yan Huang was saved by an unknown force. Wu clan wanted to pursue the matter, but at that time Wu Du Xiu died, Wu clan was in chaos, Wu Yong became the leader, the political situation was in chaos. This gave Immortal Yan Huang a chance to catch his breath. But now, a few days ago, Immortal Yan Huang sent a challenge letter, he wanted to use Moon Bowl as a bargaining chip to challenge Wu Yubo. The Lunar Greeting Bowl would belong to whoever emerged victorious. The Wu clan was the #1 superpower in the southern border, how could they not accept it? However, what worried Wu Yong was that this time around, Immortal Yan Huang did not come alone like the previous 2 times. Instead he had sought refuge with a superpower, the Xia family. Because of this, the mysterious force that helped Immortal Yan Huang before was obvious. It must be the Xia clan. On the surface this was Immortal Yan Huang challenging Wu Yubo. However, on the inside it was of great significance. It concerned the struggle between the 2 superpowers. This news had already spread, it immediately attracted the attention of Southern Border's large forces and Gu immortal experts. After Wu Du Xiu's death, although the Wu clan still had the reputation of being the #1 faction, its power was greatly reduced. The Xia clan was undoubtedly the first to challenge the Wu clan's authority. If the Wu clan was defeated in this battle, it would definitely allow the other clans to see through the Wu clan's weakness. By then, the hearts of the people would waver, and there would definitely be more and more operations against the Wu clan. This was what Wu Yong was worried about. This time, Immortal Yan Huang publicly challenged them, it was the first obstacle that Wu Yong faced after gaining authority. Yubo, don't be careless, you should know that this matter has great significance to our clan. Wu Yong sighed, that Yan Huang joined Xia clan, he has the support of a super force, and now that he is challenging us, he definitely has ill intentions, he is well prepared. First Supreme Elder, just listen to my good news. Wu Yubo still had an indifferent expression, he glanced at Fang Yuan and said, in my opinion, there is no need for anyone else to hold the fort. It is just Yan Huang, a defeated opponent, he will definitely be captured. It is better to play it safe. My brother is proficient in 3 transformations, he is a rank 7 expert, with him holding the fort I can be assured. Wu Yong replied. Wu clan's influence was too huge, even though they had many Gu immortals they were scattered everywhere, there were not enough of them. Originally Wu Yong had planned to send Fang Yuan to the Super Gu formation. But now that this happened, Wu Yong sent Fang Yuan to hold the fort for Wu Yubo. After all, Immortal Yan Huang was not alone this time, Xia clan's Gu immortal Xia Qingtsang was with him. Fang Yuan joined Wu clan, even though he could avoid it, it was not a big deal if he participated, Fang Yuan agreed. This was a good job, he only needed to hold the fort, after the matter was over, the clan would record his contributions. Even though Wu Yubo did not care, since Wu Yong insisted, he could not object. This matter was decided. Several days later, Wu Yubo and Fang Yuan arrived at the meeting place. Xia Qingtsang and Immortal Yan Huang were already waiting there. Immortal Yan Huang was a middle-aged Gu immortal. He had an ordinary appearance and had an old face. After seeing Wu Yubo, his expression changed, his eyes opened wide like they were about to spew fire. Xia Tsang, on the other hand, had an extraordinary aura. His body was tall and straight like a mountain. His face was simple and Fangjing, his hair and beard were all white. Especially his beard, it was hard like needles, his eyes shined brightly, it was hard to look at him directly. Wu Bo, you destroyed my village and killed my descendants, I will return all the humiliation I suffered to you today. Immortal Yan Huang shouted. Wu Bo smiled coldly, you are slandering me. The reason I did this was to investigate the traces of blood path, to uphold justice and get rid of evil for the people. You are not a righteous person, yet you accuse an innocent person, you deserve death. The two fought without saying a word. Fang Yuan and Xia Tsang stood at two ends of the battlefield, holding the fort for their respective Gu immortals. There was nothing much to say, everyone knew the true reason. But when the righteous path did things, they had to put on a facade. Immortal Yan Huang cultivated fire and earth, his hand was covered in fire, it was like a dragon that burned intensely. His other hand was earth path, rocks were rolling, it was a grand sight. And Wu Bo cultivated water path, his movements were like falling leaves, his cloak fluttered in the wind, he had a sense of carefree beauty. Around him there was a dense water aura, it was drizzling like a cow's hair. However, it was able to cause immortal Yan Huang's flames and rolling stones to melt and collapse. Evidently Wu Bo had the upper hand. But the battle had just begun, both sides were probing each other, immortal Gu and immortal killer moves had not been used yet. Fang Yuan observed the battle while inspecting the surroundings, he was wary of Xia Tsang, preventing him from making any sneak attacks. But Xia Tsang was very relaxed, he looked at Fang Yuan from time to time, when Fang Yuan looked at him as well, he would nod and smile. This scene gave Fang Yuan a faint feeling of unease. Xia Tsang was a wisdom path Gu immortal, he was famous in southern border, he was an important person. The battle continued. Both sides continued to use immortal Gu and immortal killer moves. Immortal Yan Huang was at a disadvantage, he was suppressed by Wu Bo, the latter's advantage was becoming more and more obvious. Victory was about to be decided, Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. If he failed his duty he would be punished when he returned to the clan. Yan Huang, go and die. It is your honor to die under my signature killer move. Wu Bo's killing intent was intense, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He activated his immortal killer move, rain poured down, dark clouds covered the sky, cold winds howled, the three gathered and formed a spherical cage that trapped immortal Yan Huang. Immortal Yan Huang was trapped inside, he could not escape, he was in a desperate situation, he was about to die. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on Xia Tsang, guarding against him. But Xia Tsang had a smile on his face, he watched from the side, he had no intention of helping. Right at this time, immortal Yan Huang suddenly laughed loudly, the aura of countless Gu worms burst out from his body, a blazing light spread out from his body. At once, the spherical cage that trapped him was dissolved. How can this be? Wu Bo was shocked, he was caught off guard, his signature killer move was broken, he was heavily injured. The lava under immortal Yan Huang's feet interweaved, it quickly turned into a battlefield. This was an immortal battlefield killer move. Wu Bo's face was pale, he was trapped in the battlefield. The situation changed, Wu Bo was in danger. The situation changed, Fang Yuan was about to make a move, but Xia Tsang flew close and warned, Wu Hai, don't bring shame to Wu clan. Fang Yuan chuckled, how can an outsider like you care if my Wu clan is shamed or not? Saying so, he turned into a divination tortoise and charged towards the lava battlefield. Xia Tsang praised Fang Yuan's decisiveness, he did not slow down. In that case, have a taste of my killer move, mind scattering. Wisdom path immortal killer move. Xia Tsang immediately used his signature killer move, it was a powerful method. Gu immortals hit by this move would have their minds in chaos, they would have all sorts of thoughts, their battle strength would be greatly affected, they might even fall into chaos and be unable to extricate themselves. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, he ignored it and charged towards the battlefield killer move. Fool! Xia Tsang said coldly. At the next moment, his mind scattering hit Fang Yuan, but the result was that it dissipated while Fang Yuan was unscathed. Xia Tsang's cold smile froze on his face. How can this be? This is divination tortoise? Xia Tsang finally recognized the origin of Fang Yuan's transformation. He had a bitter expression. The divination tortoise was a wisdom path ancient desolate beast, it could defend against the deductions of wisdom path Gu immortals. His Wisdom Path Killer move was based on the concept of deductions, but it was countered by the Divination Tortoise. There was a deafening rumble. A hole was created in the Battlefield Killer move by Fang Yuan. The Divination Tortoise entered and saved Wu Yubo, who was in danger. Xia Qingcang was about to attack again when Fang Yuan spoke. Wu clan lost this battle, the battle ends here, Moon Bowl belongs to you. Hearing this, Xia Qingcang stopped attacking. Immortal Yen Huang wanted to attack again but was stopped by Xia Qingcang. The former could only watch with hatred as his greatest enemy escaped safely. Why did you let him go? Immortal Yen Huang shouted angrily. Xia Qingcang looked at him coldly. We have already won Moon Bowl, we have achieved our goal. It is not time for you to kill Wu Yubo yet. Don't forget, you are already an external supreme elder of Xia clan, you need to consider our clan's benefits first. Xia clan had already gotten the upper hand this time. If they forced it, Wu clan would definitely retaliate. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.